This is Audible.
Harlequin Audio is proud to bring you Off Base by Annabeth Albert, performed by Tyler Stevens. Chapter 1. June. What do you mean they're not coming? Zach tried hard to sound like the badass Navy SEAL he was now. He'd passed all sorts of interrogation training. There was no reason he couldn't hide that he didn't particularly like this guy, or this fancy bar where he and his non-trendy clothes and military haircut were out of place. He'd agreed to go out for drinks with a group. His friend Ryan had promised him a drink for finishing his SEAL qualification training and getting his trident, and Zach had figured dealing with the rest of Ryan's crowd wouldn't be horrible. But tolerable was a far cry from being stranded alone with Pike freaking Reynolds without Ryan as a buffer. They blew 2 tires getting out of Santa Monica and are waiting on a repair truck now. Ryan said to have fun without them. Pike looked harmless enough, shorter than Zach with a lean build and bright red hair and freckles that made him look too young to drink, but Zach knew from experience he was anything but benign. Pike was the type of guy who would flirt with wallpaper, but he seemed to have singled Zach out for special attention ever since their first meeting at a LAN party. Which was all well and good, but unlike a lot of Ryan's crowd, Zach wasn't openly gay, and what Zach hated was that Pike seemed to see through all his "no, really, I'm straight" protest, and see things Zach refused to even think about. And a whole night with Pike? Torture. And that was coming from someone who'd been tossed into frigid water with his arms and legs bound, repeatedly. But he'd happily endure another round of drown-proof training if it meant an easy out of this situation. Is Landon coming? Please say it's not just us. Surely Pike's omnipresent sidekick would be there to bail Zach out. Nope, he's doing research at the Hadron Collider for the next few months. Just us, I think. Pike grinned at him. Alone at last, right? Zach guessed that the Hadron was one of those super smart things Pike's crowd just assumed everyone else knew about. He certainly wasn't about to appear dumb and ask. You don't have to stick around on my account, he said instead. Dude, Pike smacked him on the shoulder. I've had a shit week. Another 3 interviews for jobs for the fall, another 3 fuck-ups on my part. Don't make me drink alone. I guess I could do a beer. On me, right? We're all super stoked that you passed SQT. Pike gave him another one of those disarming smiles. Ba-deep-deep. Zach's phone chimed. Sure enough, there was a message from Ryan apologizing for bailing. Have fun with Pike, Ryan ended. But whatever you do, don't let him talk you into shots. He looks scrawny, but he can drink you under the table. Trust me. Zach shoved his phone away. Nope, no way was he doing shots with Pike. Last thing he needed was to get drunk and forget himself around the guy. So, what'll it be? They have a whole selection of craft beers here. Pike offered him one of the little bar menus artfully strewn around on the huge antique wood bar. Bud's fine, Zach said. He'd never developed a taste for the fancy stuff. This whole place was fancier than he was used to. What with the exposed hardwoods everywhere, the prettified bar food emerging from the kitchen, and the painted inspirational quotes behind the bar. Even the name, Mellow, was a far cry from the hole-in-the-wall places he'd drunk at in college, or even Big Ted's, the little sports bar right off base that his fellow SEALs favored. Pike signaled the burly bartender, who frowned at them after Pike gave their order for a Bud and some fancy-ass beer Zach had never heard of. Hand stamps, please, both of you. Zach stuck his hand out, showing that the bouncer had indeed checked his ID. Pike put his arm right next to Zach's, way too close for comfort. See, look at us, finding things in common. Getting carded is hardly something to be proud of, Zach mumbled as he pulled his arm away. Back in San Diego, when he went to the bars with his friends, they never got carded anymore, and he liked that. He was 23 now, for crying out loud. Of course it's not for you, Muscles. Pike did that whole standing too close thing again, moving over so others could get to the bar. Zach really shouldn't like that Pike noticed what the past few months of training had done for his physique. He'd always been lean, but days of log and boat carry drills had carved out muscles he hadn't even been aware he had. Zach accepted his beer from the bartender, then followed Pike to one of the little high-top tables ringing the bar area. Seriously, you are jacked now. Pike winked at him, giving him the sort of once-over Zach's buddies gave girls in bikinis. Look at those shoulders. It even makes you look taller. Flattery was not going to work on Zach, not even a bit. Besides, Pike was the short one, probably 5'7" or so. But Zach was a perfectly respectable 5'10", in your boots. Truth, man, I just call it like I see it. Pike shrugged. And that right there was the whole problem with Pike. He had absolutely no filter and a way too keen sense of observation. Zach had to look away before Pike turned that sense on him again and saw how much he liked all the compliments. He looked around the bar, but instead of that calming him down, his tension ratcheted way the hell back up. Next to them, two guys were snuggled up all cozy, chairs touching, arms around each other's shoulders. Across the room, two women held hands, and he counted a few more pairings that could be guy-guy or girl-girl couples. "What kind of bar is this?" he hissed. Pike gave another casual roll of his slim shoulders. "It's West Hollywood, man. Very mixed crowd is to be expected, you know?" No, Zach did not know that, thank you very much. He figured Ryan and his boyfriend wouldn't drink anywhere too conservative, but he'd also assumed they wouldn't drag him to a gay bar. "Dude, you look like you just discovered mouse poop in your fries. I promise, no one's taking away your het cred just because the quilt bag crowd likes to drink here too." Zach shook his head, partly because he wasn't sure what all the letters stood for in quilt bag, and partly because het cred was seriously the least of his worries. "It's fine," he lied. "Can I see the trident pin?" Pike leaned forward. This was part of the thing about Pike. He loved all things military, knew all the acronyms, and made no secret about finding uniforms hot. It made it so that Zach was never sure if Pike was truly interested in what he had to say, or if it was all about feeding his SEAL fantasies. And why Zach cared about that distinction, he couldn't say. "I don't go wearing it out bar hopping." Zach gave him a hard glare, one that usually convinced others to fall in line, but it didn't seem to faze Pike. "So, tell me about SQT. Was it as hard as Bud's?" Pike's devilish smile said that he'd be happy to venture into more inappropriate topics if Zach didn't take this bait. "Nah, I was so damn glad they didn't roll me all the way back to Hell Week that SQT was almost a relief." Zach had broken his leg during the jump training portion of SEAL training that followed Bud's, and he'd been hella nervous until the review board said he only had to repeat the jump training before joining the next SEAL class at SQT. He'd heard about guys rolled all the way to the start of Bud's when they got a med drop. "And now you've got your platoon assignment, right? All new guys? When do you get deployed, you think?" Zach laughed at the stacked questions. Pike played too many warfare games. "Yeah, I'm here for the weekend because I got some leave after finishing SQT, but I'll be based out of Coronado with my new team, and no, not all new guys. Couple of guys from Bud's and SQT got assigned to the same platoon." He kept his voice as casual as he could, trying not to reveal how fucked up it was that he'd been assigned to the same platoon as Cobb, the guy who'd made his life hell in Bud's. And to make matters worse, they were only a few rooms apart in the fucking barracks. "So, you guys will be doing real missions soon?" Pike pressed. And fuck, wouldn't Cobb have a field day with Zach being in this place with Pike? Christ, just the thought had him taking a deep pull from his beer. Zach groaned. "I wish. We're looking at another 12 to 18 months of training before we get into the field. All the training was intense, but he couldn't wait to get out there for real. It was what he'd signed up to do, why he'd done the Navy SEAL Challenge when enlisting, what he'd dreamed about for years. "Excuse me." A pretty blonde woman, shorter than Pike, even in teetering heels, rested an arm on their table. "Yeah?" Zach said warily. "My friends and I have a bet." She pointed over her shoulder at a group of young women crowded around one of the tables. "Oh?" Pike was way more enthusiastic than Zach would have been, giving the woman a friendly grin. "See, Miriam says you guys are a couple." "We're not." Zach's tongue nearly knotted in his hurry to deny that little idea. "Awesome." She smiled widely at him. "So, who wants to dance?" "Zach's the one who plays for your team," Pike said all casually, jerking his thumb in Zach's direction, but there was a challenge in his eyes. "Fabulous." She looked Zach over in a way that made his stomach cramp, unlike when Pike scoped you out. He knew her gaze was supposed to make his blood hum, make him start thinking sexy things, but instead it kind of creeped him out. "Hey!" Zach started to protest, but the woman was already grabbing his wrist. "You're the one who's always on about how straight you are," Pike's eyes said as he didn't move at all to rescue Zach, instead saying, "Go on now, I'll keep the table and order some fries for when you get back." Nothing to do other than drain his beer in one swallow and follow the woman to the dance floor at the far end of the establishment, separated from the rest of the bar by a low wall. She was cute in a little silver tank top that smelled like the wisteria in his mom's front yard, and Zach supposed he should be thinking how good her chest looked in the tight top, or how much he wanted that scent all over him. But yeah, not happening. Still, though, he'd been down this road enough times to know the drill, and he liked dancing, liked letting music move through him, even if the partner stuff did get tricky. The dance mix pumped out a fast beat, enabling him to keep space between them. And she was good, not stomping his feet or draping herself all over him. One dance and he'd politely send her back to her friends. Near them, a couple, a guy-guy couple to be exact, danced super close. Fuck, one of them wore some sort of spicy aftershave and had a low chuckle for his partner that went right to Zach's gut. The two shared a private look and a kiss so dirty that Zach couldn't look away. He'd seen Ryan cuddle up to his boyfriend a couple of times, but that sort of playfulness was a far cry from this fireworks show inches from him. "Hey," the woman tugged on his arm. "Your friend was wrong, wasn't he?" "What?" Zach forced his eyes back to her. "Just not used to... Never mind." "It's okay." She gave him a knowing smile. "Thanks for the dance." And she headed back to her friends with a little flip of her hair. Fuck. Zach had been figuring he'd buy her a drink, get her off the scent of whatever trail she thought she was on, but she'd dismissed him, clear as day. "Strike out?" Pike asked when Zach made his way back to the table. She had to get back to her friends. Zach tried to sound regretful, but doubted he was all that convincing. "Fry?" Pike passed him a basket of sweet potato fries with some sort of mayo-based dipping sauce that was far spicier than it looked. "Whoa!" Zach fanned his mouth, then noticed his beer had already been refilled. He took a swig. "Thanks, man." "Not into spicy?" Pike managed to make the question sound rather suggestive. Zach could survive hours of surf torture, but he couldn't control his blush. "Nah." "That's okay." Pike swiped a ketchup out of the condiment display on the back edge of their table, passed it to him. "Simple's good, too." Zach honestly wasn't sure whether they were talking about fries anymore, but he nodded. "So, crap week?" he asked, partly to avoid a long, awkward silence and partly because he figured even Pike couldn't flirt while bitching. Oh, man, you have no idea. Defended my dissertation back in the winter. I thought I had a job all lined up with War Elf. That huge role-playing game? Yeah, I did my dissertation on a statistical analysis model of their users' usage habits over time. Impressive. Zach blinked. He had a degree himself, but his BA in history didn't include the wherewithal to decipher all the lingo needed for a math PhD. Yeah. Anyway, I was told they might have a place for me, but they don't, so now I'm stuck tossing my hat in the teaching ring, and it sucks. You don't want to teach? Do I look like professor material? Pike gestured at himself. Zach let himself do the one thing he tried to avoid and really looked at Pike. Faded t-shirt, advertising the game Ryan's boyfriend worked for, ripped jeans, surprisingly full pink lips, twinkling green eyes. Wait, clothes. He was supposed to be noticing clothes. Not exactly, Zach mumbled into his napkin. I had to wear a suit 3 times this week, Pike moaned. Dude, until you have to wear the same soggy BDUs for 5 days running, you don't get to complain. Okay, you win. I'm just saying that this whole adulting thing bites. Zach had seen enough suckage in his life to decide that adulting was practically a vacation, but he nodded because a "suck it up, buttercup" wasn't going to go over well with Pike's pity party. You know what we should do? Pike brightened, getting a gleam in his eye that frightened Zach more than a live grenade. Shots. We need to do shots. Across the room, the woman from earlier was talking to her friends, and as if on cue, the whole table tittered and 3 blonde heads swiveled in his direction before returning to the giggle fest. Fuck. He knew he'd regret this, probably within the hour, but at that moment, he couldn't stop his head from nodding. Bring it on. Chapter 2. Another round? Pike headed to the bar without waiting for Zach to say no. They'd done a round of shots, but Pike really needed at least 2 before he got buzzed. Pike had been intending to get his swerve on even before Zach walked into Mellow all alone and put out over the no-shows. Oh, he'd tried to cover it for like 5 seconds, but Zach had not been happy to see him. Which was fine, because Pike knew that, like fireball shots, he was an acquired taste, and twice as much fun. Or at least he liked to think so. Not that Zach agreed. Pike could tell that he was on the man's barely tolerate list, and even when he was talking about SEAL stuff, he didn't get particularly happy. Not that he'd gotten any happier when that chick had dragged him out dancing. Pike had figured he might lose Zach for the night to those girls, but then Zach had gone into tourist mode over the gay couples on the dance floor and had his sorry ass booted back. Oh yeah, Pike had noticed all that. It was why he enjoyed riling Zach up so much. He was the gayest straight person Pike had ever met, and Pike had a mother who loved theater, Glee, and Drag Race. No, with Zach, it wasn't what he liked or how he spoke or stood. It was his eyes. Zach's pale, spring sky eyes went all hungry and needy whenever he was near 2 men being affectionate, exactly how he'd gotten about the couple next to them and the guys on the dance floor. Even from where he'd been sitting, Pike could see that need rolling off Zach when his attention should have been on the girl he'd been with. He'd got that way around their mutual friends a lot, and even had the hungry look when Pike and his roommate Landon rolled around on the floor mock wrestling during a LAN party. And it wasn't even a flirty thing. Landon was the brother Pike had never had, and tangling like happy puppies was just part of their shtick. Pike had offered Zach a turn, but Mr. Big Tough Seal had turned crimson and fled the room. And therein lay the reason Pike was waiting on the bartender to get them their shots. If he got Zach loosened up enough, maybe the guy would actually talk. And despite what everyone thought about Pike being a loose cannon and immature, he totally could listen. Finally, shots in hand, he made his way back to their table where Zach was texting on his phone. He scowled when Pike set the drinks down. I was trying 2 of my buddies, see if they wanted to come out and join us, but they've got plans. Too bad. Pike refused to feel slighted that Zach couldn't stand being alone with him, and instead passed over the shot. Guy buddies or girl buddies? Guys. Zach threw back the shot with a full-body shudder, and damn, but those muscles were sexy when he moved. When he'd first met Zach, he'd noticed his ropey forearms first. Pike was definitely a hand-arm guy, and Zach's were sexy as fuck with the sort of vein and muscle definition that only came with serious work. But now his biceps were bigger, shoulders more defined, and he had this new way of standing where it seemed like he physically took up more space. Hell, even his neck was ripped, and Pike finally needed to focus on Zach's answers, not his muscles. So, no girlfriend waiting back in Arkansas? No hotties on the hook down in San Diego? Pike pushed before he tossed back his own shot. Fuck no. Zach's tongue had become looser with each drink. Ever had a girlfriend? Nah. Zach shrugged and stole the last fry. Too busy. The too busy part sounded like a well-rehearsed line, but Pike nodded. Yeah, I hear you. No girls in high school or college, though? There were some girls at church, went to a few dances. Not really my thing. Girls or dancing? Because I saw you earlier. You're a good dancer. Thanks. The tips of Zach's ears, bared by his blonde crew cut, flared pink. His short hair always made Pike want to pet it, see if it was as soft as it looked. And I don't know, maybe both. He sounded unreasonably sad, then brightened, a rather fake smile firmly in place. I'll figure it out, man. By the time I'm ready to settle down, right? I am never settling down. Pike laughed because the other option was to let his heart hurt for this guy who was so clearly twisted up in ways he couldn't even see himself. Been there, done that, didn't get the t-shirt. And now I'm going to dance. Join me? Dance? With you? For someone with lightning reflexes, Zach could be rather slow and adorable. Together? No, not together. Pike patted him on the shoulder. Dial back the horror. Come dance. Zach's mouth quirked like he wasn't sure whether to trust Pike, so he added, Maybe we'll find you another hookup potential. Come on. Okay. Zach followed Pike, steps decidedly looser. Pike was barely buzzing himself, but he resolved to slow Zach down. True to his word, Pike put several feet of space between them on the dance floor. Zach was a surprisingly good dancer, innate rhythm and all those muscles turning fluid. He'd been good with the woman earlier, but on his own, with the shots on board, he was almost hypnotic. Pike bet Zach was an amazing swimmer. He had the body for it, and Pike would have killed for a chance to watch him do his SEAL long-distance swims. It didn't take long for 2 teen-looking women to dance up on either side of Zach, and the helpless look he shot Pike was almost too much. Pike grinned back at him. Zach could extricate himself with 3 steps to his right, but that would mean getting closer to dancing with him. Problems, man. Thank God Pike didn't have them. The song changed, and a tall, skinny goth guy danced closer to Pike. Across from him, Zach's eyebrows went up. Oh, this could be fun. Pike gave the goth guy a seductive smile he made sure Zach saw too. Eyes firmly on Zach, he started dancing with the guy, stepping a bit closer than he might otherwise. The other guy, bless him, caught on quick and pulled him in tight, mouth dipping close to Pike's ear. Are we making your boyfriend jealous, or is he the kind to like watching? Because I could be down with that. He gave a deep, rumbly chuckle, something that ordinarily would have turned Pike on, and he did like this guy's style. Jealous, Pike said. Then, because the guy seemed nice enough, added honestly, not a boyfriend. Yet. Goth guy gave him a wink, dark hair falling in his eyes. Yeah, if Pike wasn't hung up on Zach tonight, he would totally be in favor of pursuing this far easier prey. The man was too tall for them to easily fit together, but they managed to stay close enough, and Pike made sure Zach saw every flirty touch they exchanged. Showing off for him was more intoxicating than the fireball, making Pike's blood hum. Eventually the girls drifted away from Zach, and the other guy got a gleam in his eye. Oh yeah. Pike had an idea what he was thinking, and followed him when he danced a few steps toward Zach. Zach's eyes went wide and he bit his lip, impeccable rhythm faltering. But he didn't step back. The three of them danced together, the goth dude touching Pike and turning him to face Zach so that they made a sexy little sandwich. Zach was still too far away to grind or anything like that, but he was close enough that Pike could feel the need rolling off him. He hooked a finger through Zach's belt loop, pulling him closer still. Behind him, the other guy was hard, grinding against his back, touching his sides and arms as they moved together. Any other night, and Pike would be plotting how to get the guy back to his place, which wasn't far away. But tonight, all his attention was on Zach and how he responded to Pike's nearness, body going supple, hips matching Pike's rhythm. Fuck yes. Each song seemed to make the energy between them more charged. Eventually, the other guy leaned in. I'm going to get another drink, you guys? I could go for a beer. Damn, he was rather thirsty. Zach nodded slowly and followed them to the bar. I'm Chris, the goth guy said as they waited their turn in the thick crowd around the bar. The place had really filled up while they'd been out dancing. Any chance you guys want to go to Mickey's with me? One of my friends is dancing go-go there tonight, and I'm supposed to meet up with a group of friends there. But afterward... His voice trailed off, invitation clear in his dark eyes. Go-go? Zach's voice cracked. Man, it was almost too fun making Mr. Big Shot Seal lose his cool. Yeah, you know, guys dancing around in their underwear, Pike said. Zach swallowed hard. I'm gonna need more shots, now. A better friend than Pike probably would have stopped him from ordering tequila with a beer chaser, but Pike merely got his own beer and turned to Chris, who was drinking soda. We might meet you over there. Do it, Chris urged, leaning in to whisper against Pike's ear. Bring your tourist. We'll show him a good time. Tourist. The reminder that Zach was most likely an otherwise straight guy who was merely curious shoved all Pike's adrenaline aside. Pike had had enough tourists to last a lifetime, thank you very much. However, Pike wasn't sure what Zach was, and that bugged the fuck out of him. Even worse, he wasn't sure he wanted to share Zach, and wasn't that a bitch of an emotion to get hit with? Chris's phone went off, and he headed out, leaving Pike and Zach to nurse their drinks alone. The tables were all taken, so they lounged against the wall rimming the dance floor, watching. Let's dance again, Zach said abruptly, draining his beer. His eyes were glassy, and his words had a much more pronounced drawl to them. Again, a better person would have noted that Zach was getting drunk and not said, sure. Pike wasn't that person. He started out dancing with some space between them like before, but Zach quickly closed the gap between them. They weren't grinding, but they were very much dancing together, something Pike wasn't about to point out. They drifted through several songs, dancing both in groups like they had with Chris, and separately. Zach loosened up when the third or fourth was a girl, but he also didn't make any move to keep the woman around longer. He tensed up when other men joined up, but then went boneless against Pike a few seconds later, like he trusted Pike to make this safe for him. Fuck. "Want to check out Mickey's?" he asked when he finally needed a break from dancing. "It's easy walking distance." "Guys in, Zach turned crimson again. "It's a gay bar, right?" "Yeah, but you won't be the only straight person in there by far." "Tourist." Chris's word rang in Pike's ears. And when Zach nodded, Pike wasn't sure whether to celebrate or worry. Maybe both. Zach was drunk, something that hadn't happened very often in his life, but it wasn't a sensation a person forgot. Damn shots. He knew he shouldn't have gone there, and Ryan was right. Fucking Pike didn't appear any worse for the wear as he paid the cover charge for them at the new club. The gay club. Fuck. Zach might be about to get ill, and still he followed Pike in. It was a packed room, guys everywhere. Even though he was buzzed, Zach's training kicked in and he surveyed the space. But hell, it was hard to stay neutral. Gay guys, all over each other. And there were some girls scattered throughout too, but it was the guys who held his attention. Guys holding hands, guys grinding, guys without shirts, guys in tight pants, and on platforms scattered throughout the cavernous space, half-naked guys in their underwear dirty danced, packages outlined in lewd detail. Fuck. He needed air. Right fucking now. But Pike seemed oblivious to his distress, calmly navigating the crowd, eyes scanning much more purposefully than Zach's, probably looking for Chris. Chris with the seductive gaze and the sinewy muscles and the hands all over Pike. "Drink. I need another drink," he said as they passed the bar, the big metal structure seeming like a lifeline to him. "You sure?" Pike grabbed his arm, peering into his face, looking for God knew what. "You seem pretty toasty right now. Maybe just a soda?" "No, I can handle my drink." Zach was careful to keep his steps steady as he approached the bar. "Okay, but I'm switching to soda, and if you puke on me, man, I'm not going to be amused." "Don't gotta babysit me." Zach glared at him. "I'm just fine." An hour or two later, however, even he had to admit that he wasn't fine. They'd found Chris and Chris's friends, and Zach had kept right on drinking as they all danced and hung out together. Another few drinks and his vision was blurred, speech harder to come by, and muscle control more shredded than after making 3 passes through the grinder course at training. Yep, he was wasted. Wasted and so fucking happy, dancing with Pike and Chris. Damn, he never wanted this to end. Chris was a dirty motherfucker, the way he rubbed up on Pike, even getting his hands up under his shirt. Chris had a way of pushing Pike closer to Zach too, drove him nuts, Pike brushing against his overheated skin. "You guys want to go back to my place, party in private?" Chris asked when they were taking a break from dancing. Pike was trying to press a water into Zach's uncooperative hands, but it was Chris's words that captivated him. Zach wasn't sure what a private party would entail, only that he wanted more of this. "Sure," he said, but it came out all slurred. Pike groaned and shoved Zach down onto the leather couch behind him. "You are so fucking wasted." "Yup," Zach agreed happily. "At least you're a happy drunk," Pike sighed and turned to Chris. "Sorry, he's too drunk." "Am not," Zach protested. "Zach, are you going to be happy about this in the morning?" Pike crouched in front of him. "Or are you hoping to not remember a fucking thing?" "Too wasted to remember." The words tumbled out, but it was true. He was trashed enough for this to seem like a great idea, but fuck him if he wanted to stop and think about what he was doing, where he was, who he was with. Nope. Pike straightened and turned back to Chris. Sorry, man, can't do that to him. Damn. Chris rolled his eyes. Zach tried to join him and only succeeded in getting double vision, but he shared the sentiment. Pike was being too damn overprotective. You need help rolling him into a cab? Yeah, I don't live far from here. Pike offered Zach a hand, which he waved away, and promptly landed on his ass when he tried to stand. Fuck, he really is toasted, Chris said, like Zach wasn't even there as he and Pike hauled him to his feet. He stumbled along with the two of them, not missing the look of regret that passed between the two men. Y'all want to fuck? You should, Zach babbled. Call me when your tourist is asleep, Chris said to Pike. Tourist? Did Chris mean him? Fuck, he didn't even know anymore. He barely registered Pike and Chris pushing him into a cab. Wee, he said as the cab took off for an address. Pike barked at the driver. Hey, wait, I'm supposed to stay at Ryan's tonight. Already texted him, Pike said grimly. No way am I subjecting them to you after their bad night. You can sleep it off on Landon's bed. You're mean, Zach said, as Pike paid the driver and yanked him up the walk of a small apartment building. Shh, not so loud, and try not to break your neck. Pike led him to a third-floor apartment. I'm a SEAL. I can handle stairs, he slurred, right as he tripped and had to be helped up. Let's find you a puke bowl, Pike said as they entered a small, cluttered living room with a battered leather couch, TV, and 2 computer desks. Not gonna puke, he assured Pike. We should drink more. Hell no, Pike laughed. Or dance. We should dance more, right here. Zach rubbed up against Pike, who was warm, with surprisingly hard muscles on his wiry frame. Muscles he used to shove Zach toward a doorway. Oh no, I turned down a good time with Chris. You are not trying to start something with me now. Is just dancing. Zach tried to give him a pitiful look, but only got pushed a few more feet for his efforts. It is not just dancing, Pike sighed. We dance here in private. Someone's getting naked. Think so? Zach asked too quickly, trying to control his heart rate. I know so. Pike handed him a large metal mixing bowl. Now, do not puke in Landon's bed. You could at least kiss me goodnight. Bet Chris would have gotten a kiss. He puckered up, but found himself tumbled backward onto a bed. Pike leaned in, kissed him on his forehead, which for some strange reason make Zach's eyes well up. Night, Zach. He'd forget this in the morning. He had to forget all of tonight. But for right now, he rubbed his forehead, trying to feel the lip prints, and moved his hips, trying to implant the memory of Pike's body against his own. Chapter 3. Pike was pretty damn proud of himself for neither kissing Zach nor abandoning him to go start something with Chris. No, he was the good, responsible friend for once, tucking Zach into bed when he started to snore moments after begging for a kiss, taking off his boots and making sure the puke bowl was right next to him. Then he checked the fridge, making sure he had the makings of a hangover breakfast in there before he collapsed in his own bed, alone. God, he'd been so close to taking Chris up on the offer of partying back at his place. If Zach were just a little more sober, he totally would have gone for it. But Zach was a whole ream of paper to the wind and kept looking at him like he trusted him to keep him safe. Guy should know better than to trust someone like him. And God, when Zach had suggested dancing back here, all those muscles rubbing up against him with purpose, big questioning eyes asking for a kiss. Fuck, Pike was ready for sainthood right now. After hours of dancing, Pike was also horny as hell, brain drifting to thoughts of what a kiss with Zack could have been. Fuck, did Zack ever have a kissable mouth with soft pink lips? But jerking off over Zack with him sleeping a thin wall away was a bit much, even for Pike. Instead, he punched his pillow and waited for the dulcet tones of Zack puking his guts out. Said sounds came in the early morning hours, and Pike roused himself just to make sure the guy knew where the can was. "Oh my God, I am never drinking again," Zack said as Pike led him to the bathroom. Pike rinsed out the puke bowl, so gross, while Zack got sick in the toilet. He wet a washcloth with cold water and handed it to Zack for his face when he finished. "Thanks, sorry man, I don't usually drink like this." Zack straightened, swiping at his face and neck with the rag. And just like that, all Zack's shields appeared back in place. No more vulnerable guy asking for a kiss. No more hungry look. Just a hungover dude bro looking for the puke bowl. "No problem." Pike's tone was too stiff. Geez, was he seriously going to be hurt that Zack was retreating? "Oh, there you are." Zack's voice went all warm and sweet as he dropped to one knee, coaxing Pike's cat, Gizmo, into the small room. Turning to Pike, he said, "It slept with me, helped with the bed spins." It might have been Pike's imagination, but he swore there was a note of wistfulness in Zack's voice, like he was sad at being alone in the bed, which was just, fuck it. Pike was not equipped to deal with confused straight boy who went from remote to sweet in an instant. "Gizmo usually stays hidden," Pike snapped. Too harsh again, but damn it. The cat rarely slept with him, and Pike fed the damn thing, gave him his meds, and kept his long hair as snarl-free as the foul-tempered beast would let him. His other cat, Nectarine, was also the type to stay hidden when strangers were in the house. She was probably under Pike's bed right now. Sorry?" Zack gave him a questioning look. "Animals usually dig me, don't know why." "It's okay." Pike hefted Gizmo into his arms. "Ready to sleep more before the next round of Pukorama? I'll drop him on Landon's bed for you." "Yeah," Zack said slowly, giving him a look he couldn't decipher. "Guess I could sleep. Thanks for everything, man." Pike brushed by him to drop off the cat, and there was a moment, an instant really, when their chests brushed and the memory of dancing together was so strong that Pike swore he could hear the thumping of club music. "Why do you have to be straight?" Pike wanted to yell, especially since it was so damn clear that Zack really wasn't. What Pike wanted to do was kiss him. Tumble him back on Landon's bed, take care of him until the vulnerability was gone from his eyes again. But he didn't, instead breaking eye contact and plopping the cat onto the bed. "Get some rest," he said gruffly, before heading back to his own bed, which felt far bigger and emptier than usual. It took him a long time to drift off into a fitful sleep, but when he woke up, Landon's bed was neatly made, the cats fed, and Zack nowhere in sight. "Thanks for everything," said a note pinned to the fridge with Pike's Han in carbonite magnet. Fuck. Not that Pike had wanted to make the guy breakfast. Okay, yes he had. For reasons he didn't really want to examine. Something in him wanted to take care of Zack, and that was the sort of impulse that could only lead to hurt. It was just as well that he wouldn't have to see Zack for a while. Unwilling to do the walk of shame to his friend's house, Zack headed down to San Diego, back to base. His head throbbed too much to turn on his music, which sucked because he usually used the hours between San Diego and LA to indulge in the sort of music he couldn't confess to liking to his buddies. Without Little Big Town to keep him company, the long stretch of I-5 seemed to drag on forever. Coward. The label seemed to dog him louder with each passing mile. He hadn't even been able to face Pike that morning. The censure from his 2 cats staring him down as he woke up the second time was bad enough. He'd gotten way too drunk, but not quite drunk enough to forget the dancing. What did I do? Thank God, he probably wouldn't have to face Pike again for quite a while, if ever. Yeah, never again seeing that quiet concern in Pike's eyes that was dangerously close to pity sounded pretty damn good right then. He had to stop in Irvine for gas, and he finally got brave enough to check his phone messages. There were a couple from Ryan, including one that morning. "I told you not to do shots. He drank you under the table, am I right? Come on over after you sober up. Bring the bad influence with you." Zach typed a fast reply, trying to outrun the guilt that made his gut clench. "Heading back to Coronado. Got stuff I need to take care of there. Sorry." Bad influence? Was that all Pike was, a bad influence? Like maybe Zach hadn't really wanted to do that stuff? He'd just been caught up in Pike and the moment? Yeah, that was it. Mood lifting, he continued through the rest of his messages while drinking a bitter gas station coffee. Harper wanted to go out drinking tonight if he was back on base. Oh, hell no. Zach's stomach roiled. It would be a while before he could touch booze, and it was entirely possible he wouldn't be able to taste Fireball again without thinking of Pike and the way his neck muscles moved when he swallowed, and... No, bad influence, remember? Don't go getting all sentimental. He moved on to the next message, one from his mom. "Saw the Snodgrasses last night. Leslie says hi, thinking about you as always and praying for you daily. So proud of you. Call when you can." Fuck. Talk about a guilt sandwich. In less than 120 characters, his mother had managed to pack quite the wallop. First, there was Leslie from church, a pretty enough sweet thing who always followed him around when he was home, and who Zach couldn't work up feelings for, despite how happy it would make their collective sets of parents. Then there was the not-so-subtle reminder of the religion that underpinned his parents' lives, and the heavy mantle of being the good son, the one who got all their pride and prayers and support. Undoubtedly Danny had fucked up again, and that was why she was hoping he'd call. Oh, and the pinch of the reminder that he'd been avoiding calling home the past few months. He typed a fast, "I'll call you soon" message, and hit the road, stomach churning around the cheap coffee because he knew it was Saturday morning back home. He knew he could have caught her at home before she ran her errands easily, but he simply couldn't cope. The farther he got from their tiny Little Rock suburb, the less he felt connected to that life. Not that he loved his parents any less, more like he simply couldn't work up a lather over Danny's latest screw-up, or the horror of the church getting a new minister. And all his parents' dire predictions of the West Coast lifestyle seemed a bit silly the more he got to know people. His social circle had surfers, vegans, drinkers, and yeah, gay people, and no lightning bolts had hit him yet. And none found him on the rest of the drive back. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he was letting his family down, wasn't worth all their pride and prayers and hope. The sick sweat of wasted regrets made his t-shirt stick to him, and he'd needed a shower hours ago. He could have showered at Pike's place, but somehow that felt too intimate. He stopped in his room at the barracks barely long enough to grab a change of clothes and a towel before heading to the shower room. His single might be tinier than his parents' walk-in closet back home, but at least he didn't have to share. He shuddered at the thought of sharing with someone like Cobb. He scrubbed his skin hard as he finished up the shower. The water, like always, was barely tepid with sucky pressure, but he managed to get clean. He emerged from his stall only to find Cobb waiting for him, lounging against one of the tile walls. Fuck. Had he conjured him up just by thinking about him? Zach blinked, but nope. The bastard was still there, sly smile on his face. Given the weird Saturday mid-morning hour, they were the only two in there. Danger, danger. Zack tried to step around the bigger man to get his clothes, but Cobb blocked his path. "Thought you were back." Cobb's voice was heavy on the deep South drawl. He was from somewhere in rural Georgia, a place that grew giant men along with peaches. Cobb was easily half a foot taller than Zack, something he never failed to exploit by looming over him, wide shoulders blocking out the sun. "So?" Zack pulled his towel a bit tighter around his waist, one hand firmly on the knot. This wasn't his first trip to this particular rodeo. "My boots need shining, and I've got laundry to do." "This is my problem. Why?" Zack tried to manage a sneer. "Because." Cobb got a grip on Zack's biceps, twisted hard. He'd have a bruise tomorrow for sure, and despite knowing a half-dozen different ways to throw Cobb off, Zack's insides froze, muscles and brain locked up with the same icy fear that always struck when Cobb got a hold of him. "I still haven't told," Cobb said conversationally, before his tone slipped back to nasty. "But I could." "I don't know what you're talking about." Zack tried to keep his voice from wavering, but failed miserably, as always. What was it about Cobb that got him all twisted up? "You're full of shit. You and I both know what I saw, and if I tell, you'll get the shit kicked out of you, and no one's going to have your six." Fuck. Still this. Way back in Bud's training, Zack had had a weak moment. A lapse, really. He'd been damn tired, exhausted and hungry and not thinking straight. And he'd ogled his friend Harper's ass in the shower, gotten a semi from it, which Cobb alone had noticed, and he'd tormented him about it ever since. And it didn't help that Harper, despite being his friend, was a big homophobe who would most likely punch him out over this. His friend Ryan had managed to be openly gay as a SEAL officer, but out here among the enlisted men, Zack didn't see a lot of rainbow flag wavers. And for every time he was tempted to tell Cobb to shove it and fight him for real, someone else on the team would be all faggot this or queer that with their jokes, and that impulse fled. "I've got to do a load today anyway." "That's what I thought," Cobb sneered as he walked away. "I'll drop my shit off in your room." I've got to get out of living here. Zack might not be able to escape having Cobb on his team, but he couldn't keep living like this. It was past time to investigate off-base housing. "So, I hear you're looking for off-base housing," the senior chief asked Zack as they stretched before what was slated to be a grueling run. "Yes, sir." Zack didn't ask how he knew. The senior chief made it his business to know when one of his men sneezed. "I put in my request." "Going to be tough to find something on an E4 salary in this area," the older man said thoughtfully as he switched legs for a hamstring stretch. "You got a girl in a situation or something I should know about?" "No, sir," Zack said quickly. "No girl." "And how?" "Anything else I should know about?" The man's dark eyes always seemed to see inside Zack's deepest secrets. Had he heard about the trouble with Cobb? That wouldn't do at all, because Zack had no doubt that Cobb could spin things so it looked like Zack was at fault. Since their shower run-in a few weeks ago, Cobb had lain low, but Zack had no illusions. Cobb was a snake in the grass. He could strike again at any moment. "You handy at all, Nelson?" The senior chief studied him intently, like he'd discover the truth regardless of Zack's answer. "Yes, sir." It didn't matter that he wasn't particularly. The senior chief needed something doing, Zack would be on Google and on it until the task was done. "That's fine. Real fine." The senior chief nodded, scratching his chin. The man was big, bulky like Cobb, but with gray hair at his temples and a kindness to his voice that Cobb could never manage. "I own some rental properties. Little side business for the wife and me." Zack nodded, mentally crossing his fingers that this was about to lead to an answer that would get him off base. "We just got a new place, about 5 minutes from base, good neighborhood, but it needs some things done. Painting, refinishing cabinets, ripping carpets out, that sort of thing. Usually Charisse does a lot of it, but we just found out she's expecting. Twins, Lord help us." The senior chief looked skyward. "Anyway, I could use a hand." "I could do that, sir. With Google by my side." He crossed those fingers a little harder. "What would you say to helping me out in your off time? But you could stay there rent-free." "I'd say yes, sir. I'd be pleased to help you." "It's a 3-bedroom place. If you know another guy looking for housing, feel free to ask him too. The work would go faster with more hands." "I can handle it, sir," Zack said firmly. No way, no how was he rooming with anyone again. And the fact that he'd never done renovation? Not going to be an issue. Chapter 4. August. "You sure you've got this?" The senior chief helped Zack set the box inside the bathroom. Really, Zack could have carried the toilet by himself. Surely installing it wasn't a 2-man job. "Absolutely. Go check on the family." Zack walked the older man back through the house, mentally noting all the things left to do. Ratty hall carpet, baseboards in dire need of paint, dingy walls in the living room, ancient mini blinds in the front windows. He and the senior chief had spent the day making a list of what needed to be done, and they'd done the first of what looked to be several massive Home Depot trips. And judging by the number of texts and phone calls he got, the senior chief had stayed away from home too long. Zack could totally handle a toilet install on his own. Him, his search engine, and a pizza. What better way to spend a Saturday off, right? Dancing, warm bodies, the burn of Fireball. Unbidden, images from that night back in June crept into his head. Next week he was scheduled to go to Santa Monica for a fast trip for Ryan's birthday. And maybe... Nope, Zack shook his head, trying to clear the haze and lingering threads of club songs. Installing a new can should be exactly the distraction he needed. One pizza and a lot of YouTube tutorials later, Zack was ready to tackle removing the old, cracked toilet. Zack sputtered as water hit him square in the face. "Water valve off, idiot." He could defuse a bomb under pressure. No way was he being defeated by a crapper. The tutorials had warned him that getting the water out could get gross, and they weren't kidding. Then he ripped the sucker out, sweating more than he thought he would. The bolts were corroded and disgusting. Damn thing was slippery and unwieldy as fuck, but finally he tossed it in the big dumpster the senior chief had arranged for. Now to install the new water-saving model they'd picked out. The place where the toilet had been was gross, and Zack did not like gross, especially not the odors coming up from the pipe. "Stupid fucker," he shouted 2 hours later, as he still didn't have it right. Somehow water had sprayed again, and even worse, it was leaking around the base of the toilet, which meant he'd probably fucked up the wax seal. A trip to the home store yielded another wax seal kit, this one on his dime, because no way was he confessing how hard this was to the senior chief. More scraping, more cleaning. He slammed the toilet down a second time, being extra firm, and cracked the fucking bowl, which he didn't realize until he'd connected everything again and discovered water leaking again. Now it was another trip, this one right before the home store closed for the evening. Another toilet, this one making his credit card wince. Then, after getting that installed, finally, he had to pull the carpet from the hallway so he could disguise the second toilet in the dumpster. It was pushing midnight by the time he finished, and he'd rubbed his hands raw with the carpet pulling because he'd forgotten gloves. And apparently he had a dust allergy to boot, judging from his watering eyes and itchy face. Fuck. He climbed into the shower. Maybe living off base wasn't all it was cracked up to be. "Zach's here," Pike's longtime friend Josiah said as he led him into his boyfriend Ryan's birthday party, which was really simply an excuse to eat snack food and game together. "Why should that matter to me?" Pike asked carefully. Because you always care when Zach's around," Josiah laughed. This wasn't strictly true. Ever since their night of drinking together, Pike had been nothing but relieved when Zach hadn't turned up for activities with their crowd. Whatever harmless crush he'd had died that night, replaced by something far more complicated and tangled. But he wasn't explaining all that to Josiah, so he just shrugged. "And when I told him you were coming, he looked like he ate bad shrimp. Something's going on with you guys." Josiah's eyes narrowed. Great. All Pike needed was a suspicious best friend. "Nope." Pike set his chips and soda on the breakfast bar in Ryan and Josiah's small kitchen. "I'm too busy freaking out about my own shit to worry about his." "Still no luck?" Josiah grabbed one of the sriracha chips, then coughed and grabbed a cup of water. "Geez, warn a guy, why don't you?" "Sorry, and yeah, I never thought the hard part of finally getting a job would be finding a place to live." "Well, talk to Zach while he's here. He knows San Diego better than you, and he's moving off base." "Zach knows what?" The guy himself wandered over. "San Diego," Josiah said. Pike nodded, but he didn't need an audience, or worse, assistance for his housing quest. And it wasn't like the Zach idea hadn't already occurred to him a time or 12, but they'd left things rather awkward, and something in him had held him back. "Kind of," Zach said, shrugging. He was carefully avoiding Pike's eyes. Yup, awkward. "I've been mainly on base or close to base since I've been there. You looking to vacation or something?" "Ha, I wish I had the cash for a vacation. No, I'm accepting a visiting professor gig at a college in San Diego. I'm having a terrible time finding a place for me and the cats in my tiny price range." Zach's eyes went wide, with him no doubt realizing that this put Pike on his turf, put the memories of that night too close to the surface for a guy who liked to button it all down. This was why Pike hadn't contacted him. That, "How could you do this to me?" look. "I know what you mean about high rents," Zach said, voice deceptively casual. "I wasn't sure I'd be able to live off base until my senior chief came to me with this rehab deal where I'm helping him with a rental house." "How can I get a deal like that?" Pike leaned forward on the counter. "Seriously, that's exactly what I need, as long as I can bring the cats." "There's more than one bedroom in your place, isn't there?" Josiah inserted himself back into the conversation. Zach stuffed a handful of chips into his mouth, undoubtedly to avoid answering. "Holy Mother of God, what are these?" The wounded, confused look he shot Pike made Pike's chest swell, as if he trusted Pike not to hurt his mouth. And hell if Pike didn't want that trust and responsibility. "Man, you are so fucked up over this guy." He grabbed a soda from the counter, popped it open, and passed it to Zach. "Here, drink." "Thanks." Zach took a long swig of soda. He turned to Josiah. "I do not need a roommate. Don't even go there." "I'm not." Pike held up his hands, even though for a cheap or no rent, he'd go all sorts of places. The doorbell rang before Josiah could make things worse. "Oops, better get that," he said, leaving Pike and Zach alone in the kitchen. Okay, forget that assessment. This was worse. All long pause and nervous glances. The memory of that night looming large. "I can ask around, see if there's another place that might work for you. But even if you were one of those guys from HGTV come to bail me out, I like living alone. Sorry. Zach took another drink of his soda, still not meeting Pike's eyes. Asking around wasn't going to get Pike a place quick enough, but a glimmer of idea took hold, made him lean back against the counter. That what you need? A renovation expert? Because if so, I'm your guy. You're my guy? Good Lord. The doubt and fear dripping from Zach's voice was almost enough to make Pike want to kiss him senseless, until Zach had no choice but to agree. This is such a terrible idea. Yeah, it really was. But Pike was just this side of crazy. He could make it work. My mom is renovation nuts. She buys a fixer-upper, does a bunch of stuff to it, then sells it and moves on to another property. It's how she put me through college. You need carpet ripped, floors refinished, walls knocked down. I can do it all except electrical. My dad's an insurance salesman, Zach said. He probably owns some tools, but they've lived in the same subdivision my whole life. Something needed fixing, he just hired it done. Your mom sounds like a character. She's amazing, Pike said sharply. I meant cool. She sounds really cool. Zach gave him a rueful grin. I wish I had that kind of experience. This is going to be challenging. I mean, I can do it, but... You really going to give yourself a crash course in DIY in addition to your training? Pike wasn't so sure, and that hardly sounded safe either if Zach let himself be distracted or go without sleep to get this job done. Man, just let me help. Won't kill you to have another pair of hands, and you'll barely notice I'm there, I promise. Ha, Zach snorted. Like you're quiet. Hey, I can be. Pike held up his hands. And the cats are no trouble at all, really. But if I don't find a place quick, I might have to rehome them. Zach gasped, and Pike knew he had him. Bless his animal lover's soul. You can't do that. The big one's so unusual, and the littler one, it's too shy. Rehoming them would be terrible. I know, but I've got less than 2 weeks to find a place. I'm running out of time. Zach's eyes narrowed and his built shoulders drew back. Good. He was slipping into Mr. Navy SEAL, I can fix this mode. God, Pike loved that mode. You can really do the renovation thing? You're not shitting me. Nope, I can do it, promise. And, no, Zach was turning several shades of pink, big shot seal slipping a bit. No flirting. You've got it. Pike put him out of his misery. He couldn't explain it even to himself, but his urge to carelessly flirt with Zach the way he did with the rest of his friends seemed to have fled anyway. Too much tension to relax into his usual self, and ordinarily, that tension would be a reason for him to run from this arrangement. But any port in a storm and all that. Better Zach, who wasn't sure whether he trusted him or not, than being stuck with some random person who might turn out to be crazy pants. We're just a pair of buds, helping each other out. Pike tried to tell Zach with his eyes that he wouldn't be bringing up the memory of that night, wouldn't be reminding him about how well they danced together, wouldn't be angling to take him to San Diego's gay bars. Yup, terrible idea. This plan is doomed. Even knowing that didn't stop him from celebrating when Zach sighed and said, "Let me make a call." Zach was going to regret this 6 ways to Sunday. Hell, he was already double-guessing himself. But after the toilet fiasco, it had been one disaster after another. And holy hell, there was a crap ton of work that needed doing, most of which he had no clue how to start. Not that he doubted his ability to get the job done, but he was looking at an awful lot of trial and error and late nights with tutorials. And money he didn't have, replacing stuff when he messed up and didn't want to admit it. And then here was Pike, like some red-headed knight, charging in to save the day. And he needed a place for those cats. Damn you for being a sucker for animals in need. Growing up, he'd vacillated between wanting to be in the Navy and wanting to be a vet. He was always rescuing small animals and driving his mom nuts. And even now, all it had taken was the vision of Pike's poor cats at the shelter to have him wavering on his no roommates stance. So here he was on Josiah and Ryan's back patio, kicking the bark dust while he waited for the senior chief to answer his phone. "Nelson, everything okay?" the senior chief barked as he came on the line. "Fine, senior chief, sir," Zach gulped. "It's just... Remember you said about finding someone else to split the house with?" "Oh, that, yes. You find someone else looking to get off base?" "Not exactly." Zach scratched the back of his neck with his free hand. "I've got a buddy in L.A. who's an ace at renovation stuff." I hope to God he's not lying about that. "And he recently accepted a teaching job in San Diego." "Ah, I see." There was a long pause. "Can you get me his contact information? I'll just run the same quick check we do on other renters." "I can do that, sir. Thank you." "So this is a friend or a friend?" There was no mistaking the senior chief's emphasis, and while his tone was nothing other than conversational, Zach still recoiled, throat burning like he'd downed the whole bag of those fire chips. "Friend, just a friend, sir. Acquaintance, really. Friend of my best friend, that sort of deal." Fuck, he was rambling, and he couldn't seem to rein himself in. "That's fine." The older man's voice was a soothing rumble. "Just checking." Just checking. Fuck, this was a terrible idea. He already had Cobb riding him hard, and while he'd never once heard the senior chief join in the gay jokes, he couldn't risk anyone getting the wrong idea. He opened his mouth, ready to take the request back, but through the sliding glass door to the patio, he saw Pike smiling widely as he gestured while talking to Josiah. He looked so relieved compared to how tense he'd been in the kitchen. And then Zach pictured those damn cats. Fuck, what a foobar mess. He was a man of his word. It was how he'd gotten through Buds and SQT. If he said he was going to do something, he did it. No questions asked. And he'd told Pike he could make this work. But hell if he knew exactly how. Chapter 5. All of Pike's belongings fit into the smallest moving truck the rental place had. Bed, desk, gaming systems, computers. He'd had pretty much the same number of possessions since his senior year in college, because Landon was busy with his research and had had barely enough time to help them load. Josiah had volunteered to follow Pike down to San Diego in Pike's beater car and then drive the truck back. "One might think you're eager to get me out of La La Land," Pike grumbled, trying to hide his discomfort with gratitude. He never knew how to thank people properly for doing nice things for him. "Yep, that's it." Josiah let him have his fiction. "You're Zach's problem now." Zach is a problem. Pike wasn't kidding about that. Zach had sent Pike a rental application that Senior Chief Weber wanted filled out, and he'd had a whole list of dire warnings of what would happen if Pike wasn't 100% honest and respectful. Pish, like Pike couldn't figure that out on his own. And Zach had insisted on them doing the moving on one of his off days. Pike was under no illusions that it wasn't pure helpfulness driving that requirement. He didn't trust Pike not to fuck up the house, and apparently Senior Chief Weber would be stopping by too to lay eyeballs on him. Fuck. No one trusted him to be a functioning adult. Even Josiah, who could be the king of Spacey, kept bugging him to make sure he had everything and insisted on double-checking the way the truck was loaded. They put the cat cases in the rental truck's front seat, right next to Pike, and 3 hours later, he was wishing he'd insisted the foul-tempered beasts ride with Josiah, or on top of the truck. Heck, he wouldn't be surprised if the surrounding traffic could hear them. Gizmo howled, Nectarine wailed, her plaintive meows making Pike grind his teeth. And that was with the special relaxer spray he'd spritzed their carriers with. By the time the GPS led them to a sleepy street close to the base, Pike was every bit as frantic as his cats. Josiah had beaten him there by a few minutes, and he and Zack were waiting on the small cement slab porch. The house was a nondescript ranch of indeterminate age with weathered cream siding and a few straggly brown plants on the small lawn. A large dumpster took up part of the driveway, necessitating careful parking on Pike's part. With an audience. Fuck. He narrowly avoided clipping the dumpster. "Do you have a room we could shut the cats in?" Pike asked, too frazzled to greet them properly. "Yeah, I got the laundry room ready, actually." Zack opened the front door of the house while Pike brought the cat carriers in. "Figured the last thing we'd need is them escaping." "I'll start with the boxes," Josiah said. Zack led Pike through an empty living room and empty dining room to a shabby kitchen with a mudroom off it. To Pike's surprise, Zack even had a litter box waiting. "Didn't want any accidents." Zack colored adorably when Pike stared at the little area Zack had made. He'd even put down a folded blanket and some water. "Thanks." Pike opened the carriers and left the cats to come out at their leisure. Gizmo bolted out, while Nectarine cowered in her case. Gizmo, the traitor, wove his way between Zack's legs like Zack was their great savior. "Guess he remembers you," Pike said. And just like that, the memory of that night hung between them. The dancing, the kiss that could have been. "You ever—" Zack started, then clamped his mouth shut. "What?" Pike raised an eyebrow. "That guy." Zack waved his hand uncertainly. Then Big Bad Seal took over, shoulders going stiffer than the ironing board attached to the laundry room wall, mouth narrowing to a thin, hard line. "Never mind." Oh, Pike was so not dropping this. "Did Chris and I hook up later? Is that what you're asking?" Zack tugged his ear, the only crack in his formidable expression. "Is there a planet where that's your business?" Finished with the cats, Pike stood, pulling himself to his full height. Not that it did much to make him equal to Zack, but he tried to make up for that with a killer glare. "Look, I'm beyond grateful for the place to stay, but who I sleep with, that's my business." "Not here." Zack met him glare for glare. "Zack, I'm gay. G-A-Y, he spelled out. Anger gave his words a bite, but at least part of that edge was frustration that no, he had not taken Chris up on his invitation to text. He hadn't been able to think of him without Zack creeping into his thoughts, and it was Zack's warm body and scent that dominated Pike's memories. "I have gay sex. Whether I do it here or go back to someone else's place, I'm still gay, and I'm not looking to hide that. Or have you vet my hookups. Not even for a sweet housing deal." If anything, seeing Zack again all imposing, even in faded blue jeans and a t-shirt, made Pike more determined to get laid soon. He couldn't keep mooning over Zack and his muscles and his glower. "I know," Zack grimaced, not backing down from the lethal expression. "And I'm not asking you to sign a celibacy promise. Just be discreet." "I'm not sure that's possible," Pike said honestly. He'd grown up in Berkeley to an uber-liberal single mom who greeted his 10-year-old crush on a Disney Channel hero with blanket acceptance. Unlike whatever game Zack was playing, Pike hadn't even glimpsed a closet door his whole life. "Try," Zack growled. "I need—" "Hey guys," Josiah called. "Some people are here." Zack gave Pike one last censuring look before heading out of the room. Pike carefully shut the cats up. One of them getting out in a strange neighborhood was all this day needed. And fuck, why did even arguing with a guy who wanted him to be discreet twist him in knots? He should be angry, not mooning over the impossible. Zack hurried back to the empty living room. Pike behind him, to find Josiah standing with Senior Chief Weber and, oh fuck, he'd brought his tween-age kid along, and Harper. Fuck. Harper might be his friend, but that didn't mean Zach was ready for him to meet Pike. "Nelson," the Senior Chief greeted him. "Thought you guys could use some extra hands to make fast work of the unloading. I ran into Harper at the gym and he offered to tag along." Ha! A SEAL did not offer with the Senior Chief, although he had a talent for making a guy think that a direct order was really one's own idea. "Happy to help, bruh. So is this the new roomie?" Harper asked. He was tall and built like one of Zach's sister's Ken dolls, gleaming golden hair and skin with perfectly proportioned muscles. Zach didn't have to look back over his shoulder to know that Pike was unashamedly checking him out, because of course he was. It was what Pike did. And if Zach had been unable to resist doing the same more than once, then Pike was sure to be powerless under the spell of Harper's charm. Introductions were made all around, and sure enough, Pike's gaze lingered just a bit too long on Harper. Pike's eyes slid to Zach, and Zach gave what he hoped was a subtle shake of his head. Do not flirt. That was all they needed. "Let's get this done." Introductions done, the Senior Chief rubbed his hands together. "Dorrell can handle the light stuff." "Plenty of that." Pike laughed in a way that made a warning prickle go up in Zach's back. What exactly did Pike have in there? Zach approached the back of the truck like it might be an IED, but Pike's stuff was stored in perfectly ordinary brown boxes, most of which seemed to have held organic food or prime purchases in past lives. Idiot. Were you really expecting rainbow boxes, loose sex toys, stacks of go-go shorts? Wait, he could not be thinking of Pike owning shorts like the guys had worn at the gay bar, and he really couldn't be thinking about Pike and sex toys in the same sentence, or getting curious about which ones Pike might own. Here, Josiah interrupted Zach's internal flailing by unloading a stack of electronic equipment into his arms. "Whoa, you've got Xbox, PS4, and one sick-looking gaming machine." Harper paused from his own stack of boxes to inspect the goodies Josiah and Zach were carrying. Even Zach had to admit that Pike had a pretty sweet setup. "Hey, Mountain Boy, do you like pizza?" Harper called to Pike. Zach was glad he had a quasi-normal name. Like most of the guys on the team, Harper was totally the type to latch on to a name's nickname potential. "Yep." Pike grinned way too brightly at Harper. "Good. I'm going to be over a lot. No one in the barracks has a setup this sick." "I love a great gaming night," Pike said, clearly intent on ignoring the death glare Zach was sending him. "Anytime, and bring your friends." No, no, no. Zach did not need Pike spending more time around Harper, or God help him, the rest of the team. "We'll probably be too busy doing the work around here," Zach groused. "No, you won't." The Senior Chief gave him a stern look. "The work will get done. Make sure you get your R&R in, too. I don't want you dragging in drills because you're killing yourself here." "That's why he has me," Pike said a bit too brightly. "This place has decent bones. It'll be fun work." Zach did not have Pike, but he knew that any protesting was only going to make him look more suspicious, so he settled for a non-committal noise. "Which room is Pike's?" Dorrell called. "First open door on the left." Finally, a question Zach could answer. He'd given Pike the larger of the bedrooms, not that any of the rooms were particularly huge. He took his stack into the house, figuring that Pike would want his gaming stuff in the living room, like he'd had it at his apartment. "No couch?" Harper set the boxes labeled games in the living room, next to the electronics Zach unloaded. "That's shitty for gaming." "No couch," Zach said. "See, you don't want to hang out here. All we've got is musty carpet that needs pulling." "I can fix that." The senior chief passed through, carrying a desk with Josiah. "Dorrell, call your mama. Tell her I've got to take her for the couch in the back garage." "You don't have to." "Take him up on it." Harper slapped his back. "Doesn't matter how crappy, no offense, senior chief. Free is better than sitting our asses on the floor." Damn, Harper seemed pretty serious about making himself right at home. "I'm down with a free couch." Pike came through with an office chair that looked like it was made out of spare rocket parts. "All I've got is the bed, and we could all squeeze in—" Zach made a warning growl, a low sound that escaped entirely of its own impulse. "But a couch would be way more comfortable," Pike finished with a grin. "We could use the truck to pick it up before I head back," Josiah offered. Fine. Zach figured he was getting a couch whether he wanted it or not. Might as well save his energy for the next battle. Pike really didn't have that much stuff, and it didn't take too many trips until Harper and Zach unloaded the mattress from the back of the truck. They wrestled it into the house, pausing to dogleg it into the bedroom. Pike came up behind them, box labeled shirts in his arms. "Need a hand?" he asked, setting the box down. "We've got it," Harper answered before Zach could. "Say, Mountain Boy, what part of L.A. did you live in? I've got some friends up there." "West Hollywood." "Weho," Harper snorted. "Dude, that is so gay." Zach knew what Pike's answer was going to be, even as he tried to beam him a cease and desist order with his eyes. But Pike being Pike simply gave Harper a bland smile. "Yup, so am I." "Dude, seriously? You fucking with me? You're a—" "Harper, you will watch your language around my kid," the senior chief cut in. And fuck, that meant he had heard Pike's announcement too. Talk about the opposite of discreet. "Sorry, senior chief." Harper didn't sound particularly sorry. They finally got the mattress into the room, onto the frame. Harper dusted off his hands and turned back to Pike. "Seriously?" "Seriously." Pike set his box next to a dresser whose last good decade was probably before Zach was born. "That going to be a problem?" "Nope," the senior chief said firmly before Harper could answer. "Let's bring in the last few things so we can get that couch." Well, that was that. Well, other than the searching look Harper was giving him. "Dude, Nelson, are you—" "Nope." Zach looked away, afraid Harper might see the lie in his eyes. "Let's go." The senior chief motioned them out of the room. "And let's see if we can tear Dorrell away from your stack of games." He clapped Pike on the shoulder. It was a nice gesture, but Zach had a feeling that any chance of Harper coming over to play video games had died a quick death. And why that made him sad, he couldn't say. Pike really liked Zach's senior chief and his large, active family. Dorrell was a great helper, and Pike counted 3 more kids at the sprawling, newer southwestern ranch where they picked up the couch. Harper, whose first name Pike never got, had taken off as soon as the truck was unloaded, not staying for the couch run. Pike supposed it was understandable. 4 guys for 1 couch was a bit overkill, but still, the guy had been so fun and friendly right up until Pike said he was gay. And he didn't care what Zach said about being discreet. Pike wasn't the type to let a gay joke slide or to lie about who he was. Did he want to hang more with Harper, who looked like he could easily play a Greek god while bench-pressing Pike? Absolutely. But not if it meant hiding who he was. Zach was just going to have to deal. But Zach really wasn't saying much at all, especially once Josiah helped them get the couch into the living room and left with the truck, leaving him and Zach like the world's most awkward newlyweds standing apart in the living room, neither sitting on the misshapen blue plaid couch, neither looking at each other. "So," Pike said, trying for some cheer, "dinner? Want to order a pizza?" Josiah had declined the traditional post-move pizza and beer fest because he wanted to get home to Ryan, but Pike was getting hungry and willing to grasp at anything that might help diffuse the tension. Sure, I've got a menu in my room. Pike could have looked up the menu on his phone, but he hadn't seen Zach's room yet and was beyond curious, so he followed along. Not waiting for an invitation, he peered into the room. The very, very bare room. Neat stacks of clothes in boxes around the edge of the room. Precise stacks of what looked to be true crime and history novels, along with a collection of atlases and... Holy crap! You just have a sleeping bag for a bed? What the hell, man? Zach whirled on him. You can't knock? Pike waved away the complaint. No, seriously, does Senior Chief Weber know that you have no bed? Nah, not his business. Zach's voice was gruff. Told him I'd buy something, I just haven't yet. You've been here weeks, and you're out there defending our country and shit? Sleeping bag? Where exactly do you think we sleep on missions, the Hilton? Zach put his hands on his hips, looming over Pike, who was not going to be intimidated. That's in the field. At home, you deserve a bed, a real bed. Pike's pulse sped up. It was a stupid thing to get worked up over, but it was totally making him angry that Zach was coming home after 12 or more hours on duty and sleeping on the fucking floor. Zach was a SEAL, not some homeless guy, and maybe that was the root of Pike's issue. It reminded him too much of his perennial couch-surfing uncle and his ever-present sleeping bag that accompanied him from relative's house to relative's house as he overstayed his welcome. Zach wasn't some vagabond. He deserved a real bed. We're going to get you a bed tonight. We are not. Zach's stare would be worth 1,000 ammunition points in War Elf. You are not sleeping on the floor. It's either we get you a bed, or you're sharing mine. No, I'm not. Zach swallowed hard. Bingo. Pike had known the bed comment would get him. Then buy a freaking bed. I don't want something off Craigslist. Zach gave a little shudder. I'm with you on that. Nah, we'll head to IKEA. That's where I got mine. And I need to buy something to put the gaming stuff on downstairs. I'll even treat you to meatballs. This time he didn't leer about sharing balls with Zach, lest he spook what he was pretty sure was about to be a win. And you can get a dresser and some cheap shelves, too. Zach shrugged. I've been so busy with the list of stuff Senior Chief made. And that's why you've got me here now, really. Pike couldn't resist reaching out and rubbing Zach's muscled shoulder. Jesus, he was tight. We're going to make a good team. Pike's stomach clenched. Wow, he really wanted Zach to believe him. He wanted this makeshift partnership to work in a way he hadn't really expected. Why are you so reluctant to make this a home, Zach? That was what he really wanted to know. He'd never seen a guy so hesitant to have a place to put his crap, and Zach was so ordered and neat with the rest of his life. He deserved to have a home that reflected that. You're really not going to let up, are you? Zach sighed. I'll grab my truck keys. Pike waited until Zach was headed back down the hallway before he fist-pumped. He might never win the war with Zach, but he'd take the little victories where he could. Chapter 6. Zach was really good with maps and directions. His ability to estimate time needed to reach targets was something his teammates relied on. He was proud of his ability to gather intelligence for his team. But even with all those scouting skills, navigating IKEA's maze of displays and showroom areas was like trying to make headway in a dust storm. Pike, who claimed to love the store in LA, led the way to the cafeteria with confidence. They loaded up their trays with food, and at the cashier stand, Pike got his wallet out to pay. I've got mine. Zach dug his own wallet out. I promised you meatballs, Pike said with a wink, and I always deliver. God, this was not the time to call Pike on his promise to not flirt. But that wink and that inflection were doing things to Zach's insides that he'd rather not think about. Letting Pike pay felt vaguely date-like, which was not how Zach wanted things. The cashier, a bored girl around his age, ran Pike's card before Zach could protest again. "It okay if we sit together, or is that going to offend your het pride?" Pike laughed as they stepped into the dining area full of crowded white tables, like he had a direct line to Zach's thoughts. "We can sit together," Zach mumbled. Then, because it needed saying, he added, "I'm sorry Harper was an ass. He doesn't mean to be. But he kind of is." Pike grabbed a seat at a two-chair table and motioned for Zach to do the same. "The senior chief was cool, though. At least your whole team isn't homophobic idiots." The careful look Pike gave him made his skin crawl like there were fire ants on it. "They're not," Zach said firmly. "You know, Ryan said his team was cool." "That's great for Ryan." Zach stabbed a meatball far harder than he needed to. A few tables over, a younger Asian guy and an older dark-haired white guy were having an animated discussion over throw pillows matching lighting or some fool thing. Pike tossed a fond look their direction, confirming Zach's suspicion that they were a couple. God, he'd gone 20-plus years not knowing a single gay person, but lately it felt like he was surrounded. Ryan, Pike, the bar. Here in the apparent mecca of lingonberries and happy domestic couples, he was never, ever going to have a stupid public argument with his whoever. Of course, not 20 minutes after resolving that, he found himself arguing with Pike in the bedding display area. "I only need a twin bed." He pointed at a perfectly serviceable white number. "Zach, that's for kids. See the trucks on the blankets? Get a double like what I have." "The rooms at the rental are small." "My bed fit just fine. Here, look at this simple wood one." Pike grabbed his arm and dragged him to another display area, one with a basic pine bed that was probably just a queen, but looked like an aircraft carrier compared to the twin. "That would match the trim in the room, and there's a matching dresser, too." What? He needed stuff to match now, too? That was so... Okay, yeah, he was better than Harper, so no, he wasn't going to think like that anymore. But still, he made a huffing noise instead of saying something regrettable. "What's the real deal, man? Don't want to shell out for bedding? I've got extra sheets you can have, and probably a blanket." Oh, yes, a blanket that smelled like Pike. That was all his evening needed. And Pike being nice was almost worse than Pike being flirty. "I've only ever had a twin," he admitted. "At home, then college, and the barracks. I wouldn't know what to do with the extra room." "I've got suggestions." Pike gave him another wink that went straight to Zach's dick, which had suggestions, too. "No, seriously, you're not a small guy, Muscles. You're going to love the extra space." "Maybe." Zach chewed the inside of his cheek. "Surely you've shared a double before, right? When you've hooked up?" Jesus, could Pike be any louder? He shook his head, knowing he was blushing like an idiot. "No?" Pike's eyes went as wide as Zach's favorite compass. "Like, never hooked up, or they all had twin beds too?" "I don't do that," he muttered, looking around to make sure they didn't have an audience. "Hook up, I mean, just not into that whole scene." "But you'd be into having a girlfriend, a longer-term thing?" Fuck, Pike was not letting this drop. "Someday, sure." Zach shrugged his way through the lie he usually delivered pretty damn convincingly. "I don't hook up, not into one-night stands, just looking for the right girl." He'd said all those things before, and never once felt this hollow afterward. And yeah, maybe this was his problem with the bigger bed. Sure, the extra space would be nice, but it felt like an admission that he might be going to share it with another person at some point, which wasn't happening. "A virgin seal?" "Shut up!" He shoved Pike's shoulder. Pike neatly sidestepped his grip. I'm just saying, you must be rarer than a fucking unicorn. I thought you guys got all the ass, of any gender, you wanted. Huzz! Zach went to shove him again, but slid on a throw rug, sending both of them tumbling onto the bed. The really big bed, next to each other, in a heap, in the middle of IKEA. Comfortable, right? A salesperson in a blue polo shirt chose that moment to check in with them. That's our top-of-the-line mattress, especially if you guys are sharing. We're not. Zach jumped off the bed. Where do we pick up the mattress and the parts for the bed? Get me out of here. Fuck. He was done arguing about bed sizes with Pike. Done with people thinking they were a couple. Done with this night. You know my sheets aren't all rainbows and half-naked cowboys, Pike said as he carried in the stack of new bedding Zach had insisted on getting. The closest things to plain white they carried, Natch. The look Zach gave him was indecipherable. He was hefting the box containing dresser parts like it was nothing more than a pile of notebooks. Wanted to make sure they'd fit, Zach said as they entered his room. The mattress was propped against one wall, with the parts for the bed stacked neatly in the center of the room. Pike set his load down next to the mattress and knelt by the bed parts. Okay, that was the last of the stuff from the truck. Let's assemble this bad boy so you can sleep tonight. I've got it. Zach all but muscled Pike out of the way. You don't want help putting it together? A hint of hurt crept into Pike's voice. Fuck. He didn't want to care whether or not he helped assemble the bed. He didn't want to like working with Zach so much. Other than Zach's stick-in-the-ass moments whenever someone assumed they might be a couple, shopping with Zach was fun. They had bickered over dressers and entertainment units in an amusing way, and Pike had enjoyed snarking on the other shoppers while Zach snorted and tried to hide his smiles. Nah, Zach motioned at the door. Go work on the entertainment unit maybe, or just chill. You've had a really long day. Aw, that was sweet of Zach to notice, really, since this was a guy used to foregoing sleep for days for the sake of his team. But at the same time, Pike felt a bit dismissed as he fled back to the living room. Despite what Zach said, chilling in his room with his laptop didn't seem right. After all, Zach and the senior chief had helped assemble his bed. It didn't feel right to simply go and put his feet up. He started by removing all the laminated particle board parts of the stand for the TV and gaming systems. He'd assembled enough stuff by himself to know that getting started was the trickiest bit, but he used the box of games to help brace the first side panel. He was just lining up the pegs for the shelves when a stream of curses came from Zach's room. Unable to resist, Pike went to check on him, finding Zach surrounded by stacks of boards and piles of screws, a pissed-off expression on his face. "Goddamn piece of shit directions," he said. Want help? Pike offered, mainly just to watch Zach grimace and try to work through whether or not to accept the offer. Zach tilted his head one way, then the other, sighed heavily, and kicked at the boards. Finally, Zach sighed again. You speak Swedish and read hieroglyphics? I speak fluent IKEA-ese, Pike assured him as he came into the room. And I'm a whiz with a hex bolt, but mainly I think these boards are so long that you just need a second person to keep it level. You can do that, Zach conceded, because of course Mr. Big Bad Seal would get to handle the tools. Mr. Big Bad Virgin Seal. Wow, Pike knew he'd probably been wrong to press him about his sexual history in the middle of IKEA, but holy cow, the kid had never even shared a bed with anyone. What's more, he didn't seem to find anything weird about the fact that he didn't seem at all tempted to either. Now, maybe the guy was asexual, which was a totally valid orientation and a real possibility here, but Pike couldn't help feeling like Zach was working overtime to refuse to admit the truth about himself, whether that were asexual, bisexual, or gay. There was this certain look Zach got in his eyes. An expression of confusion and longing Pike had witnessed a bunch of times. At the bars in West Hollywood, whenever they were around Josiah and Ryan sharing a tender moment. At IKEA, Zach couldn't seem to look away from the gay couple arguing over pillows. But when they'd been in line behind the most lovey-dovey het couple ever, Zach had barely paid them a glance. And maybe Pike was just confused by his own conflicting feelings. But damn, he couldn't possibly be misreading some of the hot and heavy looks Zach had been sending his way since they met. "So, you're on duty tomorrow, right?" Pike did his best to keep the long, unpainted pine board at the right height for Zach. "And the next 3 days," Zach grunted as he reached around for a bolt, and it was a strangely sexy noise. "So what do you want me to start on? I've got to prep for my classes and do new faculty orientation stuff, but I should have some time to work on stuff here, too." "It can wait until I can do the list with you." "There's a list? That's great. Just message me a copy and I'll look for the one-man jobs." Pike accepted the screw Zach passed him, putting it in the slot before Zach slid over with the wrench. "I should really be around." "Dude, you're going to need to trust me. I get that that's going to take time, but I'm not the flake everyone seems to always assume." "I didn't call you that," Zach huffed as he tightened the screw. "But you thought it." It was okay, really. Everyone thought that just because he was flirty and a comedian, that he couldn't hold down a real job or be a responsible adult. But for the first time in his life, Pike was determined to prove everyone wrong. "Trust me, I'm good at this stuff. Want to talk to my mom?" Pike fished his phone out with his free hand. "You'd let me talk to your mom?" Zach blinked. "This late at night?" "She's a night owl, and she's already heard about you and the roommate situation." Pike knew Zach would never say it, but he'd bet money that Zach's parents didn't even know he was living off base, let alone with Pike. "And she can tell you that you can trust me to rip up that dank carpeting in the living room or whatever. She'll like you. She likes all my friends." "We're friends?" Zach's eyebrows shot up. "Guess not." Pike tried not to sound hurt. "I thought we were working on it, what with you letting me stay here." "We can be friends," Zach said hurriedly. "But maybe not meet the parents' friends quite yet, okay?" "Fine." Pike scooted his phone away with his foot. "I'm just saying I'm good at stuff, and I want to work with you." Surprisingly, he really did. He liked doing things with Zach, like this project. It gave him a warm feeling as the bed platform started to take shape. "But I'm also good with you delegating to me." "You want orders?" Zach raised an eyebrow. "Yes, please." And now they were back to flirting, as Pike couldn't quite keep the flirtatious lilt out of his voice. Zach gave him a considering look, one that made Pike want to lay all his kinks out for Zach to examine and ponder. Finally, he spoke. "I yanked the carpet in the hall, but the tack strips still need to come up. And I guess you could do the carpet in the living room if you've got time." "I'll make time," Pike assured him. "And get me a copy of that list." Why it mattered so much to Pike to be an equal to Zach, to be partners in this house thing, he really couldn't say. But he wanted that, wanted to work together. "Motherfucker," Zach recoiled as he pinched his finger between two slats. "You've got an awfully salty mouth for a Don't." Zach sucked on his finger in a way that went straight to Pike's dick, which decided it would like that tongue lavishing attention on it, too. "And I think it's impossible to go through boot camp and buds and not come out cursing. Damn, this hurts." "Let me see." Pike grabbed Zach's hand, examining the rapidly forming blood blister. Zach's hand was heavy in his. Warm. Right. "It didn't break the skin, at least, and I don't think the finger's broken." "It's fine." Zach yanked his hand back, as if he too had felt the jolt of electricity between them at the contact. "Let's get this done." The remaining slats were a hassle and a half to get in place, with fiddly little spacers that made Pike moan about the simplicity of box springs. Zach told him to suck it up. Too late now, just got to finish the job. Finally, they were able to wrestle the mattress into place on top of the platform. "We did it!" Pike flopped down onto the bed. "What are you doing?" Zach loomed large over him. "Celebrating." Pike hooked Zach's leg with his foot, sending him off balance enough to tug him down next to him. "See? Isn't it great?" "It's a bed." Zach sounded a bit breathless, body right next to Pike's. "Nothing special?" "Yes, it is." Pike turned so they were face to face. "We built it. We're not falling to the floor. That makes it special." What really made it special was the guy next to him. Not that Pike was saying that. God, Zach was pretty to look at. All blonde hair and pale winter sky eyes and long, straight nose. He wasn't movie star handsome like his friend Harper, but he was hot as fuck in a boy next door kind of way. And God, those muscles under his tight t-shirt, which was slightly damp with sweat. Pike wanted to touch the fabric, feel the warmth of the guy next to him. Pike shifted. Not much, maybe an inch, but Zach did the same, and suddenly his face was right there and... "I better get bedding on the bed. It's not good to lay on it bare." Zach hopped up off the bed like he'd been burned. "And it's late. You probably need sleep." Not here was the heavily implied message there. Pike heaved himself off the bed. So much for that. And hell, if they kept having these weird bonding moments followed by Zach freakouts, Pike was in for a long-ass year. Chapter 7. 3 long days of training, capped off with a 4-hour monster mash test of endurance and skills, and Zach was so fucking grateful to be home that he sat a minute in his truck in the driveway, letting the stress roll off him, relieved that Pike's little beater car was nowhere to be seen. Zach totally wasn't fit for human consumption right then. He'd been paired with Cobb and Harper along with Rodriguez for the monster mash, competing against the other guys on the team. Thank God Cobb hadn't been in one of his moods, but still, Zach hadn't wanted to test him. He'd beaten feet to get the hell out of there the second they were dismissed. He'd spent the whole competition just waiting for Harper to say something to Cobb about his new roommate, and all hell to break loose. But Harper had been strangely subdued and uber-deferential to the senior chief, leading Zach to wonder if maybe the senior chief had said something to him. God, what a clusterfuck. All he needed was the senior chief thinking he needed protecting. He was just as tough as anyone else on the team, and they'd come in a very respectable second in the competition, working together to run through the obstacle course carrying a 200-pound dummy before assembling a radio. That part Zach was good at, and damn proud of it. Proud, but tired as fuck. He hauled himself out of the truck, unlocked the front door, and bent to unlace his boots and kick off his socks. He hadn't slept much the past 3 days of training, and while the other guys were getting their Friday beers and anticipating getting their weekend swerve on, all Zach was anticipating was a chance to go to bed early. Early as in before Pike got back. Tomorrow they'd already arranged via text to do some major work in the kitchen, and if Zach was going to be up for a whole day of close proximity to Pike, he needed some rest. But first, food. He straightened, intending to head to the kitchen, but did a double take at the state of the living room. Gone was the mangy shag carpeting, revealing nicely swept hardwoods in need of refinishing. All the tack strips around the perimeter of the room had been removed as well. In the center of the room, the large, faded, and stained blue couch from the senior chief had been covered with a black slipcover and looked almost respectable opposite the newly assembled IKEA entertainment center with Pike's TV and all his gaming equipment. Pike had put a small throw rug between the couch and the TV, a brightly colored nubbly number that Zach would have expected in a bathroom, but which added a certain whimsy to the otherwise bare room. It reminded Zack of the mail-order purchases his grandmother had been fond of, cluttering her house with colorful doodads and stacks of mail. Mail. Hell, he'd forgotten to grab that on his way in. No way was he putting his boots back on just to step out onto the little porch. He opened the front door, musing about how he bet Pike would have liked Grandma, and swish. Fuck it all to hell. The bigger of the two cats snuck between his legs, barreling toward freedom. "Gizmo!" Zack yelled, like the cat was going to slow down at the sound of his name. Sure enough, he just kept right on going, off the porch and into the front yard. Hell, no time to grab his boots now. He couldn't let the cat out into a strange neighborhood. Pike would kill him if anything happened to the cat. He darted after him, prickly dried grass and plants stabbing at the soles of his bare feet. Gizmo paused to dig in front of a cactus, and Zack almost had him. "Motherfucker!" A particular sharp rock dug into his foot right at the same time the cat bolted. Zack had no choice but to follow suit, chasing him into the neighbor's yard. He hadn't met the neighbors yet, but didn't have time to worry about that as the cat was sprinting through their yard, past some plastic kid toys and a basketball hoop, around the back and through an unlocked gate, totally trespassing. Gizmo skirted the edge of a small pool. Fuck. The last thing Zack needed was Pike's cat to drown on his watch. "What the hell?" An angry man with a pot belly stormed onto the patio. "I'm your neighbor trying to get my cat back." Zack spoke quickly, grateful that his physical conditioning meant he wasn't out of breath after the chase, hoping the guy wasn't about to get violent or call the cops. He gestured at the cat, who was hunkering under a bush. "Well, hurry up and get it then." The guy glared at him. Not the best possible first meeting. Zack rushed over to the cat. For Pete's sake, he'd done a 2-mile swim and 6-mile run earlier. He should be able to capture one pesky feline. But no, the cat slid right through his grasp. He was a big cat, too, some kind of Maine Coon, Pike had said, and had to weigh close to 25 pounds. But hell if he wasn't a slippery bastard. "No more sleeping in my bed," Zack yelled, before he remembered that he had an audience. The guy rolled his eyes. "Shut the damn gate after you," he said, as Gizmo scampered over the fence, back into Zack's backyard. Zack hurriedly shut the gate and headed after Gizmo, only to find him up a fucking tree, meowing plaintively. "Well, dummy, you got yourself up there. You can get yourself down." "Meow," the cat yodeled in response. Fuck. The tree was tall but spindly. Zack tested the trunk. Yeah, no way was it holding his weight. "Stay right there," he lectured the cat as he ran at top speed back into the house, grabbed a pop-top can of tuna from the cupboard, and hightailed it back to the tree, where the cat still cowered and whined. "Here, Gizmo. Kitty want a treat?" Zack tried to keep his voice nice and sweet. This shouldn't be this hard. He'd rescued plenty of animals before. Hell, most of the time they were desperate to come with him. Easy peasy, and the food should do it. He wafted the can around before setting it at the base of the tree and waiting. Slowly, the cat picked its way down the tree until Zack could almost grab. Ow! The cat, who up until that point had been nothing but nice to Zack, warming his bed and coming in for pets, swatted a huge scratch down Zack's arm right before darting under the back deck. "All right, you overgrown ball of fur, now we get real." Zack crouched next to the deck. It was dank and dark under there, but he'd crawled into way worse. He got down on his belly and slithered under the wooden deck, getting his front all muddy but not giving a shit. Getting this cat back inside before Pike got home was his goddamn mission right then, and he was not going to fail. He reached the cat, who had slithered all the way up against the foundation, and snatched him up, not giving a shit about the hissing and scratching. He pulled him back out, keeping him clutched to his chest as he stood up even as the cat dug his claws in. Fuck, I'm setting up a vet appointment for you. Declaw you, you overgrown raccoon. See how you like that? Hey, what's going on? Fuck, Pike was right behind him, bemused expression on his face. Cat got out, Zack admitted, but I got him back. Thanks. Pike gently extracted Gizmo from Zack's arms. But you're a bloody mess. Damn cat. He glared down at Gizmo, who yawned. You're a troublemaker. Hell yeah, he is. Zack followed Pike up the deck and into the house, stopping to shake the worst of the dirt off. And now you're injured? It's nothing. You're bleeding from your arm, your neck, your foot, and judging by the stain on your shirt, I'd bet chest too. Come on, let's clean you up. Pike tugged Zack toward the bathroom. What? No, I can do it, Zack protested, even as he followed along. My cat injured you. Least I can do is clean you up. Sit. Pike gestured at the closed toilet, using a voice that not even Zack's lieutenant would argue with. Pike fetched the first aid kit Zack had stashed in one of the drawers by the sink. I already had to bust this out after a bad run-in with a carpet tack. He showed off a bandage on his forearm. Zack had the strangest urge to reach out and touch the arm, make sure Pike really was okay. He distracted himself by taking in Pike's rather unusual appearance. Unlike Pike's usual wardrobe of t-shirts and tight jeans with a wide punk leather belt, Pike had on a sedate light blue button-down shirt, gray and blue striped tie, and gray pants. His normally spiky hair had been subdued with a harsh side part and a lot of gel. What's with the outfit? Pike made a pained face. First faculty meeting. I'm trying to fit in. Speaking of clothes, take your shirt off. Let's see how bad the damage is. He glared heavily at Zack until he pulled the shirt off. That one was surely toast, as it had blood from his neck and chest all over it. It's not as bad as it looks. Zack gave a little laugh. Fuck. Pike let out a low whistle. Let's start at your foot and work our way north. Shit, that shouldn't sound so dirty, but dripping from Pike's full lips, the words made Zack shiver. And Pike kneeling in front of him, shoving a towel under his foot before putting it in his lap. God, that just made Zack all kinds of crazy. Being serviced like this, even if the alcohol pad Pike swiped over his skin hurt, made Zack's pulse flutter. Hell, after a while Zack started anticipating the sting of the alcohol. First his foot, then his hand and arms, all with Pike's gentle yet efficient touch. Touch, sting. Slippery touch with antibiotic cream. Touch, sting. Fuck. This must be why some of his friends were so gung-ho for tattoos. Having someone this close to you, working on you, was a bit of a turn-on. The pain doing strange things and morphing into little licks of sensation. He let out a low moan as Pike worked a particularly deep scratch on his forearms. Sorry, Pike said in a low voice. It'll be done soon. Zack didn't have the words to tell Pike that he was okay if this never ended, so he simply nodded. Gizmo's had all his shots, Pike assured him. Like I care. Just keep touching me. Zack nodded, fighting to keep his eyes from drifting shut. And when Pike touched his chest, Zack couldn't keep in the hiss of pleasure pain. He really should have insisted on doing this himself, not let Pike turn this into some kind of erotic dance. No, that's all you. Pike's just doing his civic duty. And indeed, Pike did seem very focused on the task at hand, cleaning the scratches and punctures on Zack's chest, then frowning. Do you want a Band-Aid here or no? It'll stick to your chest hair. Zack peered down. He didn't have a thick pelt of hair like some of the guys, but he did have a fair smattering of blonde fuzz, getting thicker and darker around his belly button heading south. And yeah, a bandage was going to hurt coming off. I'm good. That you are. Pike shook his head. the first hint of a leer on his face. You know, I could work out 5 hours a day and not get that kind of chest definition. Resisting the urge to preen, Zach snorted. I mainly work out on base with my team, but if you want me to show you some stuff, just ask. Do I get a hands-on demo? Pike's eyes sparkled, and Zach was acutely aware of how close their bodies were in this small space. He opened his mouth to answer, but Pike held up a hand. Wait, I said I wouldn't flirt. Ogling you working out would probably violate that. Yeah, but I want it. Zach sighed because the idea of Pike's appreciative eyes on him while he churned out some push-ups made his skin all warm and tight, and that wasn't good. I'm trying. Pike misinterpreted Zach's sigh. You make it hard. Oh, never mind. He gave a nervous laugh. It's okay. Zach kind of liked being the one in the position to reassure Pike. Okay, just the scrape on your neck and cheek to go, but you're glad you've got a day for this to heal before heading out again. You have no idea. Rough day? Tell me, Pike asked. Fuck, Zach hadn't meant to say that last bit aloud. It's fine, Zach said, even though a part of him wanted to open up to someone about how hard this was proving to be, what with Cobb and all, but he wouldn't. He'd dreamed of this, trained for this, suffered for this. No way in hell was he complaining now. Pike shrugged. Tilt your head. His fingers along Zach's neck were like twin rakes of pleasure. Then came the bite of the alcohol, and it was all Zach could do to stifle another moan. Pike's eyebrows danced upward. Pain slut? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised with what you guys put your bodies through. I'm not. Zach silenced him. God, one more thing to deny, really? Only this one he was pretty sure wasn't true. He wouldn't be reacting like this to any random person touching him and doctoring him up. He'd been banged up plenty and never once sprouted wood during the cleanup before Pike. Pike shook his head like he didn't believe him. He leaned in, examining the scrape on Zach's face, which really was nothing. Zach had gotten more torn up doing the grinder obstacle course before. Of course, he'd never had anyone taking care of him before. Not like this. It felt too good, like he should pull away. He jerked away at the precise instant that Pike leaned closer, making Pike fall against him. Holy crap. He had a lap full of Pike, pressed right up against his chest and neck as Pike tried to steady himself with a hand on Zach's shoulder. It felt like the first few seconds of a halo jump, all exhilaration and rush of air screaming in his ears as he waited for what came next. And what came next was going to be something. It was there in the hitch of Pike's breathing, in the way Pike subtly leaned closer, in the way Zach didn't recoil. Instead, his hand going to Pike's back, as if he could hold him there. It was in the way Pike's eyes dipped to Zach's mouth, inches away from his own, inches, shrinking to centimeters, then millimeters. Pause. Everything hanging on the moment. Something was going to happen. Right now. Their lips collided, like they were still slipping, but Zach knew better. This was deliberate. This was kissing, something that Zach would have sworn up until 2 seconds ago that he did not like. He'd been kissed before, a few high school and college girls, and he'd done it enough to know that he didn't really like it, didn't feel what other guys felt when lips and tongues tangled. It had felt wet and sloppy and much, much too close. But this was altogether different. This was kissing. A beast Zach had never encountered, not like this. There was no mistaking that he was kissing a guy. Pike smelled like a guy, tasted like a guy, gripped him with strong hands like a guy. Pike smelled like the citrus shampoo that had shown up in the shower a few days ago, and he tasted sweet, like jelly beans or hard candies with just a hint of the ever-present spice Pike added to everything. And something tangier, too. Something uniquely Pike that meant Zack couldn't get enough. Didn't want to ever break away. Pike pulled away first, breathing hard. God, even his sounds were so male. Harsh intakes of air, a deep groan. Zack needed more, and he leaned in to get it, but Pike held up a hand. Didn't satisfy your curiosity? Pike tilted his head, considering Zack with those all-knowing green eyes. No, Zack said, unable to be anything other than honest with the rush of wanting in his head. And that's all this is? Just a bit curious? Fuck. Pike was handing him the perfect life preserver, the one that could keep him from slipping under the churning water that was his life, and he was powerless to do anything other than nod. Wrong answer. Pike stood up and was out of the bathroom before Zack could think to call him back. Somewhere distant in the house, a door slammed. Fuck. Meow. Gizmo appeared at the bathroom door. You are so much trouble, Zack groaned, like it was the cat's fault that he'd just made an idiot of himself to Pike. Chapter 8. Fuck straight guys. Pike punched his pillow. Or rather, don't fuck them. Hadn't he been down this road before? He knew better than to kiss Zack, but he'd been powerless in the face of all those bare muscles and those hungry eyes. God, the soft sigh Zack had made when Pike landed on him, all low and needy. And then he'd looked at Pike's mouth like it held the solution to a pop quiz on standard deviations. So what had Pike done? He deviated from all his resolutions and kissed the guy. Shit. He flipped over the bed, rumpling his TARDIS comforter. He really was going to make a crappy professor. He couldn't even enforce his own damn rules for himself. The whole professor thing had played a part in why he caved, though. It had been a crappy day. One where he discovered that even in a tie, people kept mistaking him for a student, and that being an official professor meant far more paperwork and hoops than he'd dreamed possible. He kept waiting for someone to pop out with a hidden camera and tell him this was all a joke, that no way could he be expected to be a professor now and follow all the university rules and be in charge of shit. When he'd come home, he'd been strangely happy to see Zack's truck in the driveway next to the dumpster. They hadn't seen each other much at all while Zack had been on duty, but he'd come to look forward to the sporadic texts about reminders for the house stuff, and it was kind of nice to have someone to come home to. He'd intentionally never lived alone because he liked having someone to talk to instead of being trapped in his own head all the time. So he'd planned to vent as soon as he walked in, but then he'd found Zack under the house in pursuit of his cat. A switch had flipped in Pike's brain. Zack wasn't simply a convenient set of ears for Pike's ramblings, but a real roommate. One who gave a shit whether Pike's cats were okay. Maybe they were on their way to friendship after all. And friends took care of each other when they were hurt. It was only natural that his chest had felt too small at the sight of Zack's wounds, and that he'd wanted to help. And only natural that he'd wanted to touch that chiseled, surprisingly furry chest and kiss. Fuck. He punched the pillow again. He was so stupid. He lay there, looking up at the ceiling for so long, he almost started to drift off, startled awake by the sound of the doorbell. Hey, Pike? Zack's voice called from somewhere out in the hall. There was no food, so I ordered a pizza. Got you sausage and pineapple on half and asked for those little pepper things you like on the side. Oh, hell. Now Pike had to go be nice with Mr. I'm just waiting for the right girl, if he wanted food. And clearly Zack intended the pizza as a peace offering of sorts, even remembering what Pike had ordered the last time there had been a pizza at Ryan and Josiah's house. "Coming," he called back, because, really, what choice did he have? They lacked a dining table, so Zach had set the pizza on the rug in front of the TV, along with some of the plates Pike had brought with him from L.A. "You like the rug?" Pike asked, because talking about anything other than the kiss was a great idea. "It's more color than I'm used to, but yeah, it works." Zach offered him a tentative smile as he dished up 2 slices for each of them. However, instead of taking a seat next to Pike on the couch, Zach stayed sitting on the rug. He'd ordered Canadian bacon on his half, and he picked a piece off the slice and ate it. "There's a great thrift store near the campus. I got the rug and slipcover there dirt cheap. If we've got time tomorrow, we could go grab a table and 2 chairs maybe." Pike folded one of his slices in half and took a bite. "Maybe." Zach shifted around on the rug. Fuck. Time to address the real big rainbow-covered elephant in the room. "Look, making this place livable isn't going to turn you gay, I promise." Pike nudged him with his foot. "And neither will kissing me." The pizza turned to ash in his stomach as he said the words he knew that poor, confused straight boy needed to hear. "I promise. It was my fault, and it'll stay our secret." "It wasn't your fault," Zach said firmly, but his neck turned pink, and he started fiddling with the remote for the TV. "But you don't want, not again? Are you asking if I want a repeat?" Pike gaped at him. Lord save me from confused yet horny straight boys. Seriously, what did I do in a past life to deserve this? "Not exactly." The pink stain on Zach's cheeks belied his words. "Zach," Pike groaned. "Come on, level with me, man. Are you really straight? I know I've got a rep as a loose cannon, but I swear to God, this goes no further than us. If you're gay or bi or pan or whatever but closeted, I'll keep your secret." Zach was quiet a long time, eyes deathly still, mouth not moving, even to chew. It was as if his whole body had shut down to think. "Come on, trust me." Pike tried a trick of his mother's and tried to surround himself with a trustworthy aura. But it didn't work, because eventually Zach shook his head. "Fuck." Pike thumped his head against the couch. "Then no, we can't kiss again. No repeats, no experiments, you get me?" "I get you." Zach glowered at him. "I don't get why you're so hung up on labels. I mean, you flirt with everyone, and you joke about threesomes. I would think you'd be happy." Pike held up a hand. "How about you stop before you call me a slut, okay? And yeah, I flirt, that's my right. And joking about threesomes that aren't happening? Dude, have you looked at Ryan lately? Who the hell wouldn't want a threesome with him and Josiah? And it's my right not to screw around with straight guys ever since—" He clamped his mouth down around the word vomit, threatening to spew forth. "Never mind, I've got rules, that's all I'm saying." "What happened?" Zach's voice was softer now, and he'd scooted closer to the couch during Pike's tirade. If he'd pushed back with more slut-shaming, Pike wouldn't think twice about not answering. But something in Zach's expression made him want to share this story. And who knew? Maybe it would help the guy. "I had this best friend in middle school and high school, Roger. I was one of those kids. I was always out. People didn't have to wonder with me. I was always on the level about liking guys. But Roger didn't care, or so he said. And we were buds all through school, and he said he was into girls, but I couldn't help myself, and—" Pike sighed and trailed off. "You fell in love." Zach said it as a statement, not a question. "Yeah, I fell hard. And by the middle of high school, I thought maybe he was just scared to come out. After a while, I could swear it was mutual. I built this whole fantasy around him realizing that he felt the same way for me." "Did you try anything with him?" Zach's voice was almost inaudible. This part was hard to admit, but Pike nodded. "We jerked off together for years. Eventually, he let me kiss him while we did that, and that's when I thought that maybe my feelings were mutual."
We were making out and jerking off and eventually oral, and there had to be something behind it, you know? Zach nodded, even though Pike was pretty sure that he didn't see, couldn't possibly see. But there wasn't. Bitterness crept into his voice. He didn't want to share this next bit, but maybe he needed to remind himself why he couldn't ever go down this road again. I got into my head by senior year that maybe he just needed a nudge, a little push. So what did you do? Zach leaned back against the base of the couch, looking up at Pike with wary eyes. Be afraid, man. Be very afraid. Pike let out a harsh noise. I asked him to prom in public, in front of our friends, and he laughed and said he was straight, like everything between us was a big joke. And that was the end of everything between us. He never let himself be alone with me again. Fuck, that sucks. Zach shook his head. You probably shouldn't have gone the public route. You're seriously going to go with that? I'm not saying he was right. Zach's voice was all defensive. He was an ass to you, but maybe he didn't want to be gay. Dude! Pike had a feeling they weren't discussing Roger right then, but he was going to cut that argument right the hell off. It's not a choice. There is no want to. If dick turns your crank, if it makes you hard, if you beg someone for it for years, you are not straight. Pan maybe, bi, sure, gay possibly, but not straight. Zach bent forward like Pike had punched him, mumbling something Pike couldn't make out. Pike was too fired up to ask him to repeat himself. What he was a liar, and not just to me, to himself. And sure, I probably shouldn't have sprung a public promposal on him, but he could have trusted me more, told me he wasn't ready to come out or whatever. Maybe it was himself he couldn't trust, Zach whispered, words cutting right through Pike's tension. Maybe, Pike allowed. But he's married now, couple of kids, and I heard through a mutual friend that he's on some hookup app, looking for discreet straight guys to jerk it with. Still hasn't changed. Some people can't. Zach's voice was a bit harsher now. Some people won't. Pike took a vicious bite of his now cool pizza. So he's why you don't kiss straight guys? Zach looked up at him. Resignation in his eyes, and why that made Pike sad was something he refused to consider. But you flirt with them. What can I say? Pike gave a bitter laugh. I like showing people what they're missing out on. But no, never doing a straight guy again. He tilted his head, giving Zach a considering eye, wondering how hard to nudge here. Closeted? Sure. I wouldn't like that, but I could cope for a short-term thing. And I've been with several bi or pan guys, but I'm not going to be a part of a lie someone tells themselves. Zach opened and closed his mouth several times, until Pike's breath caught and he leaned forward, put a hand on Zach's shoulder, trying to bolster him for saying whatever he needed to. Please stop lying to yourself. It's killing me to watch. A little cough, and then, fair enough. Zach nodded like that was the end of that, and Pike guessed it was. Want to play something after we finish eating? Hello, friend zone, my old pal. How I've missed you, never. Sure, Pike shrugged, because really what else could he do? At least if they did a few raids together, he might feel less like tossing the pizza box and all Zach's overtures of friendship through the window. Come on out, Pike demanded, sweat dripping down his back. Stubborn seal. I can't help if you stay in there. Almost there. Zach gave a mighty heave, and the stuck pantry door came flying at Pike. They'd been working in the kitchen since Zach had woken Pike at the crack of dawn. At least he'd had the decency to start the coffee before he'd come rattling Pike's door. And if Pike had been in the middle of a distinctly unfriend-like dream about Zack, well, that was his own damn business. In the dream, they'd been kissing again, this time in Pike's bed, endless soft touches and deep kisses, and Pike still felt the tendrils of the dream licking at his senses hours later. An intractable hard-on wasn't the most conducive to cabinet painting. By having them paint the cabinets, the senior chief was doing a cost-saving rehab fix Pike was well familiar with thanks to his mother. The older man's relentlessly cheerful pregnant wife had dropped off all the supplies they needed earlier in the week. Hopefully by the end of the day, all the drab 70s oak would be glossy white. But removing the cabinet doors had proved tricky as they fought through decades of grime around the screws. Okay, now I'll start cleaning the frames in here and you can start the doors out on the deck. Then after the cleaning, we can prime. Zack didn't even look at him as he gave the orders. The guy might be a rehab newbie, but he had decided opinions about letting Pike run the show. Indeed, he seemed incapable of not taking charge of things, whether it was cleaning up the pizza last night or building the bed or organizing the cabinet work today. I'm skinnier, Pike countered, because hey, his experience mattered. Not that he needed to prove his worth to Zack or anyone else, but damn it, he was good at this. I can get into the tight spots to do the frame's easier muscles, and it's harder to screw up the cabinet faces. It's a good first painting project. Zack made a growling noise, opening his mouth to no doubt protest Pike's assertion that he should do the easier job, but was cut off by a trilling cell phone. Fuck. Zack pulled it out but made no move to answer it. Sorry. X? Pike guessed, as Zack's pained expression was the same one Pike made when a friend who wasn't anymore called. Don't have one of those. Zack held the phone like it might detonate at any moment. It's my mom. She'll text in a second and then I can see what the deal is. Sure enough, the phone beeped 30 seconds later. Zack's tense face relaxed as he read whatever the message was. Thank God, he muttered. Problems? Maybe it was nosy, but that had never stopped him before. Zack sighed. You have brothers or sisters? Nope, just me and my mom. She's one of 6, though, so lots of uncles and aunts and cousins. Pike laughed. But I unloaded my drama on you last night. Feel free to rant about your siblings. Zack grabbed a rag and cleaner for getting the grime off the cabinet frames. He crouched low, starting with the lower cabinets. Assuming he was dismissed, Pike grabbed a stack of rags and container of cleaner and headed for the door to the deck. But Zack's voice stopped him. My older brother's kind of a fuck-up. I've got a sister too, but she's way younger, still in middle school. Danny, though, he's a royal mess. My mom's brother is too. Pike kept his voice low and light, trying to commiserate without spooking Zack. He knelt to begin cleaning the large expanse at the end of the cabinets so that he wasn't looming over Zack. My uncle's been in and out of rehab and has a bunch of DUIs. Exactly the same as Danny. Zack blew out a breath. He just got another DUI last night. Mom texted earlier this morning, but it looks like they were able to get his bail together. I know I should have answered my phone. Hey, you don't have to justify to me, I get it. You didn't want to get sucked into the drama. Yeah, that and... Zack paused, jaw working hard while he seemed to think about what to reveal. Yeah? Pike tried to send non-threatening vibes. He liked Zack opening up to him, liked learning more about his life. Finally, Zack took a breath. Do you ever get tired of being an only? Trying to meet everything your mom wanted in a kid? Huh. Pike slowed down his scrubbing to think. I'm not sure my mom really has expectations, to be honest. She wasn't exactly looking to have a kid when I came along, and she's always pretty much let me do my own thing. But I guess I do feel some pressure to be awesome, to make up for her giving up some of her own dreams and whatnot to have a kid she wasn't counting on. It makes me want to take care of her. Pressure to be awesome, Zack laughed. That's exactly what it feels like living in Danny's shadow. He's such a disappointment to my folks that it's like I've got to be extra good to make up for it. That's why you became a SEAL? Pike guessed. Part of it. Zack shrugged as he worked on the thin strip of wood dividing the spaces for the drawers. I was obsessed with military history as a kid. Read all about the frogmen who came before SEALs and thought they sounded pretty badass. I had all these stupid fantasies that if I were a SEAL, then Danny wouldn't pick on me. You know, stupid kid shit. A dull ache bloomed behind Pike's ribs. He did see parental pressures plus a bully of an older brother, Zack's insistence that he wasn't gay. It all went together, and it all made Pike hurt for Zack. Doesn't sound that stupid. And you made your goal come true. Lots of people can't say the same thing. Danny still gives me hell, which is why I was screening the call. Don't want to talk to him if I can help it. And my mom gets extra needy when he acts up, all up in my grill about everything. Are they really conservative? Pike wasn't sure that he needed to phrase this as a question, and sure enough, Zack laughed. Oh, hell yeah. Our little suburb of Little Rock is about as red as it comes. They'd go nuts if they knew about, Ryan and Josiah and my other friends here. And me, Pike guessed. And you, Zack groaned. And not living on base. And not going to church out here, and beer in my fridge, and about 100 other little things. It's like the more Danny fucks up, the more Mom picks on me, expecting me to be perfect. You don't have to be. Pike couldn't touch Zack with his cleaning spray-coated hands, so he tried to keep his voice soft and warm, a verbal hug for a guy who seemed in desperate need of one. You're pretty awesome, just as you. Zack colored the same pink as the backsplash tiles. Thanks, man. I mean, and if they can't see that, fuck 'em. Ha! Zack glanced over at his phone. Pike bet that he was already formulating what to say to the family who heaped so much on him. It really wasn't right. A great guy like Zack with so many expectations weighing down on him. And why did Pike suddenly care so deeply? He glopped on more cleaner, trying to outscrub his growing soft spot for the overburdened SEAL. Chapter 9. All right, until Harper gets medical clearance, Nelson, you and Cobb handle the inventory for tomorrow's skills exercise. I shouldn't have to tell you to clean anything that needs it. Lieutenant Commander Barnes, a tall man who had a good half-foot and 10 years on Zack, stared him down as he handed out assignments for the rest of the day. As the newest team members, Zack, Cobb, and Harper got all the shit jobs. But Harper had taken a nasty header off the grinder obstacle course earlier that day and was under concussion protocol over at the medical center, leaving Zack alone with Cobb. They started in the gear cages of the storage bay. It didn't matter that the numbers were unlikely to have changed from the last time they were assigned inventory. If the lieutenant said count, they said how many. And the inventory business would get more serious as they ramped up for deployment next year. Even for training, clean gear in good repair was essential and potentially life-saving. Zack wouldn't have minded the task one bit if it hadn't been for Cobb's presence. Sure enough, they hadn't been in the equipment lockers for more than 10 minutes when Cobb knocked over a bucket full of carabiners that Zack had just finished counting, taking out a stack of ropes in the process. What the hell? Zack whirled on him. Why'd you do that? Better get to cleaning it up. Cobb used his foot to fuck up the ropes further, making a tangled mess out of the neat coils. No way. Zack was determined not to take Cobb's shit for once. You made the mess, you deal with it. Cobb gave a harsh, unforgiving laugh. So, Harper says you're hanging out with queers lately. Sounded right freaked out. His Georgia drawl always deepened when he was picking on Zack. Harper's full of shit. Zack's heart beat double time. Oh, you're not rooming with a fudge packer? You shut up. Zack took a step forward, jaw firm. Some things aren't your business. Yeah, see, that's what I told Harper. Not his business. Not like you're queer. Cobb's voice was mocking now. You want a thank you card? Zach's spine stiffened as he waited for whatever price Cobb was about to exact. Any niceness from him always came with a price tag. Nope, but Harper, I know he's your boy and all, but he's all spooked now. Sure would upset him to know you on his ass. You're a fucker, you know that? Zach stared Cobb down. The urge to punch the guy was strong, but he knew that somehow Cobb would turn things around and he'd be the one in deep shit. Danny had been the master of that particular trick. Gonna hit me, little wimp? That what you gonna do? Danny held Zach's favorite atlas over the fireplace, just enough over the screen to make Zach's pulse lurch. Come on, Danny, put it down, Zach whined. Say you'll do trash for the next month. I won't. Zach was so tired of Danny always getting his way. Danny dangled the book closer to the fire. Zach balled up his fist, drew back, and hit his mother's favorite vase, not Danny's mean mug. Mom, Zach broke something. Danny dropped the book into the fire. And he almost knocked me into the fire. Zach's arms still remembered 2 solid months of trash duty to pay back his mother's vase. Cobb's grin was every bit as nasty as Danny's, and if anything, he was even more devious. But still, Zach gritted his teeth, kept his voice firm. And what makes you think Harper's going to believe you? You're shacking up with a cocksucker, man. What other proof do you think Harper's going to need if I tell him he makes you sprout wood? Damn sure I'm glad you haven't tried that shit with me. Like anyone would want your fat ass. Shut your trap. Cobb got right in Zach's face. And if you don't want the whole team knowing you're just as queer as your roommate, I suggest you get to cleaning. He gestured at the mess. Zach didn't move to hop to, even as his pulse thrummed and his hands sweat. Then Cobb fished out his phone, a cruel smile on his face. Guess you wouldn't mind if I texted Harper over at medical, see how he's doing, see how he'd feel. Fuck it. Zach knelt and started picking up the carabiners with angry movements. Yup, that's what I thought. Cobb's laugh was so much like Danny's as to be spooky. He had to hear that laugh a lot as they worked the remainder of the afternoon. It was just like back home trying to do some chore with Danny making sure that Zach did the lion's share of the work and berating him the whole time. And yeah, he knew he could report Cobb to the lieutenant or the senior chief, but a guy didn't make it through buds by being a crybaby or a snitch. The military might frown on harassment, but the real risk was from the rest of the team if Zach went above them to report Cobb. Nope, the only option, just like growing up with Danny, far as he could see, was to suck it up. And speaking of Danny, he was finally free of Cobb and his crap and walking to his truck when his phone rang. Fuck, his mom, again. And now she wanted him on board for Danny's latest intervention, like the first, however the fuck many, had helped. I don't think me talking to him will help. Zach scrubbed at his hair. He'd last talked to his mom late Saturday after they were all done with the cabinets. She'd tried to guilt him into contributing to Danny's latest rehab stint, but Zach had held firm that he didn't have much cash to spare. He knew eventually he'd give in and send something, but the longer he could hold off, the better. Oh, but you guys are so close. His mom had spent 23 years manufacturing that fiction. Remember how you used to share a room and everything? You were best friends. We didn't get along, Zach said wearily. The room sharing was one of Zach's worst memories. Years of verbal abuse and being picked on while he was too scrawny to stand up for himself. But his mother had always refused to see it his way. Sure you did. And a word from you now from his brother the seal would mean the world to him, I'm positive. Zach rubbed the bridge of his nose. He started his truck, cranking the AC. I'll text him, he said at last, because he knew that was the only way he was getting off the call fast. His mother sighed, and Zack could picture her leaning back against the fridge in her kitchen, pinching her nose like he just had. A phone call would be better, but I suppose that would help too. I'll see what I can do. You know, while you're sending messages, send one to Leslie, will you? She keeps asking about you at church. She said to tell you she's praying for you. That's nice of her. It is. You know, a military man needs someone to come home to. He really does. I've seen research on it. And she'd make such a nice Navy wife. Mom, I'm 23, nowhere near ready to get married. I had Danny by the time I was your age, his mom reminded him. And your dad to come home to. You need someone to come home to. Unbidden, Pike's face jumped into Zack's brain. Someone to come home to. Hadn't it been nicer lately, coming home to see what Pike had done to the place while he was on duty, eating Pike's attempts at cooking or the takeout he picked up on the way back from campus? He liked that so much more than he should. No, I don't. Zack kept his voice firm. Fuck, what a shit day. He managed to get his mom off the phone with some more mumbled promises to text Danny and Leslie and to call later. We're counting on you, had been her parting words. He drove home, mad at Cobb, mad at his mom, mad at Danny, mainly mad at himself for putting up with all this shit. What was it about Cobb that made him feel like he was 9 and powerless again? When he turned onto their street, though, some of the tension in his shoulders eased at the sight of Pike's car. Someone to come home to. Not that Zack wanted to talk. Fuck. He unlaced his boots. Screw talking. What he needed was a shower after this day. Pike wasn't in the living room or kitchen, but his god-awful pop music filtered out of his room, which undoubtedly meant that he was holed up in his room again, working on his professor stuff. Good. Zack needed to get himself in a better state of mind before socializing. Stripping off his shirt as he walked down the hall, he grabbed a towel from the linen closet in the hall and turned toward the bathroom and bumped into Pike. Or more precisely, bumped into Pike's bare chest, his own bare skin dragging against damp skin. Whoa, sorry. Pike's breath was warm against Zack's neck. Neither of them jumped apart. They'd been close before, dancing, squeezing around each other to work on the cabinets, and that ill-advised kiss. But this was skin, and it was electric. Little jolts of energy zooming around all his nerve endings. He shivered, but it wasn't from cold. It's okay. Zack still didn't move away, instead pressing Pike back against the wall, eyes zeroed in on his mouth, like a target in his rifle scope, every bodily process, including breathing, supporting the singular goal of getting his own mouth on Pike's. His lips brushed. Whoa, whoa! Pike slid a hand between them, not quite pushing Zack away, but creating space. Remember what I said about kissing? Zack made a frustrated noise. Do we have to talk right now? Yes, I think we do. Pike's slim body shuddered as Zack's hands found the damp band of skin right above his towel. He was slimmer than Zack, but not scrawny, and the tawny freckles scattered all over his arms and shoulders were more intriguing than any muscles. He had almost no chest hair, but a few more faint freckles Zack wanted to trace with his tongue. Later, Zack nipped at Pike's neck. Later you can say whatever you need to. Pike gave a strained laugh, body arching into Zack's even as his face and voice stayed stern. Not me, you talking, with words, lots and lots of words. Fuck. Zack knew precisely which words Pike was going to want. God damn, this day had been shit. Did he get nothing for himself? Pike's eyes mirrored Zack's churning emotions, lust and confusion. But there was also something else shiny in Pike's eyes that looked a lot like hope, or maybe trust.
like he was counting on Zach to do the right thing here. Fuck, I'm not sure I can. Pike's tongue darted out to lick his lips. Probably unconsciously, but damn, Zach wanted. He wanted those lips and that tongue and wanted to believe the promise in Pike's eyes that the price wasn't going to be more than he could afford to pay. Words, I promise. Just let me. I need. Zach couldn't control the shaking of his hands on Pike's sides. So much want coursing through him that he thought he might ricochet apart any second. Flash, bang, done. Me, too, Pike said shakily, lowering his hand to Zach's shoulder. And this is probably my stupidest idea ever. Talk later, Zach growled, capturing Pike's mouth in a kiss. He meant the promise, but hell if he wanted to think about it right then. He held Pike tight against him, sealing them together. He'd never been aggressive like this with the few girls he'd kissed. Certainly he'd never felt this desperate, this unhinged, this out of control, his mouth hungry and his touch needy. Pike made a happy sigh in the back of his throat when Zach bit at his lips, and Zach's cock throbbed. Pike wanted this as much as he did, and that knowledge made Zach's pulse speed up, lungs struggle for enough air between more kisses. And Pike was far from delicate in his responses. He was enthusiastically meeting Zach kiss for bruising kiss, his fingers digging into Zach's shoulders as his body arched away from the wall, right into Zach. The terry cloth of his towel rubbed against Zach's uniform pants, and Zach ground back, meeting hardness with hardness. The towel got all bunched up. Another thrust, and it was fluttering to the floor, and holy fuck, Pike was naked against him, and Zach's dick pulsed as surely as if he'd squeezed it. His mouth found Pike's shoulder, tasting the clean, damp skin there. But it wasn't enough. Zach needed. Oh, fuck, he wasn't even sure anymore. He just needed. Pike made a pained noise, and Zach pulled back. You okay? Yeah, your pants are just a bit rough, and I'm kind of naked here, and shh. Zach stilled him with another kiss before he dropped to his knees, kissing the flat of Pike's belly where Zach's buckle had left a mark. He licked the tops of Pike's thighs, trying to soothe any abraded skin. Something primal and protective surged through him. Thwop. Pike's dick batted him in the face. His patch of hair was as red as the hair on his head, while his dick was a soft pink color, darker at the tip, and it painted a wet stripe across Zach's cheek. So hot. He almost came at the contact alone. Sorry, Pike laughed. You can ignore it. Fuck. Experimentally, Zach stretched out his tongue, running it along the smooth underside of Pike's dick. He'd fantasized about this 1,000 times, but he hadn't captured the pulsing of the shaft, the way Pike got impossibly harder when Zach gripped him so he could do this right. His imagination hadn't told him about the clean, vaguely coppery taste, saltier near the tip where pre-cum had gathered, and hadn't prepared him for how much he would need to take Pike in his mouth, dying if he couldn't suck that uncut head in past his tongue and... Fuck! He recoiled a bit as Pike's cockhead hit some sensitive place in the back of Zach's mouth. In his fantasies, he most certainly did not have a gag reflex. You don't have to, Pike shoved at Zach's shoulders. Hell yes, I do. Zach used his free hand to lock Pike in place against the wall. No way was he quitting this now. He'd eaten more sand and dirt in the past year than most people got in a lifetime. No way was a piddly little thing like a gag reflex keeping him from Pike's cock. He tried again, going slower and forcibly slowing his breathing, getting into that focused, rifle-range state he'd been in a few minutes ago, all senses honed and ready but under his control. A little more, and there.
His lips met his fist, and he concentrated on slowly going lower and lower, opening his fingers one by one. Holy fuck! Pike's voice had the sort of reverence to it that made Zach's whole body surge with pride. Emboldened, Zach started a slow but steady rhythm of retreating, sucking hard before sliding forward, licking a little as he got more comfortable. Not gonna last, Pike panted, shoving at Zach's shoulders again. Just finish me with your hand. Zach growled and sucked harder. He didn't take orders from Pike. He needed Pike's orgasm so badly that his whole body trembled with it, and slick sweat gathered at the small of his back. He tilted his head, trying to find a better angle. Pike's patch of hair tickled his nose and lips, but Zach couldn't care less. He moaned around Pike's dick, loving how damn full his mouth and throat felt, loving the sensation of swallowing around that hard length. Zach, coming! Pike made a series of inhuman noises as he came down Zach's throat, coating his mouth and tongue when Zach slid back to milk him through the aftershocks with his tongue. He tasted different than Zach did, and yeah, he'd tasted his own spunk more than once. Pike tasted saltier, earthier, and so fucking intoxicating. Pike gripped Zach's head, fingers digging into his hair, and fuck. Just that twinge of added sensation, the tug at his scalp, coupled with the taste of Pike on his tongue, and Pike chanting his name above him, and Zach was coming too, pulling back so that he could breathe through the aftershocks, not caring that his lips and cheeks got painted with the last of Pike's orgasm. Oh my God! Pike was laughing now, a glorious sound, a release of all that pent-up energy they'd shared, and Zach couldn't help from joining in. Did you seriously just come untouched from sucking me? Zach looked down at his pants. Yup. That's like the hottest thing ever. Pike sank down next to him on the hardwood floor. He rested his head on Zach's shoulder, and for a long moment, everything was as perfect as it had ever been in Zach's life. But then Pike straightened, sadness clouding his green eyes. Now we talk. Chapter 10. Got something you'd like to tell me? Pike waited for a reply, grabbing his towel from the floor. No way did he need his junk hanging out for this talk. Zach ran his hands through his short blonde hair, fingers clawing like he'd be yanking it if it were longer. This was where poor, confused straight boy freaked the fuck out that he'd just sucked cock like a champ. Pike had seen this movie before, and he hated the ending, even if the middle was kind of hot. Okay, very hot. Damn, but Zach was good at giving head. What he lacked in technique and practice, he made up with sheer, ballsy enthusiasm. Of course the guy who jumped out of airplanes was going to try to deep throat on his first go, and succeed. And no matter how much he needed Zach to talk, Pike had had every intention of returning the favor for him, but then Zach's bigger body had shuddered like he was electrocuted. And okay, Pike was going to have to stop thinking about Zach coming untouched unless he wanted his cock to spring back to life. He needed to focus on what was really important. Do you have to be so harsh about it? Zach whispered, resting his head on his knees. I'm trying. There are some things I haven't ever said aloud to anyone. I'm sorry. Maybe he was being a bit of a dick about this. He could do better. And he reached over, rubbing Zach's warm, smooth back muscles. God, shirtless in nothing but camo pants, he looked like the cover model on one of his mom's romantic suspense novels, right down to the broody expression. It's okay. Take your time. Maybe... Pike was on the verge of offering Zack an out when he finally spoke. I don't like girls, women. Not in the way you're supposed to. There is no supposed to. Pike kept his voice gentle, keeping back the incredulous tone that wanted to smack some sense into certain people in Zack's life. Some people are attracted to women. Some people aren't. It's all just biology and genetics. Then why does it feel like a failure? Why does it burn so much that I can't make myself feel what other guys do? My brother was banging his girlfriend at 16 when he was supposed to be babysitting me. He didn't care what the church or mom and dad said about abstinence. He couldn't wait to do all that stuff. You're not a failure, Pike said firmly, still stroking Zack's back. Dude, you're a freaking Navy SEAL. You're not a failure just because you like dick. Zack shook his head, but he gave Pike a weary smile. That's not how my family would see it. Every good thing I've done, every choice I've made, none of it would count if I were gay. So I've told myself for a decade now that I'm not. Doesn't matter what goes on in my head when I figured I could be straight if I wanted it bad enough. A piece of Pike's heart cracked off, pierced by Zack's wounded expression. Pike's free hand rubbed his own sternum, as if he could stem the bleeding he was likely to do over this complicated man. You have more willpower than anyone I've ever met. Pike squeezed Zack's neck. This isn't about willpower. I get that, Zack sighed. It makes logical sense, but my head, it's all fucked up. I keep hearing my dad's voice telling me to stay away from West Coast queers. But then I think about how Ryan's the best friend I've ever had, more like a big brother. He's not some sex criminal. He's just Ryan. And he's happy, Pike pointed out, because Zack so clearly wasn't. And loved. And he knows who he is and accepts himself. These are important things too, man. I mean, I get that your family and your religion is important to you, but that's not everything. Yeah, sometimes I look at him and I just... Zack's voice got soft again. I get what you mean. And Zack, you can be like him. Not and be a SEAL. Not and be my father's son. Not and be able to ever enter our church again. I can't fix the family shit for you, Pike admitted. But you wouldn't be the only gay SEAL by far. You could talk to... I'm not ready. Zack shook his head. Hell, I'm barely able to say the words you need. Hold up. Pike stilled his hand on Zack. I don't need an admission for me. That might be a tiny bit of a lie. Pike had, after all, said no to more kissing, and he'd own up to his own issues. And sure enough, Zack gave him a skeptical look. Most of my prodding is about you at least being honest with yourself. For you. Because I watched Roger and I know what lying to yourself does to a person. I don't need you to say you're pan or bi or gay or... Gay. Zack gave a sharp nod, and the green tinge to his skin coupled with the tight lines around his mouth made him look like he was about to hurl. I don't know what the other is, but I'm not bi. I've tried hard enough. Yeah, not bi. See, you know yourself. Doesn't talking it out help some? Zack shook his head. I don't know crap anymore. What we just did, I wish I could do that over and over. But then I look at you and I want to take a half-dozen trips through the grinder to get away from all these questions. Don't run. Pike hadn't intended to say that aloud, but judging by Zack's softening muscles, maybe it was the right thing to say. And that wasn't... If you say that wasn't anything, I'll smack you, Zack growled. That was something, and we both know it, but fuck all if I know what to do with that. Maybe we don't have to do anything with it, Pike suggested, even though it charred his insides to forego the idea of a repeat. We can be friends. But what if I want that again? Zack's voice sounded like he was asking himself as much as Pike. Can't this be our thing? Our private thing? So you'd like to what? Be fuck buddies? That sounded like an epically bad idea. One you love. No, he'd need to put his foot down. No, yes, I don't know. Zach's eyes were big and soft. I just know that I'm so tired of hating myself every second of every day. And when I'm around you, I don't hate me so much. I've spent the last year trying to make sense of me. But when I'm around you, it feels like the answer might actually be out there. Fuck. Pike had totally been prepared to say no to secret fuck buddies, but given that pretty little speech, how could he say no? You can't. I can be here while you figure stuff out, be a friend, and the extra... He waved his hand in a vague gesture. We can figure out as we go. I don't like winging it. Zach's eyes pinched closer together and his mouth pursed. Fuck. I wish I had a plan for what comes next. Here. Pike stood and offered Zach a hand. They were going in circles now. The big questions in Zach's life weren't getting solved in one hallway confessional session. Step 1, we shower that spooge off your face and hair. Come on, I'll wash your back. He tugged Zach into the bathroom. Zach's eyes got wide. Together? You want to shower together? Yep. Pike lost his towel as they entered the bathroom, and Zach lost another little piece of his mind. Pike waved his hand in Zach's general direction. Strip. Zach's hands went automatically to his buckle, even as his mind raced. Okay, he'd had sex, gay sex, and hadn't spontaneously combusted. But Pike's easy grin as he assumed that Zach was about to hop to and get in the shower represented something entirely different. This wasn't letting the lust-filled hormones take over and push Zach to his knees. This was a deliberate choice. This even more than the talk hammered home that things were changing, shifting. A seismic rift had opened up in the landscape of his world, and he wasn't ever putting the pieces back together. Wasn't going to be able to repair it by recanting those words he'd admitted out in the hallway. Pike turned on the shower and held a hand out to Zach. Dude, seriously, I wasn't joking. You've got spunk in your hair and on your face. Now come in here and let me scrub you clean. Pike leered at him, eyes dropping as Zach pushed off his pants. Oh yeah, I am so washing you. Shove over. Zach stepped under the scalding spray, and the awesome water pressure and temperature weren't the only things different from showering on base. He wasn't ever going to get used to the kind of shower where apparently you could look at the other guy's junk and touch and joke. Like right then, Pike was all pressed up behind him, rubbing Zach's shoulders and shit, even pausing to drop a kiss on the back of Zach's neck before he grabbed the soap and started washing him. Like seriously, who got to live in a world where you could just do that to another guy? Pike, obviously. And for the first time, maybe Zach wanted a tiny piece of property on that island, especially if it came with this much warm water. Oh, fuck, he was supposed to be sharing, right? Here, he said, pushing Pike in front of him. Don't want you getting cold. Yeah, this thing could use dual heads, Pike said absently. Zach knew such things existed, but no one he knew would ever put them in, especially in a main bath. Announce to the world that you sometimes didn't shower alone? Never. And in a household with two guys? No. No way, no how was anyone getting any extra head action going. Nope, not on the repair list. Spoil sport. Pike started washing Zach again, chest this time. Zach didn't know why he enjoyed Pike's hands all over him so much, but he liked how Pike had stroked his back in the hall, liked these simple touches now, maybe even a bit too much. You don't have to do that, he mumbled. This is called a thinly veiled excuse to run my hands all over you, Muscles, and I haven't even gotten to the good parts yet. Pike's gaze dropped to Zach's cock again, which predictably gave a jump, blood rushing south as Pike licked his surprisingly full lips. Zach didn't care for being the passive one, so he plucked the soap from Pike's hand and spun him so his back was to Zach's front. He didn't need the distraction of Pike's dick, which, like his own, was half hard again already, but he could do the washing thing, soaping Pike's slim shoulders, then running his hands down Pike's side. His dick brushed the top of Pike's rounded ass, and hello, fully hard dick now. Pike was right. Running his hands everywhere was pretty much bliss. You do get that I'm not the girl in this thing, right? Pike groused, and Zach couldn't tell how much real ire was in his voice. Hadn't they just established that Zach didn't want a girl? He wanted a guy. He wanted Pike, all his hard angles and freckles and husky moans and tight grip. I mean, you don't have to always do the whole protective big bad seal thing with me. You don't have to always be the one in control. Yeah, I kind of do. Zach laughed, because despite his uncertainty of the past hour or so, he didn't really know any other way to be. Not being in control left him with that same helpless feeling he got around Danny or Cobb, and no way did he want to feel that way around Pike. Pike huffed. Well, I like control too. I like doing things for you too, and I don't want you slotting me into some role. Zach's face scrunched up as he tried to make sense of this. What was that term Josiah had called Ryan in what was clearly a private joke? A word that had made Zach blush from across the room. You saying you're toppy? Pike's laugh cut through the drone of the water, a warm, unrestrained sound. His head fell back on Zach's shoulder. I bet you're not even entirely sure what that means. Zach grunted because Pike wasn't wrong. He put his energy toward washing Pike's nearly smooth chest instead of making a denial, though. No, I'm not a top. I switch. And if you're very good, he bumped his ass back against Zach's now rock-hard dick, I might tell you what that means. Zach could read unfamiliar terrain perfectly well, thank you very much. It most likely meant Pike liked to be fucked and to fuck, something that made Zach's stomach flutter. I, might not be ready for switching yet. Pike laughed again as he spun and looped both arms around Zach's neck. I had a feeling. You just tell me what is cool and we'll go from there. I'm not sure. God, he hated admitting that. Having any sort of weakness pricked at him like a splinter he couldn't get out. And he was the one who had said he wanted more than being friends in private. This? Pike reached for his citrus-scented conditioner, pouring a big glob into his hand before, Zach moaned as Pike's slick hand connected with his dick. A fast slide of pure pleasure. Zach's pulse sped up, and his hands found Pike's hips, desperate for something to cling to so he didn't fly apart at this contact. I'll take that as a yes. Pike worked Zach's dick with a grip that was about a zillion times better than Zach's own hand. How about this? He proceeded to blow Zach's last remaining brain cells by pressing his body even closer, stepping up onto the balls of his feet, and lining his dick up next to Zach's. Zach got what he was about and bent his knees so that Pike could get a fist around both of them, let their dicks slide against each other. Hold up, I want to try. He added his hand on top of Pike's, making a long, tight channel for them to fuck into. He gasped each time their cockheads dragged over his palm. More than okay? Pike's laugh was deeper now, shakier too. Can I kiss you? He tugged Zach's head closer with his free hand. Uh-huh, Zach said against Pike's lips before claiming his mouth. He might be struggling to make sense of all this, but whenever their lips connected, everything seemed to slide into perfect order. This was right where he was supposed to be right now. Tongue tangling with Pike's, hips snapping as their cocks fucked into their hands. He sucked on Pike's lower lip, which made his whole body shudder. "Fuck, I'm close," Pike moaned, words coming out in staccato bursts. "Me too." Zack deepened the kiss, tongue mimicking the movements of his hips and hand. Pike's free hand skittered over Zack's chest, slick fingers tweaking his nipple. Fuck. Almost there reached boiling over with a single flick of Pike's finger against his sensitive flesh, and Zack's cock erupted in long streams that had him leaning hard into the shower wall as wave after wave of pleasure washed over him, cleansing him of all his doubts and uncertainties for long, beautiful moments. Pike grunted, a series of incoherent noises escaping his mouth as he too came. And man, Zack wanted to freeze time, capture how he felt with aftershocks coursing through him, how Pike's face went slack with pleasure, how Pike leaned against him, letting Zack support them both. Trust, that's what it was, and it was heady. Fuck. The water went cold, hitting them both square in the face. And just like that, doubts slapped back into Zack. Everything had changed. Nothing made sense, and he didn't have a plan on how to proceed. Pike smiled at him, oblivious to Zack's turmoil as he held out a towel. He had that smile of Pike's, the one that seemed to lick at his insides and make his skin feel like he'd taken a nap outside in early spring. And maybe he couldn't base a whole life plan around a smile, but it was something, and it was a start. Chapter 11. "I'm in the kitchen," Pike called as he heard Zack coming in the front door. "There's food." "You made dinner?" Zack's face scrunched up adorably as he came into the kitchen. His long feet were bare, as it was his habit to remove his boots and socks at the door along with his jacket, leaving him in camo pants and a white t-shirt that clung to his skin. "Hello, hot seal porn to go with my marinara." "Do I have time for a shower?" "Go, I'll finish this while you shower." Pike waved him on, knowing Zack wouldn't relax until he was clean, and also, if Pike was very lucky, he'd get treated to shirtless seal porn after Zack emerged from the shower. For whatever reason, Zack didn't seem to like showering on base, usually heading straight for the one here at home as soon as he came in. And this was slowly but surely becoming home. Hell, they actually had a table now to have dinner on. Pike had found a cheap table and 2 chairs combo on Craigslist from a dude with a truck who'd dropped it off a few days ago. And having a real table to eat on seemed like a good enough reason to deviate from the pizza and instant food they both usually ate. So he'd broken out his mom's pasta sauce recipe, the one that used whole tomatoes, real spices, and sausage, and picked up a pack of the wide, flat, fresh noodles she used when she wanted to be fancy. Like Pike, she didn't exactly love to cook, but this dish was one she trotted out when they had friends over. He put the noodles on to boil when he heard the shower go on. Alone, Zack never took a very long shower. Together, well, that was another story. They still hadn't made it as far as a bed or even the couch yet, and certainly no "honey, I'm home" kissing, but Pike had invited himself into Zack's pre-dinner shower 2 days ago and scored a repeat of last week's shower jerkfest, luckily without the heavy talk before. Other than that, though, they had the weirdest friendship of Pike's life going on. He'd pretty much decided that the whole friends with secret benefits thing meant that he had free rein to flirt and touch as much as he wanted as long as they were alone at the house here, which Zack tolerated and occasionally seemed to really like. But Zach didn't initiate anything himself, despite giving off waves of alpha man vibes. They hung out together after Zach got home, working on house stuff or playing video games, but they went to bed alone, Pike's innuendo-laced jokes aside, and they only really talked casual stuff. But even with all the awkward sexual tension between them, Pike was turning into his damn cats, counting down until the man walked in the door, ready to wrap himself around his legs. He simply liked hanging out with the guy, liked having him around, and liked doing things for him, like this dinner.
That smells amazing.
Sure enough, Zach had pulled on jeans but no shirt, still barefoot. Pike was developing a serious thing for those feet, long and narrow and frequently a bit banged up, a reminder of all the hard labor Zach put in on duty. If Pike had Zach's kind of muscle definition, he'd never wear a shirt at home either. Hell, he'd just stand in front of the mirror admiring himself. Without being asked, Zach grabbed 2 plates and silverware and set the table, even pouring a glass of milk for himself and some water for Pike. "Do you want to try painting after dinner?" Pike asked as he set the pasta dish on a hot pad between them. "I did all the taping when I got home from my room and the spare room."
"Yeah, we can paint."
Zach helped himself to a portion of pasta that would easily feed a buffalo. Pike had already had enough meals with the guy to know that he could pack away food, all that non-stop activity.
"But do you want to sleep in the paint fumes?"
"I could always join Gizmo." Pike winked at him. The cat had taken up permanent residence on the end of Zach's bed ever since his daring rescue. "Ask me to sleep in your room, ask." Pike tried to beam the suggestion at Zach, but he continued eating, oblivious as always, not even cracking a smile. "Or I could bed down on the couch if it's too heinous, but they got that low VOC paint for us to use." The senior chief's smiling pregnant wife had dropped off an industrial-sized paint bucket and supplies a few days ago. The whole interior of the house would be done in the same off-white shade. She'd laughed heartily at Pike's suggestion that they could add some color, accent walls or something. But she'd said the same thing his mom always did. "We're not on HGTV. Rentals and flips always sell better with plain walls." Blech. When Pike got a place for real, he was totally painting something magenta just for kicks.
"This food is incredible."
Zach was chowing down like his mealtime was timed. He was the fastest eater Pike knew, probably as a result of his military training, but at least he was appreciative.
"Seriously, I had no idea you could actually cook. Thank you."
Pike resisted the urge to preen. "It's nothing. And to be honest, I had to call my mom twice for tips."
"You guys are really close, huh?"
"Well, it's always been just the two of us, so yeah, we're kind of a team."
"Have you told her about the house?"
Zach's tone was cautious. "Of course. We were talking while I was taping earlier. She's all into hearing about the rehab. And you." But of course Pike wasn't adding that part. Zach's leery expression and slowed-down eating said that he wasn't ready to hear that Pike had dished to his mom about how hot Zach was and how twisted up Pike was. "And better I talk about the house than bitching about my job." Zach's hand stilled as he reached for seconds.
"Job not going well? It's not because of the house stuff, is it? Because you've been doing a lot."
"That's not it." Pike's body heated as if he'd cuddled into an electric blanket. It meant a lot that Zach had noticed his efforts to make headway on the rehab list, and that Zach actually cared about Pike's work. That had to count for something, right? "It's just hard being the youngest guy in the department by about a decade, and I'm not sure my syllabus is any good, and I'm not sure my students are actually learning anything. Never mind." Geez. What right did he have complaining about his job to a guy who endured quite literal torture for his? But to his surprise, Zach gave a gentle smile as he took their now empty plates to the dishwasher.
"No, tell me. I like hearing about your work. Vent away."
And so Pike did, keeping up a steady ramble as they worked first in his room, then in the empty spare room. Zach was an excellent listener, and weirdly enough, the more Pike complained, the more relaxed Zach got, offering little suggestions here and there, but mainly just listening. Hell, I'm doing all the talking. Tell me about your day. Pike wiped the sweat off his face with the bottom of his t-shirt. He didn't miss the way Zach's gaze dipped down to his stomach, so he pulled it up a little more than strictly necessary. Zach's eyes were still riveted to Pike's stomach. Eyes up top, sailor, Pike joked. Something dark and cloudy passed over Zach's face, and his relaxed stance shifted into a stiffer posture, one that shut Pike out again. My day was okay, nothing special. Ha! Everything you do is special. Pike tried to get Zach loosened back up, but the guy kept a white-knuckled grip on his paint roller. Not really. Inventory, PT, meetings. Zach shrugged. Damn, I'm going to need a second shower before bed. Pike let the very obvious change in subject slide in favor of trying a different tactic to get Zach back to the friendly place they'd been moments earlier. Me too. Want to share? Water conservation and all. Zach was silent a long moment. Never mind, Pike sighed. You go first. I want to grab my pillow and blanket from my room. You were right about it reeking too much to sleep in there, even with the low VOC stuff. Luckily, I'm not too tall for the couch, right? Zach's body still radiated tension, but he nodded sharply, jaw firm, as if he'd come to some major conclusion. No, my bed's big enough. We could share. Hallelujah. Pike grinned at him, not even trying to hide his eagerness. And water conservation? You'll make an environmentalist out of me yet. Zach laughed, shoulders finally relaxing as he shoved Pike into the hall. Zach was getting better at this whole sharing a shower thing. Third time showering with Pike, and he was downright efficient about getting the paint washed away, helping Pike to scrub the splatters off the back of his neck and tops of his arms, and otherwise not focusing on getting his rocks off. Because that came next. God help him, that came next. Because he'd invited Pike to share his bed, knowing full well that meant more than just sleeping. Maybe he was drunk on that amazing meat sauce that Pike had made for dinner. Maybe he was swindled by all that great conversation while they painted. He could seriously listen to Pike talk about the ins and outs of teaching for hours. He had a knack for capturing the students in his class or his colleagues and making them come alive. It got him out of his own head with Cobb and Harper and Danny, and transported him to the Pike show, which, yeah, seemed full of drama, but it wasn't his drama. But maybe it wasn't the food or the talking. Maybe it was Pike. The way he smelled brushing by Zach for a paint refill, the sound of his voice as he told his stories, the creamy and freckled expanses of skin he revealed yanking on his shirt. Yeah, maybe Zach was, for possibly the first time in his life, super horny. He wanted Pike, now, tonight. They'd been creeping toward this all week, ever since their talk in the hall. Pike had given him space to sort himself out, which Zach appreciated even as he kinda wanted Pike to just force the issue of more sex. But he'd been locked in his own head long enough. It was time for some action. You gonna fall asleep in here? Pike bumped Zach's shoulder as he reached around him to shut off the shower. Nah. Face heating, Zach grabbed a towel, handing one to Pike. Good. Pike gave him that look again, the one with the narrowed eyes full of filthy promises and the sly smile that meant sex was on Pike's brain. For the first time, Zach returned the stare, really drinking in Pike's lean form, his half-hard cock, the rounded curve of his ass, water glistening from his back muscles, and making sure Pike saw him looking. Huh. The world didn't implode. Pike didn't get embarrassed or look away. instead seeming to invite more staring, stretching leisurely as he toweled off. Pike's cock thickened more as Zack looked his fill. Jesus, you keep looking at me like that and I'm going to come on the rug before I even touch you. Can't have that. Zack's voice came out all rusty, this impulse to flirt grinding past years of restraint. We'd have to wash the rug. Bed now. Pike grabbed Zack's hand and hauled him towards his room. As you wish. Zack dropped his hand and chased after him, easily scooping Pike up, who shouted as his towel fluttered to the floor. Laughing, Zack tossed a squirming Pike on the bed. Just gotta show off, right, Muscles? Pike laughed as he made himself at home on Zack's bed, flipping over to his stomach and stretching out on the white comforter. He patted the space next to him, like he was calling for one of the cats, neither of whom was anywhere to be seen. Still wrapped in his towel, Zack perched on the edge of the bed. Hell, he really didn't know what came next. Was Pike expecting sex? Like actual fucking? That still made Zack's stomach a bit wobbly. Or the jerking off together thing? Or... Stop thinking. Pike tugged him down next to him on the bed. I can hear your brain creaking from here. It's distracting. I'm not sure what to do, Zack admitted, not looking at Pike. There's no wrong answer. Pike stroked his arm. We can sleep. Zack snorted because that was so not happening. Or just go with what you want most. I'm a pretty easy-to-please guy, Zack. Anything? Zack rolled so that he loomed over that insolent mouth. Yep. Not intimidated in the slightest, Pike gave him an impish grin. Unless you want a list of suggestions, or we could watch porn together, give you some ideas. Zack cut him off by straddling his waist and pinning his upper body to the mattress. I don't need some sort of remedial sex classes. Except you kind of do. Zack told that little nugget of wisdom to kindly go fuck off. He could figure this out. And I don't watch porn. Hold up, never? You've never watched porn? Never let myself search for it before. I've seen some straight stuff that buddies shared, but not any gay porn. Pike shook his head sadly, still not struggling against Zack's grip. I'm getting you a Peppy Boys subscription tomorrow. You are not. Zack growled a warning. Fine, you can borrow mine. Pike flopped his head all dramatic-like. But dude, you sucked cock like a champ. Was that all just from your imagination? 100%. Is that you angling for a repeat? Not that that would be a hardship. Zack had been dreaming about sucking Pike again. Nah. Pike gave him another shameless grin. You going all toppy on me here? He pretended to struggle against Zack's hands. Is pretty damn entertaining. Can't wait to see what you do next. Toppy. There was that word again. The one that meant Zack would do the still hypothetical fucking. Something that sent a strange thrill up his spine. And judging by his smile, Pike wasn't entirely opposed to this. Did he want to fuck Pike? He still wasn't entirely sure. But he did know that having control like this made his dick rifle barrel hard and about as ready to shoot. I do this. Still pinning Pike down, Zack dipped his head, claiming Pike's mouth in a scalding kiss. His tongue sought Pike's, fucking his way into his mouth with short little licks, and then longer, deeper delves as Pike yielded to him. Underneath him, Pike bucked, hips rising up to meet Zack's. He'd lost his towel in all the wrestling around, and the jolt of their dicks dragging against each other made Zack moan against Pike's lips. Gasping, he broke the kiss, instinctively meeting Pike's thrusts. Pike wrapped a leg around Zack's ass and thighs, deepening the contact. This was far different from the shower jerking they'd done, and not just because they were in a bed. The kissing felt more urgent, the thrusting more deliberate, and the contact between their dicks not as slick, but more friction equaled more sensation. Without the conditioner as lube, Zack could feel every wet kiss of Pike's cockhead against his own. Such a fucking rush, knowing that Pike was leaking for him. Blood pounded in his ears as he rutted against Pike. His lips feasted on Pike's ears and neck, each moan and plea from Pike making him tremble inside with ever-rising need. He wasn't quite sure what he needed, just that it needed to be soon. "Fuck, oh God, Zack," Pike was chanting under him, arms straining against Zack's hold, whole body bowing. Warmth hit Zack's belly. Unfamiliar pride surged through him, mixing up with the need coursing through him. I fucked an orgasm out of my guy like a boss. His hips snapped, dick gliding through the slick, so close, almost. Fuck, he needed... Off. Pike shoved at his shoulders, and Zack rolled to his back. Hell, had he screwed things up somehow? Had Pike not wanted to come that way? Should he have... Ah! He made an incoherent noise when Pike's mouth connected with his dick. Oh, yes. A tongue was licking him, and he'd fantasized about this before. Vague sensations of wet and heat, but nothing that came close to the sensations streaming through him, an endless loop of pleasure. Then Pike swallowed him, and a whole new world of awesome opened up. Fuck. He stroked Pike's shoulders, one hand rising to brush over Pike's soft hair before he quickly removed it. He'd heard guys complaining how their girl hated being touched when going down on them, but to his surprise, Pike reached out, grabbing Zack's hand with that surprisingly strong grip of his and dragging it back to his head. God, he loved how Pike never hesitated to show him exactly what he wanted right when he wanted it. He let his fingers sift through the silky strands of Pike's short, straight hair, still damp from the shower. Pike made a pleased humming noise that Zack could feel all the way to his balls. Pike sucked harder. Zip. Adrenaline raced through him, the same surge he got in his belly when the door opened right before a jump. Every muscle tensed, ready to ride the sky down. "Gonna," he warned Pike. "Do it." Pike went all the way to his base, milking him with his tongue, and Zack couldn't hold back anymore, tumbling over, not caring how hard the landing might be, just letting all the good feelings blast through him, eviscerate him until he was nothing more than a limp heap of bones on the mattress. Holy hell, that was hot, Pike said in the understatement of the year as he collapsed next to Zack. "Yeah," Zack mumbled, communication faculties still not entirely back online. "It was okay, right? Me sucking you?" "More than okay." Zack shook his head, trying to find some brains. "You didn't mind the mess?" "You mean the taste of my spunk on you? Nope, hot as hell. I don't mind the taste of myself at all." With way more energy than Zack had, Pike swiped one of their towels from the floor, cleaning off his stomach before passing it to Zack. "Me either," Zack said absently as he wiped off. "You've tasted yourself. I was thinking you didn't jerk off very often at all." "I don't." Zack knew he was blushing, but couldn't summon enough energy to care. "But when I do, if I, taste it, I can usually go again, get a double." "That's hot as hell. You should jerk it more and let me watch." Pike grinned at him. Somehow that seemed way more intimate than what they'd just done, letting Pike watch what he ever only did in the dark of night or desperate in the shower. He tried hard to not do it, actually, rationing that sporadic guilty pleasure out, waiting until the need got too much even for him, then immediately feeling guilty after. Yeah, he wasn't sure he was ready to share that with Pike. "I'll let you watch me." Pike poked him with an elbow, clearly not taking silence as an answer. "Maybe," he hedged, if only because watching Pike would indeed be fucking hot. "You're half asleep, aren't you?" Pike laughed, reaching over Zack to turn out the light. "Go to sleep." Zack rolled over, arranging his pillow the way he always did. But his routine definitely did not usually include a warm weight draped across his back. "Night." Pike's voice was all happy and sleepy. Nothing could possibly be this easy. But right then, just for a moment, Zack let himself dream. Chapter 12. October. "So, who can tell me the answer to problem 14? Pike asked the half-empty classroom. He had 29 enrolled in this section, but he'd already determined weeks ago that he was lucky if 2/3 of the class showed. Also, he already knew from marking off homework that most of those in the room didn't have the work, but hope sprang eternal and all that junk. Hell, it was the same impulse that kept him going with Zack. In the weeks since their hallway encounter, Pike's hope sensors were on overload thanks to a steady diet of shared meals and increasingly cuddly orgasms. But hope wasn't doing a damn thing to help him in the classroom. Predictably, Suzanne's hand shot up, same as it had on the past dozen problems. She took beginning stats seriously, showing up early each class, color-coded binder at the ready, calculator out, pencils sharpened. Too bad she was the only one. "Anyone?" Pike ignored Suzanne's hand. "How about—" He scanned the list of names, trying to find another awake student. Damn, he shouldn't have to look at the list this deep into the semester. He should have all the names memorized, except he didn't. "Jose?" "What problem again? 5? Jose blinked, then stretched, arm tats rippling. Hell, had he been asleep too? 14, Pike said wearily. Damn, how did other professors manage this? Pike struggled to remember if any of his classes at Berkeley and then later Caltech had been this unresponsive. And even as a teaching assistant, Pike couldn't remember this many confused and sleeping students. Maybe it was this stupid book. Small print, terrible explanations. But that was the one he'd been given to teach out of since he'd been hired after the textbook selection deadline, along with the drier-than-high-fiber cereal syllabus template from one of the permanent faculty members. 52? Jose smiled sheepishly, as if he already knew the answer was wrong. It's actually 97. Let's talk about how the book got that answer. Pike went to the whiteboard, grabbing a black marker. What he really wanted was some colorful ones, but he hadn't figured out yet who to talk to about supplies in the classrooms. Click, click, click. Pike whirled around to discover the source of the strange noise. Damn it. Suzanne's seatmate, whose name escaped Pike, was knitting again. Some sort of sock-like thing, and it was distracting as all hell. Just as much as the guy in the back row with earbuds in, faint sounds of music drifting Pike's way every so often, or the kid using his open laptop to stage a silent war elf battle. Pike could give him some pointers on what he was doing wrong, but even talking to the kid after class hadn't managed to dissuade him from gaming in class. "Hey, it's 4:30, called a younger guy at the back of the room with 3 eyebrow rings. Hell, only, of course, Pike couldn't say that. "See you all on Friday. Don't forget to do the homework, and Monday there's a quiz that I haven't written yet." After class, he had to make copies for his early class the next day, so he headed to the smaller building that had the administrative assistants for his department, all their mailboxes, a bank of copiers, and the math faculty offices, including the small office with a paper sign proclaiming Visiting Professor Reynolds for him. He stared at the copier, trying to remember how this one operated. He'd built his last several computers, could do all the handyman stuff required around their place, but the copiers here seemed determined to outsmart him. All he wanted to do was run double-sided and stapled copies of the handout he'd spent most of yesterday crafting. Not that hard. Stupid thing. Pike hit the back button and somehow ended up at the screen that needed his ID number again. Problem, Reynolds? His department chair, Professor Who, a short woman with gray hair and a stern voice, came up behind him. Nope, he lied. Your originals are face down, she pointed out, not unkindly. Heck. He flipped them, then tried again with the code. Thanks. Don't forget to duplex your copies. No paper wasting. The duplex button's right there. Got it. Pike gave her what he was sure was a tight smile, but she had hired him. Thanks. And I'm glad I caught you. Are you going to the campus art gallery show on Saturday evening? So far, Pike hadn't yet plugged in to community campus life, and his weekends had all been devoted to the house or gaming. You should. Professor Morgenstern is a friend. The gallery talk is at 6:30, and my partner Joanna and I are having people over for a late dinner at 8 o'clock. You should come meet people. I'm not sure if I have plans, but I'll check. Oh, and do feel free to bring someone. We're all a bunch of old married biddies around here. You live with someone, right? Now, who had she heard that from? Pike had been careful to not mention Zach too much at school. No way would Zach be cool with Pike gushing about anything they did, even just how awesome their painting looked. And besides, the house and Zach felt a bit like his own personal oasis, the place he returned to and was still just Pike, not this Professor Reynolds person he was trying so hard to be. A friend, Pike allowed. Well, bring him or her or a date, whatever you choose. I'll ask, but it might just be me. Pike could tell by the serious glint in Professor Who's eyes that an outright refusal wasn't going to work. This wasn't anywhere near optional. He would ask Zach, as friends. Zach was never in a million years agreeing to be Pike's date, but right in that moment, Pike wanted that more than anything. Forget the hot seal arm candy for the party or having someone to talk to. He wanted the simple. He wanted to text his guy, tell him he was in a bind with needing to impress the department chair, and have him readily agree, because that was what boyfriends did. Except Zach wasn't his boyfriend, wouldn't ever be his boyfriend, and it didn't matter how sweet things were behind closed doors, they weren't ever taking this thing out for a stroll. Zach routinely put in 10 or 15 miles without feeling the least bit ill or fatigued. But that Thursday, listening to Harper, Cobb, and Rodriguez running behind him had him wanting to hurl. So, at the bar, this guy, like the gayest gay guy ever, is ordering a pink drink. Harper laughed like his observations from being on the prowl that past weekend were the funniest thing in the world. And he asks if I'm there with anyone. Dude, that's so queer. Rodriguez sounded all outraged on Harper's behalf. I know, Harper groaned, still keeping pace. I'd have introduced him to my fist, Cobb said. Because of course that was the answer here. Wasn't enough to make more gay jokes. He had to go and introduce violence into the equation. Zach waited for one of the other guys to speak up, tell Cobb that's not what they would do. Instead, Harper gave a laugh that made Zach's scalp prickle. I was tempted, believe me, but that's what I get trying a downtown bar instead of Big Ted's. Hey, Nelson, Cobb called. What would you do? Some gay guy wants to buy you a drink. Fuck. Zach had been dreading them roping him into this conversation. Pike bought the beer last week, as he often did these days. Pike crept unannounced into Zach's thoughts. Turned out that they both like pale ales, and while Pike's tastes ran a bit more artisanal than Zach's cheap brew, they'd taken to enjoying a bottle together when they were both home in time to cook together, something else new that they'd been doing. Pike would have a fit if some guy bought me a drink. That was Zach's first impulse to blurt out. Not that they'd promised exclusivity or anything, but if anyone was buying Zach a drink, it was going to be Pike.
I'd say no, thank you.
So polite. Your mama raised you right, Rodriguez laughed.
No, really, she didn't.
His mother would have expected him to walk away, condemning the other guy to the devil, and not be in a bar in the first place. Fuck that shit. Damn right you'd tell him no. Cobb lengthened his stride and caught up right next to Zach. With Harper and Rodriguez behind him, he felt rather penned in.
Harper, Rodriguez, Nelson, Cobb, you men content to bring up the rear like the ladies' tennis team out for a jog? Why does it seem like Cobb's the only one putting some effort into this?
The senior chief lit into them.
Sorry, sir. I could do better.
Zach was only too happy to have an excuse to kick it into gear and jog away from the other three while they made their excuses to the senior chief. Even though Senior Chief was never one to join in with the gay jokes, the ladies' comment rankled. Was he somehow less than a man now? He certainly didn't feel like that when he hung out with Pike, and when they were alone, bodies surging together, him giving Pike every ounce of his strength, he'd never felt more, well, masculine. They had slept together more nights than not in the weeks since that first night, and when Pike wrapped himself around Zach and drifted off after sex, Zach felt surer of his place in the world than he ever had before. So much so that lately he'd been the one initiating the sex, if only to get to that moment when Pike sagged bonelessly against him. They were still on a steady diet of oral, jerking it together, or the rubbing off thing that made Pike's eyes roll back in his head and Zach feel like some kind of sex god. But if this kind of sex made them feel so good, maybe he could broach the subject with Pike of trying something new, like fucking. It still felt like a huge step, but one that his body was getting increasingly noisy about wanting. He was pretty sure Pike would be game for whatever, but was letting him set the pace, which Zach appreciated. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Zach went faster, legs kicking until he was running with the front group, fueled by thoughts of Pike and this strange, wonderful place they were in. Of course, that warm haze only lasted until they were on the boat, headed out for dive training, and Cobb started in again. Show off, he complained in a low voice to Zach. Just had to go finish with the leaders, huh? Problem with my pace? Zach glared at Cobb. Nope, my problem's with your queer... Nelson, you're up. Emmett, who served as the dive master, called him forward. Zach went through the motions of checking his gear, head still swimming. What had Cobb been about to say? His queer friends? His queer self? And why the fuck did it matter to Zach so much? Why did he care if Harper got to talk about the girl he'd picked up last weekend, and Zach never got to mention the best thing in his life? Best thing in your life? Whoa, when had Pike become that? Zach plunged under the water, following the others to the target. Halfway there, he felt a little woozy. Fuck, woozy could mean dead in a hurry underwater. He checked all his gear and gauges, and everything looked okay. He tried to shake it off, but by the time they made it back to the boat, he was seriously struggling to haul ass to keep up with the others. Whoosh! He came out of the water with a rush, got into the boat, pulled off his mask and tank, tried to get to his place. Plop. He landed in a heap on the boat deck, head spinning. Give him air, the senior chief yelled. You okay, Nelson? Gonna puke? Rodriguez called. Do it overboard, man. I'm fine, Zach lied as he pulled himself into a sitting position. Fuck. Bile rose in his throat, and he really did lose his lunch over the side of the boat. Then he had Emmett, the senior chief, and Morrison, the medic, in his face wanting to take his vitals and talking about whether he should have been allowed to dive. You pushed yourself, too much running, Harper called. Let's go with that. Yeah, Zach said weakly. Problem? The lieutenant shouted down from the boat bow. Evaluating Nelson for DCS, the senior chief shouted back. I don't have DCS. I felt off from the start. Harper's probably right, and it was the run.
The senior chief shook his head. Morrison and Emmett hovered over him the whole ride back, pushing fluids, making him take oxygen even as Zach said over and over that he was feeling way better and that it wasn't decompression sickness. It took a lot of convincing to get them to forego a trip to the hyperbaric chamber once they were back on land. God, he did not need to look like more of a wuss in front of the other men. As it was, he had Morrison insisting that he head to the medical center or call him if he had any new symptoms.
Hey, Nelson, you know you can call me for things other than the bends, Morrison said, Boston burr thick, as he checked Zach's vitals a final time. Everyone had already stowed the gear and headed out. The medic had dark curly hair and was one of the few guys on the team shorter than Zach, but he was built like an ox.
What do you mean? Zach struggled to keep his pulse rate normal. What rumors were swirling now?
I mean, I was new once too. I know it's hard adjusting and some of the guys can give you a bit of a hassle, but we're brothers here. We've got your back. You need something, anything, you just give me a ring, even if it's just someone to grab a beer with.
Damn, Zach almost wished he might be taking Morrison up on that, but the only thing he had on his mind was Pike. And no way was he sharing that with the friendly medic who was known as both a good listener and unrepentant gossip.
I'm good,
Zach said, throat a bit scratchy. Morrison gave him a little more hovering after he put his blood pressure cuff and stuff away, asking about driving home and if there was someone Zach could call.
Pike's my guy.
Zach realized with a start that Pike had somehow made his in case of emergency list.
The very secret part of the list, you mean?
Yeah, that. No way was he letting Morrison listen in to a call with Pike, even if Zach did feel like shit, and part of him wouldn't mind the ride home. Nope, he'd take care of himself, same as always. Finally free, he headed for the truck. Fuck. He just wanted to be home. He let out a huge exhale when he saw Pike's car out front the house. Pike just heading up the walk.
Hey,
Zach called. He never knew exactly how to greet Pike. Waving felt dumb, handshake felt ridiculous, and a bro hug seemed too tense. Too likely to lead to very non-bro kissing, you mean? Yeah, that too.
Hey yourself.
Pike's whole face transformed, softened as their gazes met.
Do you mind if we call for delivery? Chinese, maybe. I've had kind of a shit day. Don't feel like cooking.
What about that sandwich place that delivers? I want that turkey thing I had last week, Zach countered, because his stomach wasn't entirely back online and, knowing Pike, chili peppers would factor heavily into his Chinese food order.
Deal.
Pike clapped him on the back as he stepped around him to head to the kitchen.
Beer?
We got any clear soda?
Yeah, some off-brand lime stuff I picked up last grocery run. I'll grab you a can.
Zach hung up his jacket and finished taking off his shoes and socks. He'd just collapsed on the couch when Pike emerged with their drinks.
I called for the sandwiches. They'll be here in 30 or so.
Pike set his beer on the little end table that had appeared in the past few days. Like most of Pike's finds, it was colorful, a bright teal. Sighing, Pike flopped down next to Zach.
Damn, what a day.
Gizmo and Nectarine abandoned their naps in front of the window to come take up residence on Pike's legs. Pike stretched, and Zach made a noise that wasn't exactly surprise when Pike's head connected with his thigh.
What? It's just us.
Pike looked up at him with big, wounded eyes, like Zach was about to push him to the floor.
Nothing.
Zach stayed him with a hand on his head, sifting through Pike's hair. He didn't like it like this, with product in it. He liked it wild and messy better. Reaching down, he unknotted Pike's tie, carefully tugging it loose.
Yeah, nothing. Nothing. Just me realizing how damn perfect this is.
Whatever strange reaction he'd had to the hard run and dive fled as his whole body seemed to uncurl,
Tension gone simply by sharing space like this. What made your day crappy? He kept up the scalp massage, and Pike purred like one of the cats, arching into his touch. Hard to remember right now. This is pretty perfect. Yeah, it is, Zack said softly, bending to drop a kiss on Pike's head for no other reason than he really wanted to. But tell me what went wrong. Please tell me. Please have something I can fix, some way that I can feel like less of a fuck-up. My department chair wants me to go to this thing on Saturday. Gallery opening of some paintings and photos of historic ships, some art history professor's work, and there's a dinner party afterward. Historic ships? That doesn't sound so bad. I was all about ships when I was younger. It was how I got into naval history and then later the history of the SEALs. Stowing away sounded pretty damn good compared to sharing a room with Danny. Pike gazed up at him, a calculating look that made Zack's stomach wobble. Really? Doesn't sound hella boring to you? The chair said I should bring a friend. You're not on duty Saturday night, right? I'm not, Zack said slowly. But I can't be your date for a dinner party thing. You know why. I know. Pike's heavy sigh hit Zack like a fist. And I'm not asking you to. She specifically said friend would be fine too. And that's how I'll introduce you, my roommate. And none of these professors are married to people from the base that I've heard. No one's going to know your team members. Now that part sounded pretty damn tempting. Someplace where he could be simply Zack, Pike's roommate, and not Zack the SEAL. And he did like historic ships. It had been a couple of years since he'd been able to indulge that part of his brain. Just friends? Just friends. There was a tinge of sadness to Pike's voice that made Zack's neck muscles cramp. That's what we are, right? Yeah, no flirting, no touching, I promise. Okay, I'll come, Zack said thickly. And if there was a part of him that wanted to tell Pike not to worry about the touching and the flirting, that he liked those parts of Pike, that he'd be proud to be introduced however Pike wanted, well, that part needed to be tamped down. Instead, he hauled Pike up for a blistering kiss, pouring every ounce of longing for things that could never be into the union of their lips. Chapter 13. Pike wasn't going to win any awards for punctuality, but he totally had hottest date covered at the gallery. Correction, non-date. Pike had tried to slide back into the friend zone gradually, letting Zack shower alone, not offering to iron for him or fiddling with his collar. No touching in the car, although he'd gotten away with that a few times recently, and he'd known something was changing with Zack when he'd started doling out more of the casual little touches of his own around the house and in his truck. That was pathetic, right? Reading each touch from Zack for hidden meaning, signs that they wouldn't be stuck in this weird limbo forever. Signs that all their perfection inside the house wasn't a paper castle, destined to crumple and blow away. Signs that this handsome man next to him wasn't a mirage his starving mind had conjured up. You nervous? Zack asked in a low voice as they entered the gallery. Out of uniform, he was wearing an ensemble Pike was sure had seen the inside of a church more than a few times. Khaki pants, blue button-down shirt, and nice shoes. On anyone else, it would have been beyond bland. But on Zack, it looked like something straight out of a preppy clothing ad. Terrified. But not of the gallery or his colleagues. More like terrified for his heart, trying to sort out what his changing feelings for Zack really meant. Nope, he said at last. Just trying to work up enthusiasm. Dude. Zack gave him a censoring look as he gestured to the giant painting in front of them. It had an abstract rendition with prisms of color, depicting what appeared to be an old battleship. These are cool. What do you see when you look at that? Pike was genuinely curious, as he hadn't seen Zack this animated before. Cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling, hands gesturing. Escape. Zack shook his head thoughtfully. Just think of all the young guys on that ship, far from home, banding together, afraid but excited, a fresh start. All the color makes the ship look inviting, not scary. Wow. That was so not what Pike saw, but it certainly gave him a fresh look at the man next to him. Getting Zack to talk more about Danny and his home life was challenging, but from what Pike could see, the bully of an older brother had totally warped Zack's perception of himself and driven him toward the military as an escape of sorts. And there it was. The urge to reach over and squeeze Zack's arm, let him know he understood and that he appreciated the candor. But he couldn't. Could only move to the next piece, a collage of old photographs of young sailors arranged to form the outline of a ship. See this one? Zack gestured toward the center of the piece. The men are the heart of the ship. Each one has a story. I want to know your story. I want to be more than a footnote to this chapter of your life. I want to write our story together. Fuck, these urges were not what Pike needed. What he needed was to be realistic. But then Zack smiled at him. 1,000 megawatts of pure joy, and Pike knew he was lost. Thanks for bringing me. These pieces are really cool. You're welcome. Pike's voice was too thick. Hey, they have punch over there against the far wall. Want me to grab us both a cup? Zack gave him another smile. Oh, sure. You just go being the perfect boyfriend. Pike suppressed a sigh. Sure. Professor Who drifted away from a group of older women to come stand near him. Impressive, isn't it? Very, Pike said politely. You'll have to introduce me to your friend. I forgot to ask you if he has any food allergies. I've got an assortment of food. He eats like a horse, no allergies. Pike's laugh was maybe a touch too fond, but he couldn't help it. I'm sure your food will be great. He shifted the weight from foot to foot, trying to get comfortable. He'd picked up a decent bottle of wine as a hostess gift earlier that day because his mother taught him to never go to a party empty-handed. But he lacked his mom's easy gift for small talk. Around his friends, he was the comedian and the flirt, and he couldn't be either of those things at work. Reynolds, I'm glad I caught you by yourself. Did you hear that Smith is retiring at the end of the year? Smith was the fossil who had given him the world's driest syllabus, but Pike kept his expression neutral. That's too bad. Oh, it's about time. Professor Who laughed in an offhand way that Pike was pretty sure he'd never master. But I'm telling you now because the department will be listing the permanent full-time faculty position next week. I wanted to give you a chance to get your vitae together. As visiting professor, you're in a great position to go for this position if you want it. If you want it. Now that was the million-dollar question, wasn't it? Pike was still smarting from not getting the war elf job. He'd never expected to make a career in academia, especially not at a community college. But he'd also never expected this thing with Zack. Did he really want to leave San Diego in May? They'd have the house long done by then, and who knew what Zack would want to do at that point? Fuck. Pike had always been one to freewheel it without much of a plan for what came next in his life, focusing on one degree, one project at a time, while trying to maximize the fun in his life. But now the lack of a clear direction made his teeth grind together and his jaw tense. I'll think about it, Pike said to Professor Who. Do more than think, she urged. Get your hat in the ring. Your research and innovation is exactly what the department needs. If that's the case, why can't I get through to my students? Of course, he couldn't tell her that. could only smile and nod.
"Here's your drink."
Zack walked back over to where Pike and Professor Who stood. Pike made the introductions, and Zack gave her a handshake and one of his winning smiles.
"What's your research specialty, Professor?"
"Oh, it's Cynthia. Please." She gave Zack the widest smile Pike had seen from the woman. It didn't matter what she gave Zack permission to call her. Pike couldn't think of her as anything other than Professor Who. "And my research centers around statistical modeling of population growth in developing countries. It's part of why your friend's dissertation intrigued me so much."
"Oh, how so?"
Zack sounded genuinely interested in the answer. "His modeling is so innovative, and to apply it to a cross-section of video game users was just brilliant. The inferences he's able to make, well, I don't have to tell you how impressive your friend is."
"Really?"
Zack blinked, head cocking to the side, as if he was just now noticing that Pike had a brain. Meanwhile, Pike was pretty sure he might die of blushing. He seriously wasn't used to praise like this, and he couldn't help but feel like Professor Who would rescind every one of her kind words if she knew how much he was struggling in the classroom. "Ask him to show you the presentation on his dissertation sometime," Professor Who urged. "Our Pike's pretty darn amazing." Oh man, the look Zack gave him. Affection and respect and a little bit of pride. Melted goo. Pike was a pile of gush for this man, and he just had to hope he didn't get squashed. Zack was careful to stand apart from Pike as they waited for Professor Who to open the door to her mission-style home in a subdivision near the campus. "I hope you guys are hungry," Professor Who greeted them. "Joanna's been cooking all day." She accepted the bottle of wine Pike had brought and introduced them to a tall, smiling woman in her 40s or 50s with dyed red hair and a big smile. That they were a couple was evident from the tender way the two looked at each other. But if Zack had had any doubt, what appeared to be about 20 years of photos scattered everywhere in the open, living dining room put any doubts to rest. There they were climbing some mountain together, on a sunny island beach, riding a roller coaster at Disney. A lifetime of shared memories on display for everyone to see. And for the first time, Zack didn't feel a bit uncomfortable with the fact that this was another same-sex couple. "Who are you, and what have you done with Zack?" Zack Nelson, private citizen, was so different from Zack Nelson Seal that Zack hardly recognized himself. He'd expected to feel really weird at the gallery and party, but instead he found himself enjoying talking art with Pike's colleagues, seeing this different side of Pike and making small talk that had no real impact beyond a few pleasant moments. He liked Cynthia and Joanna and their warm, welcoming home that smelled amazing, bread and cinnamon and some spicy meat dish. Not that Zack didn't love being a SEAL. He loved the adrenaline, the high stakes. But the communication could be very tense, the outcome always far from assured, and he could never ever relax and let his guard down. That way ended up dead at the worst and at Cobb's mercy at the best. It was just nice to get to spend some time in his guy's world. Wait, not his guy, his friend, roomie. Hell, even here, Zack's thoughts were all messed up. He probably needed food, that would help. He grabbed a plate from the start of the buffet line. Pike had ducked off to use the restroom, but Zack figured he could catch up when he got back. Still, though, he couldn't help his eyes from darting down the hallway Pike had disappeared down. "You guys are so cute." A woman around the same age as Cynthia and Joanna broke into his thoughts as he finished fixing his plate. "How long have you two been together?" "About 2 months," Zack said without thinking. "Ah, still in the stupid love phase." She gave him a knowing wink. Mickelson in computer science asked me the other day if Reynolds was single, and I told him I'd heard not. Guess I was right. That's him over there next to my wife." She gestured at a handsome man with glasses across the room who had turned to greet Pike as he came back into the room. Fuck. Zack did not like this. Not one bit. The guy probably had 5 or so years on Pike, maybe 10 even, but he was suave and sophisticated, and Zack was not letting him home in on his guy. "Cynthia's always so great about bringing the LGBT faculty together," the woman at Zack's elbow continued. Zack needed to deny that he and Pike were a couple, but he was still seething over Professor Hot Stuff over there talking to Pike. And if almost everyone here was LGBT, did it really matter? Pike was right that no one he'd met had any connection to the base. What if he simply didn't correct her? Some little part of Zack wanted her to spread it around that Pike was taken, keep the other sharks from circling Zack's catch. Cynthia had made it clear that Pike was freaking brilliant, going on about his research, and he looked so good in his pale green dress shirt. Who the hell wouldn't want a piece of that? "If you'll excuse me," he said to the woman, grabbing 2 cups of apple cider to juggle with his plate before heading over to where Pike stood. "Hey," he said to Pike, standing a bit closer than he had the rest of the evening. That felt right. "Got you a drink, but you'll need to get your own food unless you want to share mine." Pike's eyebrows went up. Yeah, Zack knew he wasn't exactly standing in the friend zone, and sharing a plate was distinctly boyfriend-esque, but damn it, how else was he supposed to stamp a claim? Pike introduced him to the other professor, and only his full hands stopped Zack from putting a proprietary arm around Pike's shoulders. "Thanks." Pike swiped a piece of cheese bread off Zack's plate. The smile Pike gave him was worth every ounce of discomfort. God, there wasn't much Zack wouldn't do for this guy. After Mickelson went to get his own food, Zack and Pike drifted to one of the couches. There was barely room for both of them, but Zack really didn't mind the squish at all. Bless the blonde woman sitting next to them, really, because it meant that Pike's leg was pressed against his, warm and solid. The food was mainly substantial finger foods and appetizers, and he and Pike shared his plate. It felt natural. So natural that when the first plate emptied and Pike brought back another loaded down plate, it made sense to keep sharing. Who the fuck cared if it was cutesy, or if the guys on his team would call it gay or laugh at them? They could all go fuck themselves, because right then, being there with Pike made his insides all warm, his muscles unkink, and his soul sing. If this was what being a part of a same-sex couple was like, Zack could get used to this. Cozy dinner parties and good food and soft music and laughter. So much laughter. And yeah, most of it was academic humor that Zack didn't entirely follow, but it was nice to be around such a happy bunch. Several people mentioned some job opening to Pike, who deflected the questions, but it was clear that they'd all love Pike around permanently. Now, wouldn't that be perfect? Him and Pike keeping their little oasis going? Zack nudged him on the way to the car. "You should apply for that job." "Yeah?" Pike's eyebrows went up. "Yeah, stick around here." Zack unlocked the truck for Pike. "You'd like that?" Pike asked as he got buckled up. "If I stayed in San Diego?" "Well, yeah. I'm likely to be stationed here a good while. I mean, sometime next year we'll get deployed, but this will be my home base." "And you'd want me around?" Pike spoke carefully, like each word was a live round. "Of course." Zack reached over and squeezed Pike's leg. God, touching him felt so good. How had he gone most of the evening without that contact? How will you go the rest of your life without it? He wouldn't. It was just that simple. Pike would get this job, stick around, and Zack could have all the private touching he needed, could have Pike to come home to after deployment. And you mean continue the jerking it together and stuff? Just clarifying. Well, yeah. Duh. Wait, maybe Pike meant something by the question. Aren't you having fun in bed? Dude, I'm not sure I've ever had more fun. Pike gave a funny-sounding laugh. Good, 'cause... Damn. Zack had been trying all week to figure out how to broach this subject, and it wasn't coming out as easily as he wanted. If you need something different, we could do that, too. Instead, whatever. Different like sheep masks or different like fucking? Pike joked. Ah, there was Zack's sarcastic guy. The tightness in his chest loosened. I'm up for whatever, but I've been thinking a lot about fucking. Just wondering stuff. Well, ask away. I may not be an expert in much, but trust me, I can answer your sex questions. Pike's laugh this time was easy and free as Zack turned onto the main road that led back to their small neighborhood near the base. I keep thinking that it has to hurt, but you like it, huh? I like both giving and getting, yeah. But if you're asking specifically about getting fucked, I love it. And if you know what you're doing, it doesn't hurt. This was the problem. And what if you don't know what you're doing? Pike's laugh filled the whole truck cab. Oh, babe, if that's your worry, stop it. You're good at everything you try. You can disarm bombs. Trust me, you can operate a lube bottle. And if you're asking, I'm totally game for talking you through topping. Really? Zack's voice was higher than usual as he turned onto their street. Zack, you're hung like a porn star, and rubbing off with you sends me to the moon. Yes, I'm dying to have you fuck me. Pike gave him a Cheshire cat grin as Zack parked. Actually, I've got an even better idea than talking. Yeah? Zack's voice was wary. He wasn't sure he trusted that smile. Get in the house. We're going to watch porn. You can take notes. Chapter 14. You're serious about this? Zack hung back in the door to Pike's room, heart thumping, as Pike stripped off his dress shirt and pants, let them fall on his floor. Then, clad in his boxer briefs, he tossed his laptop on the bed. Hell yes, I'm serious. And lose the missionary wear. I can't do this with you looking like you'd like to talk about the state of my soul. Rummaging in his nightstand, Pike pulled out a condom and a bottle of lube. Holy cow, we're really going to fuck. Zack started in on his buttons. Being inside Pike's room was still strange. When they messed around, somehow it was always Zack's room. Unlike his stark walls and neat stacks, Pike's room was an explosion of color and items. After they'd finished painting the space, Pike had carefully put up his video game posters with that gummy stuff that didn't pull up paint, and at some point, he'd unpacked all his books onto bulging shelves. Pike had taken it upon himself to paint all the miles of trim in the house, and the gleaming white molding contrasted with all the color Pike had added to the room. A bright blue throw rug had appeared between his bed and dresser, and the plaid quilt at the bottom of the bed had more colors than Zack could count. His desk and gaming computer sat in the corner, surrounded by empty soda cans, Cat asleep in the chair. Overall, it was a homey space, but one that still felt a bit alien and strange. Or more like he didn't exactly know what to do with how much he liked the changes Pike made to his space, to the house, to Zack's life. And he really didn't know what to do with this fluttery feeling in his gut. Trying to find his resolve, he mimicked Pike, stripping down to his briefs and sitting on the edge of the bed. That lasted all of 10 seconds before Pike was tugging him down, arranging them so that they were both lying on their stomachs, Pike's leg wrapped around him, laptop in front of them. Pike opened his browser, clicking around. Trust me, this will help you feel less nervous. Still can't believe that you've never seen porn. You should... Hey, Zach cut off his rambles. I'm not nervous. Strangely, he wasn't. The uncertainty he'd felt all week finally gone now that the moment was actually here. You're not? Nope. And not because we're doing some sort of porn class, because it's you, and I don't get nervous with you. Pike's face softened, and he blinked a bunch before pulling Zach in for a quick, hard kiss. Good. Zach leaned in for another kiss, one that went from a quick peck to leisurely exploration. So, this is one of my favorite scenes. Pike's voice was unusually hoarse. You can trust Peppy Boys to deliver quality, but this scene is special even for them. The guys have real chemistry. On the screen, two clean-cut guys around Zach's age, shirtless and in jeans, were laughing on a couch. They did seem rather into each other, a definite I want to kiss you vibe between them. That's the thing I've never gotten about porn. You mean they never met before being paired up to fuck on camera and just got lucky that they liked the other guy? Pike laughed and gave him another kiss. You really are a die-hard closet romantic, aren't you? I don't know about that. His face went all hot. Just think you should know more than some fake name about the guy you're going to do that with. You're adorable. Pike squeezed his shoulder. And I agree, it's so much better when you know each other. When you're friends. Like us. Zach's heart sped up. That evening had brought him perilously close to wanting a different word to describe what they had between them. All the people at the party with partners, wives, and girlfriends or boyfriends. It made friends seem so inadequate to describe what Pike was to him. Yeah. Pike clicked the touchpad, moving the video ahead a few minutes. Now the guys were down to designer briefs, the shorter ones sitting on the taller guy's lap, making out. Fuck, that was sexy. It reminded him of the last time him and Pike had kissed on the couch. Maybe they could get off that way sometime. See how they're kissing and not getting right to it? Pike was clearly still in teacher mode, while Zach was over here with a stiffy. Uh-huh. That's important. Not that rough and fast can't work. Sometimes that's just what you need, but it's not my favorite. I like a slow build. I can do that. Zach's pulse gave a happy thrum. He liked having a roadmap to follow for how to please Pike. Good. Pike shot him a fond look. He dragged the video forward again. We'll skip the oral since you're already getting an A in that class, and the rimming as that's more of the graduate level. Show me. Zach totally wasn't confessing that he wasn't entirely sure what rimming was. He could make a good guess, but he wanted to see. Okay, but you absolutely don't have to try it. Plenty of guys don't really like giving it. Just push play already. Zach bumped shoulders with him. Rimming turned out to be the bigger guy licking the smaller guy's ass, which was about what Zach had figured. But what he hadn't figured on was how seeing it would make him feel hot and needy and restless. It was dirty and kind of wrong and hot as hell, especially the way they were both into it. The guy doing the licking, not hesitating at all, spreading the other guy's cheeks and going to town on the tight pucker of his ass. Hell, I can't decide which one I want to be. Zach's cock was painfully hard, cutting off blood flow to his few remaining brain cells, and he didn't realize he'd spoken aloud until Pike laughed. We'll make a switch out of you yet, toppy ass. Pike rubbed his back. And trust me, both are fun if you're with someone who's into it. Zach was pretty sure he could get into it. The guy on the screen getting licked, moaned, and wiggled, hands grabbing the sheets on the bed they were on now. He needs to hold him down better, Zack mused, half forgetting that Pike was still there. Pike made a strangled sound. You would think that, sure. Pin him to the mattress while you rim him. Huh. Zack wasn't really picturing himself with the dark-haired guy in the porn scene at all. It was him and Pike that he kept seeing, and he was definitely into pinning Pike's wriggly ass down. The porn guy? Porn dude could have the tan guy eating his ass. He didn't need Zack. On screen, the camera jumped, and when the frame resumed, the tan guy had some sort of slick stuff on his fingers and was rubbing the other guy's rim. This is what I wanted to show you. So much porn doesn't have fingering or stretching, but that's what I love about this one. They don't cut straight to the fucking, and look at how into this they both are. Indeed, the smaller guy was moaning and thrashing as the other guy pushed his fingers in. And fuck, that was the hottest thing Zack had ever seen. The way the guy's ass swallowed those fingers, stretching and contracting around them. Zack's breath caught in a swift intake of air. You like that? Yes, it's my favorite part. Sometimes I even like it more than the actual fucking. Pike sounded all pleased that Zack had figured this out. Now, plenty of guys don't like fingers or don't really need that, so you should... Pike. Zack kicked him in the calf. I'm not thinking about doing this with other guys. You're not? I'm here with you. You're the only one I want to do this with. Ever. Zack kept that part to himself because it wouldn't be fair to say it. He couldn't make any promises or offer Pike a future, and Pike wasn't exactly the exclusive forever and ever type. Just because Zack didn't want to ever think about kissing or touching someone else didn't mean that Pike felt the same way. Pike sighed, a happy sound as if Zack had handed him a present. You're pretty perfect, you know that, Muscles? I'm just me. Zack ducked his head so Pike wouldn't see his blush. But Pike wouldn't let him hide, grabbing his chin and pulling him into a kiss. Their tongues met and tangled, hot flames licking down Zack's spine with each thrust and stroke. He pushed the laptop away so that he could roll, trapping Pike under him. Hey, we didn't see the fucking yet. I don't need porn. I just need you. You can tell me when I screw up. Please don't let me screw up. You're not going to mess up. Impossible to, the way I want you. Pike gave a shaky grin, pulling Zack down for another kiss. I want you too, Zack whispered against his lips. So much. Not breaking the kiss, he reached over, shut the laptop, moved it to the nightstand. Pike arched up beneath him. Without the risk of sending the laptop to the floor, Zack let him wiggle while he plundered his mouth. But eventually the urge to hold Pike down got the better of him, and he grabbed Pike's hands, stretching them overhead, pinning them in place as he kissed his way down Pike's chest, only letting go when he was satisfied that Pike was going to stay put. He licked all along the waistband of Pike's blue boxer briefs, teasing until Pike's hips bucked, cotton-covered dick rubbing against Zack's chin. Getting the message, Zack peeled the boxers down, kissing and sucking the skin he exposed. In the weeks since the first frantic time in the hall, Zack had gotten more confident with oral, more sure that he knew how to please his man. My guy. And maybe he couldn't be, not really, not out in the real world, but right here where it counted, Pike was all his, and Zack was going to appreciate the hell out of him. He sucked Pike's dick into his mouth, tongue dragging along the underside in the way he knew Pike liked. Sure enough, Pike moaned, low and lusty. Fuck, this isn't a requirement, fuck.
Not going for an A in fucking, Professor. Zack released Pike's dick, letting it flop back against Pike's belly, painting a wet stripe that was sexy as fuck. Just love sucking you. Love the sounds you make.
Ah, in that case, knock yourself out.
Never shy about what he wanted, Pike rolled his hips, making his dick brush Zack's mouth. Zack did just that, sucking Pike a good long time, teasing and playing the game where he tried to see how deep he could go. Finally, though, his fingers got curious, venturing over Pike's balls, stroking the smooth skin behind them, dipping lower.
Lube.
Pike gasped the remainder as Zack continued to suck his dick, fingers tracing light circles around Pike's rim. Reluctantly, Zack let go of Pike's dick, fumbling for the bottle of lube. Simply feeling the tightly puckered skin under his fingertips was a rush, but he wanted more.
Don't be stingy with the lube. No such thing as too much.
Pike was still in educator mode, so Zack stretched up, trying to kiss that impulse right out of Pike's head. When he sat back up, he did follow the tip, squirting out a generous glop of lube, making sure his fingers were slippery before he returned them to Pike's ass. Kneeling between Pike's legs, he forced them open wider so that he could watch his first 2 fingers move in more purposeful circles, pressing in a little. Pike helped him out, drawing his legs back even further and rocking up to meet Zack's questing fingers. Experimentally, Zack pressed a little harder, loving the way Pike moaned.
Yeah, push inside, slow, steady.
Pike gasped between his words.
Need you.
Need you too. Even as his heart reached out to Pike's, Zack couldn't take his eyes off his fingers, slowly sinking into Pike, skin stretching, muscle gripping him like a vice. Smooth, hot Pike. He was inside someone else. The trust that symbolized humbled him like nothing else ever had. He slid his fingers back and forth, shivers racing through him at the thought of doing that same motion with his cock.
Curve your fingers,
Pike panted. Zack followed the suggestion, and Pike thrashed like he'd been tased, muttering and cursing as Zack found some sort of magic spot up inside. Holy hell, his own ass clenched. Yeah, he might not mind trading places with Pike sometime if it meant finding out what the heck that was. Going on instinct about what would feel good, he tried different thrusts and angles, varying his speed, scissoring his fingers, rubbing and tapping that spot until sweat rolled down Pike's face as he begged and moaned.
Please, now, condom.
Okay. Zack took a shaky breath. He fumbled the condom until Pike sat up to help, slathering his cock with lube in the process.
Go slow,
Pike urged as he lay back down, shoving the pillows behind his head so that he was staring straight into Zack's eyes. Slow. Slow was going to be hard. Zack breathed deeply, trying to find the quiet place inside that steadied him on the rifle range or when navigating unfamiliar terrain. However, he'd never faced a challenge quite like this.
You can do this. Make it good for him. He trusts you.
That trust was everything. Pike's soft eyes, the way he pulled his legs back and up, the little grin he offered Zack, like he was totally confident that Zack could do this right. Holding Zack's ass in one hand, he steadied his cock with the other, slowly, slowly pressing forward. Pike's eyes drifted shut, and his mouth tightened, and right when Zack was about to suggest they forget this whole thing and go back to what worked, he felt the muscle give,
his dick sliding forward into the warm, tight heat. He rocked his hips, inching forward and back, Pike relaxing more into the contact with each small thrust. Oh, fuck. Zach's whole body shuddered. He wasn't half in, and pleasure still licked at his every nerve ending. Zach? Pike reached a hand out, seeking Zach's body. Yeah, I got you. And he did. He had Pike in a way he'd never had anyone else. It felt almost sacred, Pike trusting him this much, Pike letting him see his need. He leaned forward so Pike could touch his arms and chest, sliding in a little deeper as he did so. Something about that movement must have brushed that spot up inside Pike, because his head fell back as he moaned. Do that again, like that. This time, Zach deliberately aimed for the spot that seemed to make Pike fly. And sure enough, Pike grabbed him hard, legs wrapping around him, pulling him closer. God bless whatever hippie stretching exercises Pike favored, as that flexibility let Zach get his thighs under Pike, almost bending him in half so that their mouths could meet. Kissing Pike always felt like breathing, necessary, important, and vital to his well-being. But right then it felt more like a sacrament, or like superglue instantly sealing their bond together. And that's what this was, a bond. His mouth might not be able to offer many promises to Pike, but his body could pledge an oath, swear to Pike with each thrust that this meant something, meant everything. Pike whined against Zach's lips, body meeting Zach thrust for thrust. Almost. Close? Zach whispered. Hell, so was he. Pressure building so slowly he almost didn't realize how close to the edge he was until Pike said something. But Pike had to come first. Zach might not know much about fucking, but he knew that. He put more thought into his thrusts, aiming for that spot, and sure enough, Pike bucked against him, cock dragging against Zach's abs. Yeah, go fast. Pike's voice broke. Fuck. Fast was going to mean that he came too, but he was powerless against his body's need to comply with Pike's request. Hips snapping, mouth finding Pike's again, arms holding him close. He let his need dictate the pace, and right there, as the first flicker of orgasm burned his muscles, Pike shouted and warmth hit Zach's stomach. Oh, thank fuck. Yes, thank you. Zach babbled as he let his body tumble over, that flicker becoming a full-fledged forest fire burning through his senses. His sinuses burned and his eyes stung. Sweat, tears. He couldn't be bothered to give a fuck. Every care gone except for the white-hot pleasure searing him. Done. He hadn't felt so wrung out, even after Hell Week. Wait. Pike got a hand between them right as Zach was about to flop next to him. Gotta watch the condom. Oh, yeah. Heat that had nothing to do with orgasm burned Zach's cheeks as he carefully pulled out, hating Pike's wince. He discarded the condom in the trash can next to the nightstand, then stretched out next to Pike, stroking his face. Sorry, didn't mean to hurt you at the end. You okay? I'm more than okay. Pike gazed bemusedly at him. Trust me, that was fabulous. A+. Zach drew a shuddery breath, trying to make sense of his jumbled thoughts. I don't feel different, he said at last. Did you think you would? Pike's head tilted as he peered into Zach's eyes. Thought you'd feel gayer or something? Sorry, I don't have a certificate to give you. Zach's laugh startled the cat, making her leave the comfort of the office chair to come walk around on the bed. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like me. Fuck, he wasn't explaining this right. More like me. Like I'm supposed to be here with you. Pike snuggled in closer to him. I think you're supposed to be here too. Across the room, Pike's phone buzzed with a message of some sort. Do you want me to grab your phone? Absolutely not, Pike yawned. Whatever it is, it can wait. Zack dropped a kiss on his forehead and tried to adopt that attitude. The world was waiting on them, but whatever was coming, it could wait. Just a little more time, right here with his guy, heart still recovering from the marathon of feelings and sensations. Chapter 15. Oh, fuck me. Pike shook his phone like that might make a different message appear, but all that did was make water droplets rain down from his hair onto the screen. Fuck. This was not what his peaceful Sunday needed. Thought I did. Zack, who never slept in and yet totally had, said sleepily from the bed. He dozed straight past Pike rolling out for his shower. Did you just make a sex joke? Pike blinked. This was a first. Zack almost never referred to what they did in bed. If he wanted to start something, he'd pull Pike into an embrace, but it still felt a bit clumsy, like Zack was a big puppy trying out his feet for the first time. Yeah, I think I did. Zack sat up and stretched, covers pooling in his lap. Damn, Pike wanted a snapshot of this moment. Hot, ripped, blissed-out seal in his bed. Bedhead and everything. That was damn good. Knocked me flat out. I haven't slept that hard in years. I'm glad. Pike's throat felt wrapped in wet wool again. Damn feels. What should have been a playful introduction to fucking for Zack had turned all emotional because the man had a way of saying exactly what Pike's soul needed to hear. And the way he kissed, a guy could lose a lifetime in those kisses. So what's up with your phone? Bad news? Good, actually. Pike's voice sounded strained even to his own ears. He pulled his towel tighter around his waist. Ryan and Josiah are in town for a brunch with some of Ryan's old SEAL buddies, and they want to stop by afterward. Maybe game for a bit before they head back to Santa Monica? Oh. Zack's eyes went round as pizzas. They want to come here? Yep. In the weeks since they'd started fooling around, they hadn't had any visitors other than a few brief supply drop-offs from the senior chief's wife. This totally felt like their island paradise, a place where they could forget about the outside world. Last night at the party, it had been hard enough trying to not act like a couple, something made far more complicated by Zack suddenly turning into attentive boyfriend material, sharing food and acting like he couldn't wait to get Pike alone. But this was different. Neither of them had known the people at the party very well, which was probably why Zack had felt safe trying out some couple-like behaviors. This was their close friends, people who could guess, and they were invading Pike and Zack's safe place, threatening everything. Despite an empty stomach, Pike seriously wanted to hurl. Okay. Zack nodded sharply. Okay? Okay. One of us really should clean the bathroom. Might want to hit the kitchen and the cat boxes, too. Zack stood, not meeting Pike's eyes. Fuck. Pike couldn't tell whether he was remarkably stoic about this, or every bit as freaked out as Pike was. You showered already? Yeah. Then let me take a fast one, and I'll do the bathroom after. You want to start with the kitchen stuff? Then I can help out with the rest. Was it seriously going to be this easy? This domestic? Pike nodded because he didn't trust himself to speak. And, Zack paused halfway through the door. We shouldn't, you know. Pike sighed. Nothing was ever that easy. I know, I won't say anything, promise. Thanks. Zack's eyes narrowed and he chewed on his lip, seeming to debate something. Then he took a step back into the room, gave Pike the world's fastest kiss. Thanks, man. Knew I could count on you. Knew I could count on you. Fuck. Just like that, Pike was 15 again, assuring Roger that everything was their little secret. Roger just assuming Pike could keep everything on the down low around their large friendship circle. Zach's not Roger. And he wasn't. Unlike Roger, who had always held a part of himself back, even when they were alone and intimate. Zach gave Pike everything. Each kiss a window into a guy no one else got to see. Last night, Zach had let Pike see every bit of his wonder and tenderness, and said such sweet things. "You're all I need," which only meant that the end was going to hurt that much more. For both of you. Fuck that. Pike kicked a pile of laundry under his bed rather than taking the time to sort everything into his and Zach's clothes. He needed to get into crisis cleaning mode, not mope around about things that weren't going to change. He did the cat boxes first because that nasty task was guaranteed to chase any emo feelings away. Then he hit the kitchen while Zach, fresh from his shower, did the living room. With the newly painted cabinets and the tile counters they'd installed a few weeks back, the kitchen looked more than presentable after Pike loaded the dishwasher and wiped down the counters. Zach had swept the living room and even brought their laptops out and set them on the entertainment center near the TV. Funny how easily they could go into and out of each other's rooms now. "There, our place looks awesome." Zach grinned at Pike while he scarfed a bowl of cereal. Our place. Pike's heart might seriously not survive the day. The doorbell rang while Pike was considering his emotional EKG, and then everything was a rash of greetings and backslapping hugs. Gentle on Ryan because he was on his prosthetic legs, and Pike did not want to send him crashing to the floor. Pike offered sodas and beer all around before he took a seat on the floor so that Josiah and Ryan and their laptop bags could take the couch, while Zach took the Papazon chair that Pike had recently picked up for free on the curb a few streets over. Josiah gave Pike a searching look. And yeah, a few months ago he totally would have wedged himself in between Josiah and Ryan because he liked being a dick like that. And he would have added more than one threesome joke and been a shameless flirt with Ryan, who it had to be said was hotter than sin. But not as hot as Zach. "You okay?" Josiah asked him. "I didn't interrupt your weekly sleep till 2 thing, did I?" Another thing that had changed. Pike hadn't slept late in ages, readily adapting to Zach's early schedule. Behind him, Zach coughed. "Way to play it cool. Got to hope you never get interrogated." "No, anymore I'm up early to work on house stuff with Zach." Which was totally true, even if the past few Sundays had included rubbing off together before any real work happened. "So, what are we playing?" Zach's voice was way too eager. "Not poker," Pike said without thinking. "You're funny. I haven't played that since college, and even then, I sucked." Josiah made a face, then patted his bag. "I brought new expansion pack codes for Space Villager if you want to cash in on our latest upgrades." "He's just a bit proud of them," Ryan added dryly, reaching out to ruffle Josiah's hair. Pike had spent a lot of time in the past year or so jealous over Ryan and Josiah, but never more so than that easy touch. Never getting that. "Sure, hit me with your free stuff, oh mighty one," Pike cracked as he opened his own laptop and hit the power button, only to be greeted by the sounds of the Peppy Boys video he and Zach had been watching last night before Zach had closed the laptop and they had... Oh, fuck. "Jesus, Pike," Ryan barked. "You're scaring Zach." Pike very, very carefully did not look over at Zach, because he knew Zach was over there dying, and even a glance between them was going to blow up everything. Either he was going to crack up or Zach was going to kill him in one of the umpteen ways a SEAL knew how to off a guy, or both. Yeah, totally not looking at Zach. Instead, he drew upon 2 decades of being everyone's favorite comedian to keep his voice light. Dude, we've lived together a couple of months now. I permanently scarred him weeks ago. Hey, do you have a subscription account? Josiah leaned forward. And is that Tate and Aaron? I'm not even asking how you know their names, Ryan groaned, shoving Josiah's shoulder. How about you hand them the swag with the codes on it while Zach can still breathe? Pike finally let himself look at Zach, who sure enough did seem in the midst of some sort of oxygen crisis, skin having gone pale and his lips pressed together. I'm not about to sell you out. Pike tried to send him some calming vibes while Josiah passed him a little postcard with a new ship logo on it for Space Villager, the game Josiah worked for. Attached to the postcard was a credit card-sized piece of metal with a redemption code on it. Fancy, Pike cracked. It's for our top-level backers and our regular beta testers. And us, Pike forced a grin. Behind him, Zach let out a sigh. Fuck. What's the matter? Josiah beat Pike to the asking. I can't remember my Space Villager account info. I think I stored it in the password app on my phone, but I don't know where my phone is. Let me go check my room. He dashed away down the hall. Here, I'll just call it for you, Josiah said, following after him. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. His breakfast burned in Pike's throat as he realized exactly where Zach's phone was. Under Pike's bed, still in Zach's pants from last night. Wait, I think I know. He tried to head Josiah off, but it was too late. He and Josiah were both in the hallway when Zach's ringtone chirped and chimed, the sound very clearly coming from Pike's room. Maybe I got confused and grabbed it by mistake instead of mine. Pike tried to think fast. I'll just go check. He darted into the room, but Josiah, who was a great guy with a piss-poor sense of boundaries, followed. It's not... Zach appeared in the doorway, and Pike could see the exact instant that he realized where the phone was, all color leaching from his face. Fuck. Without Mr. No Poker Face, Pike might have been able to pull off a story, but Josiah's shrewd gaze darted between the two of them. Fuck. Pike bent down, fished around under the bed, and came up with the still ringing phone. He shut off the ringer and tossed it to Zach, who caught it with wooden hands. One of the cats must have knocked it down there. Pike shrugged. He used his foot to make sure that Zach's pants or shoes weren't poking out. No clue. No clue, Zach echoed. Zach, Josiah started, all earnest. Josiah... Pike put a decade's worth of friendship into the warning. Lord only knew what was about to spring out of Josiah's mouth, but any sort of well-meaning sentiment, or worse, a welcome to the Gaberhood hug, was going to send Zach running. I'm just saying, don't. Face still the color of ashes, Zach turned and fled from the room. Hell, Josiah's shoulders deflated as he stared at Pike. I just fucked something up for you, didn't I? Pike's laugh was a bitter, bitter thing. Oh, it was fucked long before now. What Zach wanted to do was flee the house, maybe go to the beach and run on the wet sand until he forgot what had just happened, until his legs and lungs burned, and his only decision was whether to push on. He grabbed his truck keys from his room and headed to the entryway where his shoes were. Hey! Ryan's deep voice pulled Zach up short. This was his best friend, the guy who got him through the rehab for his broken leg, and Zach couldn't just blow him off. Ryan sat alone on the couch, flipping through games on Pike's TV streaming system, and his expression was blessedly bland, not all uber-concerned like Josiah had been. Play me a round of absolute firepower? Zach hesitated by his shoes. Are you going to make me talk? Nope. Come shoot targets with me. Ryan patted the sofa next to him, and, still on autopilot, Zach went and collapsed next to him. I figure Josiah and Pike are about to do enough talking for all of us. We can do a few rounds before they get back in here. Zach groaned. Fuck. He should have guessed that Ryan had heard everything.
Better not be talking, I warned. Ryan raised both eyebrows, giving him a "really, bro" look, and Zach clammed up. Fuck. You deserve that look. How big of an asshole was he thinking that he could stop Pike from talking to one of his best friends? Of course, Pike and Josiah were going to need to dissect the cell phone incident of the decade. And Zach really couldn't blame Pike for that clusterfuck either. That was all on him. He'd willingly gone into Pike's room last night, joyfully watched the porn with him, and happily slept in and completely forgot about his stupid clothes until the moment he heard the ringing coming from Pike's room. "I suck, don't I?" he said to Ryan at last. Ryan responded by handing him a controller. "Nope, although I gotta say your guy's taste in porn needs some serious improvement. But the way I figure it, you were curious, and Pike was..." "That's not it." God, it would be so easy to blame this whole mess on Pike. But Zach wasn't the kind of guy who sold out a buddy for something that was all his doing. And the "your guy" that Ryan had so casually tossed in smacked into Zach's heart. It didn't matter what he was or was not comfortable discussing with the outside world. Pike was his guy. "I'm not curious." "So it was a one-time thing? Plenty of guys try stuff." Ryan's voice was warm and reassuring. "No," Zach sighed. "I mean, we've kind of got a thing going." Ryan didn't look one bit surprised. "I see." "Please don't tell me you suspected all along or some crap like that." Zach scrolled aimlessly through the game's menu, anything to take his eyes off his friend's face. Ryan squeezed his arm, a gesture he'd never done before. "I'm always going to be honest with you, and the last few weeks whenever you mention Pike on the phone or in chat, you just seem so lit up. Not gonna lie, I expected him to drive you batshit crazy, but then today you kept looking at him like he invented sunshine." "But you thought you knew?" Hell, Zach still couldn't get the words out. His stomach heaved and he had to swallow the bile back down. "About me, since the beginning." Ryan nodded slowly. "I had an idea. But you've got to understand, I've got a decade's worth of life on you. It's nothing specific that you did. I'm just good at hunches." "If you guessed, everyone else will sooner or later." Fuck, this was totally Zach's worst fears come to life. True, this was one of his best friends who knew him only too well, but if people were going to start guessing... "I'm not going to tell." Ryan's hand was a warm pressure on his arm. "That has to be all you. But if you're dating another guy, that's going to be a big clue for people and may save you any big speeches." "I'm not..." Oh, fuck. He really was, wasn't he? "What did you think you were doing all these weeks?" "We've never been on a date," he finished lamely, even though last night might kind of count, if he'd let it. Ryan's laugh filled the room. "So, the grand plan is to never leave the house." "When you put it that way." Zach grumbled because that was exactly the plan. "He's cool with being on the down low." Ryan's stare said Zach was nuts, and he was probably not wrong. And Zach knew he wasn't being fair at all to the guy who was coming to mean everything to him. Pike wouldn't say no to the occasional meal out or a movie or more shopping together. The little everyday things that sent Zach running because of fear something like this might happen. "We'll work it out," he said to Ryan finally, grateful that Ryan wasn't one to fill thoughtful silence with mindless chatter. "I'm sure you will. But while you're figuring stuff out, I know plenty of people still on base, gay, lesbian, bi, queer. That's where I was this morning, anniversary celebration for some friends. When I lived here, a bunch of us would get together for a meal every so often. After DADT got repealed, our friendship circle really grew, and these are guys who really know what it means to be out and in uniform. They can help." Fuck. Zach's hands started shaking at the thought of meeting others from the base. Having them know, and hell, the idea of his team knowing was enough to have him sweating heavily. T-shirts sticking to him.
I'm not ready for that. Not ever going to be ready for that. Okay, fair enough. But the offer still stands. Whenever you're ready. Those friends, they're like family to me, and they'd welcome you and Pike no questions asked. And several of them are SEALs. You're not the only gay or bi guy on the teams, not by a long shot. Zach tried to visualize a future where he took Ryan up on his offer, where he had a large friendship circle of LGBTQ friends, where he had Pike at the center of all that, and simply couldn't. But he also couldn't envision a life without Pike. Fuck. When had his life become such a foobar mess? They're not on my team. His voice was gruff, but he was past caring. We gonna play or what? He clicked the controller. Hey. Ryan stilled his hand. Someone giving you trouble? You know that's not okay, right? Can we play? Zach's voice cracked. He just wasn't equipped to deal with this. Couldn't see the same rosy vision of a future as Ryan. Could only see all the way things were going to blow up in his face very, very soon. Chapter 16. Hey, have you seen Nectarine? I can't find her. Pike stuck his head in Zach's room. Try my closet. Zach was on his bed, a book of maps on one side of him, a crime novel on the other. He didn't meet Pike's eyes, but he also didn't call him on the trumped-up reason for bothering him. As far as excuses went, this one was particularly thin, but Pike had wanted to check on both cats after Josiah and Ryan left, and it wasn't his fault that Zach had been barely civil when he and Josiah had rejoined him and Ryan in the living room. They'd messed around with the Space Villager expansion pack, but it was painfully obvious that none of their minds were really in the game. Nor was it his problem that Zach had escaped to his room the second Ryan and Josiah left. Pike had channeled his frustration over the obvious snub into a couple of hours of grading. Now he just wanted to find his damn cat and go to bed, alone. Sure enough, he found Nectarine huddled in the back of Zach's nearly empty closet. She gave an unhappy meow when Pike lifted her up. What's the matter, girl? The big bad scary men are gone, I promise. Emerging from the closet, he said to Zach, I'm worried about her. I haven't seen her all day, and I don't think she's eaten. She didn't come when I put out the wet food after the guys left. Let me see. Zach got off the bed and held out his arms, so Pike passed the cat over. Zach set her on the bed and peered into her eyes, ran a thumb over her nose, and gently ran his hands all over her. Her eyes don't look sick or pained, and her nose feels normal. She's not howling in pain. Maybe see how she's doing tomorrow, then look up reviews for San Diego vets if she's still not eating. But you know how she gets around strangers. Not around you. Yeah, Pike did know, and it rankled a bit that Zach knew his freaking cats so well, but seemed to be holding a grudge of some kind against him for God knew what reason. Because he hadn't rushed after him, and had instead talked to Josiah, one of his best friends in the world? Because he'd needed to talk to someone? Because he hadn't realized about the cell phone sooner? Well, I'm special. Zach continued petting the cat, offering Pike a shy smile. That you are. Pike's throat burned. Well, I better... Don't go. Zach stopped him as he was about to lift the cat. She's happy in here. But if you're worried about her, you could sleep. Seriously? You're going to ghost me all night and then give me a reason why I could stay in here? Why? I'm not good at talking. Zach sat back down on the bed next to the cat. I'm still making sense of Ryan and Josiah knowing about us. Not sure how I feel. It doesn't have to change anything. The words felt jagged in his mouth. Josiah would be throwing something at him, telling him he couldn't keep enabling Zach to stay closeted. But Josiah wasn't here right now with Zach, who had such pain in his pale blue eyes, and whose mouth was an almost invisible line while his hands were shaking. Not a thing. Pike sat next to Zach, grabbed his hand. So what if Ryan and Josiah know? They won't tell, and it doesn't change what we've got going here. Oof. Pike's head hit one of the pillows, as Zack responded by tugging him into an embrace, ending up with both of them lying down. Zack wrapped around him, face buried in his hair. "You're not going to be happy with this forever," Zack mumbled into Pike's neck. You not being out? Hell, now Pike was the one who really didn't want to be having this conversation, because there was a universe where Pike could picture being happy forever. Unfortunately, it just wasn't this one they lived in. "Yeah, I need us to be real, you know, eventually." "We are real." Zack pressed a kiss to the back of Pike's neck. "I'm just not ready." "I know." Pike pulled Zack's arms tighter around him, snuggling in deeper. "And I'm trying to be patient." "You shouldn't have to." Misery dripped from Zack's voice, made Pike hold on to him that much tighter. "You deserve better." Pike rolled so they were face to face, silencing Zack with a kiss. "Why don't you let me decide what I deserve?" "Am I an asshole for not wanting this to end? For wanting you to wait for me?" "No." Pike knew that Josiah would have opinions on that topic, on what Pike was putting up with. Josiah knew Pike's history with Roger and had seemed torn between fear that Pike was somehow going to hurt Zack and worry that Pike was doomed for a Roger-esque repeat. Pike wasn't sure how all this would shake out, but ending it now would hurt. Both of them, if he believed Zack that he cared, that this thing between them was real. He dropped a soft kiss on Zack's lips, testing, and Zack responded with a grateful hum, whole body going pliant against him. "Need you," Zack whispered. "Need us." His strong arms held Pike tight, and right then, for that night, that warm embrace and his sweet words were enough. It had to be. Pike couldn't think about the day when it wouldn't be enough. Something's not right. Zack's neck prickled as he turned into the driveway, parking next to the dumpster. The front door to the house stood open, as did Pike's car. Heart beating as if he'd just done 15 miles on the beach, Zack leaped from the truck. "Pike?" he called as he entered the house, doing a quick sweep of the living room. Unlike a number of the guys on the team who lived off base, Zack didn't own a personal firearm. But right then, it didn't matter. If there was trouble, he'd attack it bare-handed and win. "Here," Pike's voice was thready as he came into the front hall, hefting a cat carrier with him. "I'm leaving, though." "Leaving?" Oh, fuck. Zack had figured this might be coming after the weekend, but not yet. Just a little more time. A little more time to figure this shit out. That's all I need. Some of Zack's utter terror must have shown on his face, because Pike slowed down. "For the vet, the emergency vet? Nectarine still hasn't eaten that I've seen, and she just vomited blood. Fuck, I can't." Pike swiped a shaking hand across his face. "I'm not ready. She's only 6. Fuck." "It's going to be okay." Zack did the only thing that made sense right then and took Pike into a swift, hard embrace, cat carrier and all. "Where's the vet? I'm coming with you." "What? You don't have to do that. You just put in 12 hours on base." "You need me," Zack said simply. And yeah, he'd had a long day. One complicated by the news that they'd be going wheels up on O'Connor's training sometime in the next 72 hours, testing their readiness by not knowing the exact time they'd be summoned to base. "And you shouldn't drive in this state." "Okay." It was a sign of how upset Pike was that he didn't fight him when Zack took the cat carrier and handled locking up the house as well as Pike's car. He ushered Pike to his truck, opening the door for him and settling the cat carrier on Pike's lap. "It's going to be all right." Zack tried to sound like he believed it, but he didn't promise because he couldn't guarantee it, which bugged the shit out of him. He needed to make this all right for Pike. The all-hours emergency vet clinic was located in a strip mall between a Mexican restaurant and a carpet store. A sympathetic young woman with a round face wearing scrubs with tiny dogs on the smock greeted them and showed them to an exam room. "You're lucky we're not too busy tonight," she said. The vet should be with you shortly. Opening the carrier, Pike took Nectarine out, cuddled her close amid some unhappy squawks. I should have figured out she was sick on Sunday night. Zack paced in front of them. What symptom had he missed? He'd nursed enough creatures back to health as a kid. He should have been able to spot this for Pike. It's not your fault. Pike's voice was muffled as he buried his face in the cat's fur, dropping a kiss on her head. Mr. Reynolds? A middle-aged woman with impressive dreads knocked before coming into the room. And this must be Nectarine. I'm Dr. Kapowski. Pike put the cat up on the table where the doctor proceeded to examine her with lots of clucks and other soft noises. I'd like to send her back for some tests. We should look at her liver panel, make sure she didn't get into some poisonous substance, and look at the other blood work just to be safe. And I'd like to do an abdominal ultrasound as well. We can't rule out the possibility of obstruction. Okay, Pike said. Is she going to be okay? I can't say yet. The vet gave them both a sad smile. But we're going to do absolutely everything we can. I'll send Nectarine back with Monica for her tests, and you can both wait in the waiting area if you want, or you can go and we can call. We'll wait, Zack said quickly. No way was Pike leaving the cat, and Zack didn't want to leave them both. If they were about to get bad news, better it come in person. They went to the waiting room near the receptionist's station. A TV mounted to the wall was showing one of those reality TV dating shows, and stacks of pet magazines lay on the end tables. Pike took a seat on one of the couches, and Zack sat next to him. Fiddling with his hands, Pike said, She's my baby, you know? I mean, Gizmo's my guy, but Nectarine's my baby. I know. Fuck. Zack hated feeling this powerless, like there was nothing he could do to take Pike's pain away. I found her as this teeny kitten huddled against the library building on campus, trying to keep warm. I already had Gizmo, but no way could I leave her there. Of course not. I had to borrow money from my mom to get her checked out at the vet and get her spayed, but it was worth all the extra hours I put in at the campus computer lab. She used to ride on my shoulder when she was tiny. Still tries to climb up there sometimes. I know. Hell. Why wasn't there anything Zack could do? I didn't ask the vet about cost. Pike looked miserably down the hall, through the double doors where the vet tech had disappeared with the cat. Fuck, I hope I don't have to call Mom. This was supposed to be the year I finally got it together. We'll work it out. That much Zack could promise. And when Pike turned a hopeful eye toward him, he added, Together. We'll get through this together. Thanks. Pike's mouth wobbled, and Zack did the one thing that made sense and grabbed his hand, squeezed it tight. I mean it. If, when, they can save her, we'll figure the cost out. She's worth it. You're worth it too. And yeah, Zack's heart kicked up a notch again because he was in uniform in front of the glass window that looked out at the parking lot, holding his guy's hand for everyone to see. But he couldn't let go. Not then. Pike squeezed him back, and the gratitude in his expression made Zack's breath catch. Maybe there was something he could do after all. He could sit here and be with his guy, hold his hand while they waited for news. He tugged Pike a little closer, and when Pike's head landed on his shoulder, he didn't flinch. It felt right to be able to do this for him. After a while like this, pretending to watch the TV, he chanced a glance at the receptionist. She offered him a fond sort of smile, the same "you're so cute" expression of the woman at the party on Saturday. Dr. Kapowski is one of the best, she called to them. Your cat's in great hands. You guys let me know if you need anything. I've got coffee and water if you need it. She pointed at a drink station across the room. We're good, Zack said. And they were. They'd deal. Ring, ring. The front door tinkled as two people came in. Uniformed guy and a tall, overly tan woman in teetering heels carrying one of those tiny, yappy terrier dogs. Then the guy turned, surveying the room, and Zack's world ended. Morrison. The medic from his team, and he was looking right at Zack. Oh, shit. What do I do? He dropped Pike's hand before he even realized what he was doing. Pike's eyes snapped open, hurt flaring there that pierced Zack in the gut. Pike moved away from him, but it was too late.
Thought that was your truck out there, Nelson?
Morrison's voice was carefully neutral. Pet problems?
Sick cat,
Zack said carefully.
My girlfriend's dog got a thorn in the paw.
Morrison took a chair adjacent to Pike and stuck out his hand.
I'm sorry, I'm being rude. I'm Mike Morrison on Nelson's SEAL team and didn't know he had a boyfriend in the area.
Pike Reynolds, Pike said, at the same time that Zack said,
He's not just roommates.
Morrison's bushy eyebrows flew upward, twin peaks of disbelief.
Yep, just friends.
The resignation in Pike's voice clobbered Zack like a swift right hook to the jaw.
Sorry about your dog, man.
Oh, he'll be okay. I just feel bad that I couldn't fix it myself.
Sucker's really in there.
Even you SEALs can't fix everything? Pike spoke to Morrison, but his words felt directed at Zack, too. You're the medic?
Yes, sir. Keeping Nelson from killing himself keeps me busy. Wish I'd known about you when we thought Nelson had DCS. I hated seeing him drive home alone.
Pike glared at Zack at that. You never told me you were sick?
I wasn't.
Hell, they couldn't fight like an old married couple in front of Morrison.
You guys want to grab a drink when we get back from the next training exercise? No idea when that'll be, but I'd bet end of next week or so. I keep meaning to introduce you to Sheila and some of her friends, and you'd be welcome too, Pike.
Oh, great. Either Morrison had bought his lame-ass excuse and wanted to set him up with single women, or he hadn't and felt sorry for Pike and was going to treat them as a couple. Fuck. No good could come of this. You're going away? Pike sounded like he was struggling to keep the hurt out of his voice.
You didn't tell him we're going wheels up?
Morrison shook his head like Zack was the biggest dumbass in the world, which he kind of was. Mr. Reynolds, the vet wants to talk with you. The vet tech called from the hallway. If you'll come with me.
I've got to go.
Pike's eyes were sad, as if he'd already decided that Zack wasn't following.
I'm coming with you,
Zack said firmly. He'd already fucked things up with Pike by dropping his hand. No way was he screwing this up, too. To Morrison, he said,
See you later, man.
He wanted to warn Morrison not to mention seeing them to anyone else, but he wasn't sure how to word it that wouldn't make everything that much worse. Zack hurried after Pike, trying to pretend that he hadn't left a big chunk of his future there in the waiting room, his fate lying in the talkative Morrison's hands. Either he was right now texting the gossip around, or he was dreaming up more ways to help, neither of which would do Zack any favors. But right then, Zack needed to focus on Pike.
Sorry,
he whispered as the vet tech led them into another exam room to wait for the vet. It's okay, Pike said, but his dull eyes said it wasn't, not really. He seems like a nice guy.
Nice, but he talks. And the rest of them,
Zack shrugged.
They're not as nice as him. They wouldn't understand.
Think you can keep Morrison quiet? Voice flat, Pike lowered himself into one of the chairs in the small room. Fuck. What was Zack supposed to say to that? If he said he hoped so, did he sound like a callous asshole? But if he said he didn't care, he'd be a liar. Bone-weary, Zack took the chair next to him. Luckily, Dr. Kapowski saved him from himself, bustling back into the room. Good news, or at least manageable news. We discovered the culprit. It's not poisoning. She swallowed something.
What?
Zack and Pike said at the same time. If I had to fathom a guess, I'd bet it's part of a toy like a bell. We won't know for sure until we get in there. With your permission, I'd like to operate tonight. Then, if everything goes well, you should be able to pick her up tomorrow or the next day so she can finish recuperating at home. Operation sounded scary and expensive, but recuperate made Zack exhale at the same moment Pike said, She's going to be okay? Well, any operation has risks, but yes, I think we caught this in time, and given her overall health, she should make a full recovery. We'll know the prognosis better after the surgery. Monica will bring you in some waivers to sign for the surgery and explain some of the risks to you." "Oh, man," Pike said to Zack as the vet left, door shutting behind her. He reached for Zack, then stopped himself, tucking his hand back into his lap. Not letting himself overthink it, Zack grabbed the hand back, held it tight. The worst had already happened. Someone on the team knew he wasn't losing Pike, too. Chapter 17. The house seemed strangely empty when Pike entered it after the vet. Or maybe that was his heart. Gizmo came strutting out while they were still removing their shoes in the entryway, his plaintive whines breaking Pike's heart. "I know you miss her." Pike crouched to pet Gizmo's head. "How about a can of food?" "Can you get the food?" Zack asked, deep lines on his face that hadn't been there a few days ago. "I need to make sure all my gear and stuff is ready for when I get the call about going wheels up. Call could come at any point." "That's fine," Pike said, even though nothing was, not really. Not him and Zack, not Nectarine, who was in surgery even as they spoke. "I'm going to heat up some leftover spaghetti for me. Want me to make a plate for you?" "Nah, can't eat." Zack finished taking off his boots and hurried down the hall, pausing to toss back over his shoulder. "Thanks, though." Like Pike was a stranger offering him food. And it was as sure sign as any that Zack was stewing over the encounter with his friend. Zack never skipped meals, and any other night he'd be eating his plate and most of Pike's. But not tonight, and maybe not ever again. Hell, that hurt. Just like when Zack had dropped his hand and fumbled the "just friends" line, Pike had known it was coming eventually. Their cozy little cocoon couldn't last forever. But he hadn't expected it to hurt like a severed limb when Zack denied everything they had. Roger all over again. Except whatever he felt for Roger had been kitten love, two friends rolling around, Pike building illusions in his head. Zack was real. Hell, he'd insisted just 2 nights ago that they were real. Pike wasn't wanting a date to the fucking prom, wanting someone to show off. No. He wanted to build a life together, and that probably wasn't happening. And that cut. He ate his lukewarm spaghetti and half-heartedly poked at his lesson plan for the next day for an hour or so before exhaustion claimed him. A quick call to the vet had the overnight tech telling him that Nectarine had come through the surgery with flying colors. After a huge exhale, he stopped to take a fast shower before heading to his own room. He shut the door. Better get used to sleeping alone again. But not 5 minutes after he flipped out the light, there was a knock on the door. "You awake?" Zack called. Fuck. It would be so easy to say no, or better yet, say nothing and let Zack walk away. "Yeah," he said instead. "Good." Zack slipped in the room, not turning on the light, tossing something warm and heavy on Pike's bed. "Gizmo's all out of sorts." "Gizmo, huh?" Pike sat up to pet the cat, doing his best to ignore the man who hovered near the bed. He figured either Zack would work up to whatever he'd come to say, or he'd leave. But Pike wasn't in the mood to make things easy on him. "I had to say we were just friends. I know you don't get it. I don't. Morrison seems like a nice guy, not judgmental. Maybe he could be a friend." "It's not about him." Zack stopped pacing and sank down on the bed. "There's this other guy, Cobb, and he's a homophobic asshole. He'd make my life hell. Makes Harper look downright tolerant, and them and Rodriguez are all gay this and queer that with their jokes." "This Cobb, he's hassled you before?" Pike guessed as he rubbed Zack's bare shoulder, unable to keep from touching him now that he was talking, really sharing at last. Pike felt Zack nod. "Zack, that's not okay. You need to report it." "The U.S. Navy isn't some you-can-play commercial. This is just how things are on my team." And you're just, what, going to tough it out for as long as you're with this team? That could be a career, right? I mean, you're going to be deployed with these guys more than once, right?
Exactly.
It was the loudest Zach had ever been around Pike.
Exactly. I'm going to be deployed with them, and I can't afford a single distraction.
So that's what this is. What I am. A distraction? If you ask me, the real distraction is them harassing you.
You are not a distraction.
Zach toppled Pike backward, loomed over him.
You're my everything, and I won't let them have you. Won't let them ruin this.
Then tell someone, Pike begged. Don't let those guys win.
I can't.
Zach's voice broke.
You don't understand.
Guess not. Pike shoved at Zach's shoulders. He couldn't stand this.
I don't want to lose you.
Zach didn't budge. Then don't be so stubborn. Unable to stop himself, Pike reached up and traced Zach's jaw with his fingertips. Please.
I wish I knew how to be the man you need, the one you deserve.
Zach leaned into the touch, like one of the cats, looking to soak up the last dredges of Pike's affection. You are. Pike pulled him down for a desperate kiss. I need you to believe that. Zach kissed him back, and Pike swore he could taste his fear and need, and underneath it all, his unwavering affection. Somehow this complicated, confused man had managed to see past all Pike's jokes and flirtation and see who Pike was inside. Why did it have to be you? You like me, don't you? Pike whispered against his lips.
More than,
Zach whispered back.
You, this, us. It's everything.
Pike didn't trust himself to speak, so he kissed him again, harder this time, biting and sucking at Zach's lips. Bringing sex into this conversation was a terrible idea, and yet Pike was done talking in circles. Zach wasn't going to relent. Pike wasn't ready to push him away. This thing was as doomed as a wet firework, and yet Pike's body seemed bound and determined to hunt for the spark. Zach pulled away long enough to shove the covers aside. Their bare chests met, and they both moaned. Like him, Zach was only in his boxer briefs. Pike yanked Zach roughly until he was settled between Pike's legs. Shoving his hands down the back of Zach's boxers, he pulled Zach even closer.
Too many clothes.
Zach shimmied out of his boxers and tugged Pike's off with fast, efficient movements. Not raising back up, Zach licked Pike's cock, nuzzling into his stomach. Fuck. Pike knew exactly what he wanted, and it wasn't sweet oral. He reached over to his nightstand, grabbed lube and a condom. If this was it, if this was the last time for them, if Zach was about to be called away to God knew where, so many ifs. But this could be certain, could give Pike something to feel. Want you to fuck me. Pike pressed the supplies into Zach's hands. Now. Zach's sharp inhale was all the answer Pike needed. He flipped over to his stomach. Even in the dark, he wasn't sure he could deal with Zach face to face. The sex was a great distraction, but his emotions were still perilously close to the surface. To his surprise, it wasn't Zach's fingers he felt next, but rather the wet swipe of a tongue licking down his spine, over his crack, heading straight for his rim. Oh, hey, you don't have to. Pike wriggled against the sheet.
Been dreaming about this for days.
Zach returned his attention to Pike's ass, licking and sucking like a pro, teasing him until Pike was writhing and moaning. You're quick study, Pike gasped. His leg muscles kept tensing involuntarily, body battered by new sensations. He'd been half-heartedly rimmed by a couple of partners, and it had felt nice. But it was nothing like this all-out assault from Zach, Fuck, Zach. In me. Now. Zach made a noise that sounded like no, rubbing Pike's rim with a slick fingertip instead. Biting at Pike's ass cheeks, he worked two slippery fingers in. Between Zach's talented fingers and the drag of the sheet against his dick, the insistent pressure of climax built. Now, please, fuck me, don't want to come this way, want you in me. Pike babbled even as he pushed his ass back to meet Zach's questing fingers. Finally, Zach withdrew his fingers and a condom wrapper rustled before Zach rose up over him. But instead of getting Pike on his knees like he'd been expecting, Zach gathered him close, moving him so they were both on their sides. Hey, this isn't, I want this. Want you close. Zach whispered, lips against Pike's neck, and fuck, Pike was powerless to deny this man anything. He hooked a leg over Zach's hip, making it easier for him to press in. It burned. Zach wasn't tiny and he hadn't quite mastered slow, but Pike welcomed the sensation, pushed back into it, willed his body to relax. Feel me, feel me, feel me. I do. So hot. All mine. Zach nipped at Pike's neck. Fuck, Pike hadn't meant to say that aloud, but somehow all his emotions were bubbling up and he couldn't stop it. He pulled Pike's upper body until they were kissing. The one thing Pike had wanted to avoid because, hell, he ached for it. Wasn't ever going to be a time when he didn't need Zach's mouth, when he didn't remember exactly how Zach tasted, how he gasped against Pike's lips as if the sheer wonder of it all was almost too much for him. Zach shifted again, somehow unerringly hitting Pike's gland with a swift, deep stroke. Pike reached for his own dick, but Zach batted his hand away. No, mine. When did you get so perfect at this? Maybe this wasn't a matter of Zach being some sort of sexual savant. Maybe this was just them and what they could create together. And fuck, that was both the best thing ever and the most depressing thought he'd ever had. Because he was going to go the rest of his life and never feel perfection like this again. Zach's hand was warm and tight on Pike's cock, grip mimicking the strokes of his cock deep inside. Always gonna need you. Zach's lips were against Pike's ear. Always. But you're not going to fight for me. Not going to keep me. He'd had no idea that a heart could break even as a body exploded with pleasure. But that's exactly what was happening. The closer he slipped to the edge, the more desperate he felt, chest aching, whole body straining. Don't leave, he gasped. Oh, babe, I won't. Shattered, Pike cried out. Zach didn't lie, didn't break promises, but he was speaking a different language this time, because he was leaving, was pulling away, wasn't going to stay. Zach captured his mouth, tongue delving deeply as his hand and cock sped up. Pike could taste regret, could taste the longing coursing through Zach, the same bittersweet pleasure thrumming in his own veins. Oh, fuck, can't hold back. Zach's voice was ragged. Come with me. Even now, Pike could deny him nothing, couldn't hold back, could only give him everything, his orgasm, his heart, his life. Nothing he wouldn't offer this man. And for a brief, shining instant, Zach took it all, held him through it, met him thrust for thrust, cry for cry, shudder for shudder as they both came. Zach pressed kiss after kiss on Pike's neck, shoulders, and face. Moisture stung his cheeks, and he wasn't sure whether it was Zach or him. And it didn't really fucking matter. They were both in this thing. Both lost. The call came early in the morning, when Zach was still getting his uniform on and his stuff together for the day. Pike had an early class that day and was in the shower. Fuck. He had to get to base now, but he wasn't ready. There was still so much left unsaid between them. He'd slept all night in Pike's bed, but that morning it was like Pike had put a wall up, like he was already pulling away. He'd shared the news that Nectarine was resting comfortably and asked if Zach needed the first shower. All considerate roommate, and nothing like the guy Zach had held in his arms in the dark of night. Zach struggled with his boots, pulling his phone out, sending Pike a fast text. "Going wheels up. Will text when I can, but might be days. Don't worry." Grabbing his gear, he headed to the truck. Fuck. He hated this. Hated knowing that Pike would come out of the shower to the fucking text. Knowing it wasn't enough. Knowing he was blowing this. Best thing Zach had ever had, and he wasn't able to save it. Fucking hell. He tripped on the way to the truck. Wait. He was a motherfucking Navy SEAL. He'd survived buds, survived everything they'd thrown at them. No way was he letting Pike slip away. He tossed his gear in the truck, then double-timed it back to the house, crashing through the hallway, wrenching open the door to the bathroom. "The fuck?" Pike called from the shower, water still running. "Call came. We're headed out of the country. Don't know when I'll be back." Pike turned the color of the pale shower curtain, but nodded curtly. "Thanks for telling me." Not caring about the water droplets raining down on him, Zach stuck his head in the shower, grabbed Pike for a fierce kiss. "Wait for me?" He meant more than just while he was gone, and Pike's serious eyes said he knew what Zach meant. "I'm trying," Pike said at last. "Don't give up on us." Zach's voice broke. "Please, I'm going to solve this, I am. Just don't give up on us." "I won't." Pike's eyes were sad, but his voice was firm. "Go. Don't want you late." "I mean it." Zach gave him one last kiss that tried to say everything he couldn't say aloud. "I think I'm falling in love with you. You mean everything to me. When you look at me, I feel invincible. Don't give up. Whatever you do, don't give up. Believe that I can make this right." Then Pike was pushing him away, and he was racing back to the truck, shaking the water out of his hair as he went. He made it to base just behind Morrison and the senior chief, going through the prep with the rest of the team, then took his seat on the transport plane, still breathing hard. The lieutenant had announced that they were headed to an island for training exercises, so they had a long flight ahead of them. Several guys fell asleep almost as soon as they took off, lulled off by the drone of the huge engines. But of course, not Cobb. "What's the deal with your hair, Nelson? Did you seriously stop to shower before heading out?" It was hard to hear over the engines, but somehow Cobb managed. "Was already in there," Zach lied. "Made it on time, didn't I?" "You're as bad as my brother," Harper joined in. "That kid spends more time in front of the mirror. Geez, he owns more hair products than our sister. Gotta look pretty though, right?" "That's so gay," Cobb snorted. "Not gonna catch me with any of that girly shit." "Hey, guys, maybe you could can it with the gay jokes," Morrison called. He was talking to Cobb, but his eyes were on Zach. "Really, it's getting old." The senior chief stretched, contemplating all of them through narrowed eyes. "I agree. I'm tired of this crap. It's a new Navy now, and you never know who's on your team. Word is we might even get some female recruits in the next year or so." "Fuck, I'd take a girl over." "I wouldn't care about either." Morrison tossed a flaming shit pile right in the middle of everything, eyes still the fuck on Zach. Hell, he might as well just hand him a congratulations card. "You say that now," Cobb sneered, "but you just wait. What if—" "I said knock it off." The senior chief's voice was the same tone he used on the rifle range or on the grinder. "I've had about enough of this shit. From all of you.
Get your heads back in the game. This training's serious. Treat it with the same respect you would a mission, and that's an order.
Hell, Morrison hadn't exactly outed Zach, but he'd certainly drawn way more attention than Zach was comfortable with. Even now he could feel curious looks tossed his direction, and Morrison and the senior chief undoubtedly meant well. But one look at Cobb's thundercloud face and crossed arms told Zach that things were about to get way the hell worse. Chapter 18. November. I saw your application for the permanent position in the stack of vitaes that just landed on my desk. Nicely done. Professor Who started speaking even as she knocked on the open door to Pike's office. His door was open because it was technically his office hours, even if he almost never got visited by a student. Thanks. Even with everything happening with Zach, early in the week he'd still gone ahead and put his application in for the full-time job. He did it partly because employment had been hard enough to come by during his last job search, but also it felt like an admission that he and Zach were going nowhere if he didn't try for the job. Of course, that was before Zach had doubled down on denying what they had in public. Don't give up on us. Pike was trying his damnedest, but it was hard. I don't mind telling you that a number of us are thrilled that you're considering joining us permanently. And don't forget the peer evaluator will be visiting your classroom in the next week or so. That should be fun for you. Professor Who and Pike clearly had vastly different ideas about what constituted fun, but he nodded anyway. It's not a formal part of the application process, but it will give us the chance to give you feedback that will help you next term. Short of a life raft, Pike wasn't sure what could help him next term, but he said, "That's great. I better get to class, but expect a call from the department secretary soon about an interview." She swished away, long purple vest dancing behind her. Soon. Pike said goodbye to her even as the word reverberated in his head. Soon he'd hear from Zach. Soon he'd know that Zach was safe. Soon they'd have solid footing for this, whatever it was they were building. It had been a couple of days, and he hadn't heard from Zach. Not that he'd expected to. Zach had warned him he wouldn't be in contact, but Pike hadn't been prepared for how deeply he missed him. The shared meals, the gaming, the working on house projects. This thing was so much more than sex. "Professor Reynolds?" The knitter from Pike's introduction to stats appeared in his office door. "Do you have a minute?" "Sure." Pike came around from behind his desk to remove a stack of papers from the seldom-used visitor's chair. Rosemary. That was her name. "What can I help you with, Rosemary?" "I'm working on the Chapter 10 homework, and I'm just not getting standard deviation at all." Taking the seat, she set down a tote bag bulging with yarn, needles, and textbooks. She pulled out the stats book, which was crammed with papers. Perching on the edge of his desk, Pike worked through 2 of the textbook problems, with her banging away on an ancient calculator. But it was clear she wasn't understanding what he was saying. Her foot twitched back and forth as she struggled, and her bag tipped over, spilling skeins of yarn, meters of brightly colored thread decorating his carpet. Meters. "Hey, Rosemary, how many meters or yards is one of your skeins?" Pike crossed to the small white board on his office wall. 220, she answered, looking at the label. "Okay, now bear with me here." Pike sketched out a problem of finding the standard deviation between 5 skeins of close but not exact lengths of yarn. Then he had Rosemary calculate the answer, and he swore he could see the gears in her head finally clicking. They worked through a few more real-world examples he came up with on the fly. "You're way cooler like this," Rosemary observed, cheeks pink. "I actually understand now, and it's kind of fun, almost." "Thanks." Pike felt cooler like this, too, like he was actually finally teaching something. It should be fun. They chatted a bit more before Rosemary had to get to a writing class, her telling him about a math test she had coming up for a promotion at her bank customer service job, and Pike offering her a few pointers. He was still basking in the weird glow of feeling like a semi-successful teacher when his personal cell rang. Hector at War Elf? Pike had to do a double take at the screen. He hadn't heard from his contact at the video game since the spring, when he'd reported that despite loving Pike's dissertation work, they didn't have any paid positions opening. "Hey, Hector." He kept his voice cautious. "Pike, my man, do I ever have good news for you?" Hector had a jovial voice and a warm persona, totally suitable to the head of marketing and market research for the hugely popular game. "My lead market research analyst is moving on to another job. Bad news for us, but I'd love to get your resume in here, show it to the big guys, see how they feel about flying you up to Palo Alto for an interview." Damn, this was certainly the week for his resume. "That sounds great, but I'm teaching right now. I'd need to at least finish the term out, which would put me at early December for a start date. I could probably come up sooner for an interview, though." Hector let out a huff, but his voice was pleasant as ever. "That's fine. We could probably work with that. You're a catch. Email me your most current resume today if you can." "Will do." Pike ended the call with a few more questions about the opening and some pleasantries about Hector's life. He'd known him through the last several years of his dissertation work, so even if Pike was still a bit salty about a job not materializing when he needed it, he still felt friendly. "You're a catch." He was, wasn't he? Professor Who thought so at least, despite him flopping around like a tuna in a net when it came to teaching, and Hector clearly still respected him. But does Zach? That was what it came down to, wasn't it? Did Zach respect him enough, value him enough to want to be a real couple? Zach's going to hate hearing about the War Elf job. That thought harshed the pleasant buzz about how he was a math god. Would Zach really care? Did he really want Pike and all the complications close by permanently? And how would Pike feel if he turned down War Elf, and he and Zach hit the rocks that constantly seemed to threaten their tied-together little craft? Fuck. He didn't know. He fingered his phone, and the person he most wanted to tell his news to, the one he wanted to sort all this out with, was a million miles away. He could send a text, but no way was he mentioning War Elf until Zach was back, safe and sound. There was nothing quite like being out in the field. Zach's adrenaline had been high for days as they worked in the jungle to accomplish a set of tasks on the training mission. This was the closest he'd come so far to a real mission, and other than constant gnawing worry that made his gut ache, he was loving it. The island was full of lush, dense green plants and sheer granite cliff drops made for perfecting rappelling skills, and lots of swamps inland for them to wade through, which, while less fun than the rappelling, let Zach use his superior navigational skills to help the team. "You need to eat more." Morrison poked Zach as he stood at the edge of their base camp, trying to get some water down to stay hydrated. He'd been sweating something fierce all day. Might be only training, but they had full jungle camo on, including the greasy face paint that made him sweat even more. But ever since the night the cat got sick, he simply hadn't been very hungry. Food tasted off, and the weight of it in his stomach made his gut hurt worse. Even water was making him nauseated. Damn heat. "I'm fine." And Zach might love this exercise even more if Morrison hadn't decided to make himself Zach's new mother, constantly on him to eat and drink, which was all well and good, but coupled with the argument on the plane only seemed to inflame Cobb's temper more. Apparently even the possibility of Zach making an ally on the team had Cobb needling him every time they got alone, which Zach was trying like hell to avoid. "You don't look fine." Morrison's eyes narrowed, and he had the whole concerned medic voice happening. "I'm just hot, like everyone else." Zach took off his hat and swiped at his sweaty head for emphasis, before forcing down another sip of water. You know, if you're worried about something... Morrison stepped closer, voice low. I'm not. He still wasn't sure exactly what Morrison thought he knew, but Zach couldn't afford confidences right then. I'm just saying, stress can make you ill, and if there's something bugging you... Medic! Rodriguez cut his palm! A cry came from the opposite side of the small encampment, and Morrison dashed away. The senior chief had helped Rodriguez sit on a convenient stump. Morrison seemed to get the dripping blood under control quickly, but Zach still looked away, stomach churning. Afraid of blood, Nelson? Fuck. Cobb was right next to him, perma-scowl on his face. And just Zach's luck, everyone else was either watching the Rodriguez drama or out on patrol. Nope. Zach tried to step around Cobb, head back to the camp, but Cobb moved to block his path. You seem awfully buddy-buddy with the PC police. Cobb's eyes were narrow slits. I don't know what you're talking about. Zach's fists clenched. Not for the first time, he wanted to smash in Cobb's face, see who'd be laughing then. But he knew Cobb would twist it so the fight was Zach's fault, and Zach would be the one with a disciplinary action on his record. And it wasn't like Zach was going to tell the truth about what they'd been fighting over. He'd be screwed, and Cobb knew it. Fuck. It was Danny all over again, and him not able to fight back. Senior Chief took me aside to have a little chat about my homophobic slurs. Bet that's your doing, him riding my ass now. God, get one queer on the team, and now a guy can't even talk. Not my problem that you've got such a limited vocabulary. Zach kept his voice even. And I've told you, save it. Cobb gave him a grin that chilled Zach to his bones. Only a matter of time before the whole damn team knows you like sucking cock. Can't wait to see who has your six then. Zach's pulse slowed, blood encased in ice. What fiction are you planning on spreading? You know, I've been thinking I'm not doing anyone any favors keeping quiet about how you want Harper's ass. Bet the PC police would shut the fuck up if they knew you've got a boner for your buddy. Just shut the fuck up. I've got a boyfriend now? Fuck. He couldn't say that, no matter how badly it wanted to come out. Yeah? Cobb cocked his head to one side, like he simply couldn't wait to find out what lie Zach had up his muddy, sweaty sleeve. You're full of shit. Zach finished lamely, but his fist balled up again. Fuck the disciplinary process. It was past time he laid into, Hey, Nelson, Lieutenant wants us to head out now. Harper jogged up behind them. Behind? Oh, fuck. Had he heard? At least he wasn't running reconnaissance with Cobb, small mercies and all that. But he couldn't tell from Harper's face what he'd heard, especially not with the grease paint and hat obscuring his features. Harper didn't meet his eyes as Zach gathered his gear, but that wasn't exactly new. He'd been off ever since he met Pike, and even more withdrawn after the argument on the plane. Zach followed Harper over to the lieutenant, who gave them their orders about the objective of their reconnaissance mission and what intel he was looking for. Worries over Cobb receded a bit as Zach's muscles tensed, ready to get out there. This was why he was here. This was what he was good at. And this was way more important than some stupid argument. Sure, his team's situation wasn't perfect, but they were a team, and the team and the mission came first. He and Harper headed into the jungle, sticking to the edge of a swampy section of terrain. Zach tried to focus on what they were doing, but the pain in his gut was getting worse. Stop it. It doesn't matter what Harper knows. Morrison is right. You're going to give yourself a stress ulcer or something if you don't knock it off. Hell, he got lost enough in his thoughts that he stumbled into Harper. Watch it! Harper whirled on him, real anger in his eyes that made Zach's breath catch. What's your problem? Think you know. Harper set off at a faster clip. Fuck. He had heard something. Bile rose in Zach's throat, and shame caused the crushing pain in his abs to worsen, but he pressed on, trying to ignore it. Morrison was right. He should have eaten more. His breath came out in short puffs, and his throat burned, or maybe he was dehydrated. Hold up, he said to Harper. I need a quick drink. God, we just got going. Harper rolled his eyes. Pansy. Zach took a swig of his water, but it tasted like copper and he barely choked it down. The pansy comment was hardly new. The guys on the team used insults like that all the time. The little digs they threw out at each other were every bit as uncomfortable as the gay jokes. But this one hurt more than most, because he couldn't tell how much hate Harper was putting behind the word. His tone was certainly more bitter than Zach had ever heard it. Let's go. Want me to take point? Sure. Don't need you staring at my ass. Harper waved him on. Wait, maybe we should talk. Zach's stomach heaved again, but they couldn't go on like this. Nothing to say. Haul ass, Nelson. Harper turned away from him. Fuck. Zach might never make this right again. They'd been friends once upon, leaning on each other to make it through buds, celebrating together when they got their tridents. His worst fears were coming true. Fuck Cobb. And to top it off, real pain continued to bloom in his lower gut, radiating up to his shoulder. He pushed on, setting a faster pace to try to appease Harper. However, each step felt like wading through concrete, his muscles screaming. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The pain in his side worsened, gut burning like he'd been shot. He pulled up short. Maybe he just needed to grab his breath, but he couldn't go on. What the fuck, Nelson? I'm sick, he admitted, each word costing him. Christ, really? You know what? Bring on the women on the teams. A girl would be better than you. Sorry. Zach tried to take a few steps forward, but his legs buckled. He turned sharply, reaching out to Harper. Fuck no, don't touch me. Is this some gay thing? Trying to get me to play doctor with you? Each of Harper's words sliced through Zach's pain, creating fresh wounds. No, I wouldn't. Not. Come on. Zach's words had to be forced out under this rising pain. Sick. And I said get moving. I don't give a fuck if you've got the sniffles. Harper! Zach cried out as the pain reached a new, fresh level of hell. He fell to his knees, white blooming behind his eyes. Oh, fuck. You're not kidding me, are you? For the first time, Harper seemed concerned, but it was too late. The pain was taking over, and Zach collapsed into the muck, oblivion taking him. Pike. Oh, fuck, Pike. What if he never saw him again? No, not an option. Trying to summon the last dredges of his energy, he fought against the pain. But the pain was a brutal motherfucker, and it was winning. He was vaguely aware of Harper bellowing into his headset about him being down, and then nothing. Chapter 19. Pike thumped his head against his desk. His latest quiz for Intro to Stats had yielded predictably dismal results. Thanks to Rosemary's lead, more of the students had been seeking him out after class and for his office hours, and one-on-one he thought he was getting through to them. But as a whole, the class was still very underperforming. It was weird how much he cared about not flunking half the class. He had 3 pages of notes already for how he wanted to reorganize the class if he got the permanent job. New syllabus, new textbook, new activities. He wanted his students to get it right, wanted them to succeed, wanted more of those sparks of knowledge he could see when he worked with certain students. Wait, what about some sort of bonus to bring their grades up for the students this term? Not from the book, but more of the real-world problems he'd been trying with Rosemary and the others. Setting aside the quiz grading, he turned to his office desktop, but he hadn't done more than get the word processing program open when his cell phone rang. Please don't be Hector. Pike still hadn't heard from Zach, and it had been over a week. He was about to crawl out of his skin, and the last thing he needed was Hector pushing for an interview when he hadn't had a chance to talk things over with Zach. He looked down at the screen. Ryan. Huh. That was weird. Ryan had texted him maybe once or twice without game or party-related stuff, but they weren't exactly close friends the way he was with Josiah. Hey, what's up? He answered the phone. Pike, did I catch you at work? Ryan's voice was cautious, which set Pike's skin prickling. Yeah, next class in an hour, but I'm just grading right now. You know how that goes. Once a SEAL, Ryan was now a high school teacher in Santa Monica. Endless. Ryan's laugh sounded forced. Listen, buddy, could you do me a favor and shut your office door? I've got something I need to talk to you about. Heart thumping, Pike quickly crossed to his door and shut it. Not bothering with getting back to his desk, he slumped in the visitor's chair. What's wrong? Is it Jose? Not Josiah. Ryan inhaled sharply. It's Zach. Boom. Pike's world detonated. Is he... He's alive, Ryan said quickly, but very sick. He had a ruptured appendix while out on the training mission. They flew to the closest base where they did one surgery, but then the infection spread, and they brought him back to San Diego for more intensive treatment, and he had a second surgery. What? How many days has he been sick? Pike's mind was spinning. A few. I'm not sure myself. I just got a call from someone I know who's still with the teams. Why didn't they call me? Pike couldn't keep the anguish out of his voice. Ryan didn't reply, and that silence spoke volumes. Of course no one had called him. He wasn't next of kin, wasn't tied into the SEAL network. Almost no one even knew of his existence apart from the senior chief. He would have thought maybe the senior chief would call, but for all Pike knew, some HIPAA nonsense prevented him from talking to non-family members about medical stuff. Or maybe... I don't know, Ryan said finally. The rest of the team stayed behind to finish their training, I'm pretty sure, but you're not... Family, I get it. Words were not Pike's friend as he struggled to speak. But I can still go see him, right? He's back in San Diego at the medical center? Yeah, but about that. Ryan paused, and Pike died 1,000 deaths waiting for the next bit of bad news. Did Zach not want to see him? Listen, you know Zach's family situation, right? Conservative as hell parents. Well, word is that they flew out, and they're probably at the hospital. I don't care. I have to see him. Leaping to his feet, Pike paced in front of his desk. Had a feeling you were going to say that. Ryan's laugh was strained. So I'm tying up some stuff here, then coming down first thing tomorrow. I'll go with you, run some interference with the family. No, today. I have to see him today. You can't out him, I know. Pike didn't need a warning lecture from Ryan. I'm just a friend. I can do that. Ryan's harsh laugh said he didn't exactly believe him. I can. I have to go see him. Okay. I'm still coming tomorrow, but let me tell you what I know so far. Pike's brain was mush, so he grabbed a scratch pad and a pen and wrote down what Ryan told him about where in the sprawling Naval Medical Center Zach was. Seriously, his mind was oatmeal, and his hand shook writing down the information. He needed to get to Zach right that minute, not wait. Fuck, my class. Can you cancel? Gonna have to. This was not going to look great for Pike's reputation, but no way could he go in front of a classroom of students. He ended the call with Ryan and went off in search of the administrative assistant who handled things like scheduling for the department. However, on his way there, he ran into Professor Hu. Her eyes went wide, then narrowed. Nelson, is everything okay? Yeah. Pike started to lie, then couldn't hold it together, hands shaking all over again. No, Zach, my roommate, is sick, really sick, and I just now found out and... You need to get to him and you're a wreck? She patted his arm. Been there. Zach and I... He's not, that is, we're not... It's okay. I get it. Years ago, Joanna was in a car accident. Hospital called her family instead of me. No one let me know. And then her family wouldn't let me see her. They're somewhat better these days, but back then it was a mess. Yeah, pretty much that. God, it felt so good to talk to someone who got it. No one knows, not really. 2 of our friends, but even that was an accident. And now he's sick and I don't know. His voice broke. What do you need? Her dark eyes were kind, and her hand on his arm was a steadying force, keeping him from collapsing onto the carpeting. I can't teach my afternoon class. Don't worry about it. I'll have Madeline put up a cancellation notice on the door. Now, do you need a ride to the hospital? Joanna works over there as a nurse practitioner. I can have her meet us. No, I don't know what I'm walking into over there, Pike admitted. Probably better to go alone. Do you have my personal cell number? She pulled her phone out. I'm texting you now. I want you to call me if you need anything. And drive safe. I will. Pike's heart seemed lodged somewhere up near his sinuses, making it hard to function, but he managed a nod with what he hoped was gratitude. Professor Who gathered him into a swift hug. We're family here, Pike. Don't forget it. Pike nodded, not trusting himself to speak. And that boy cares about you. Don't let anyone take that away from you. I won't. I hope. He hurried to his car in the faculty lot, heading to the sprawling Naval Medical Complex, which encompassed many different buildings and clinics and a confusing array of parking options. He accidentally parked a long way from the main hospital where Zach was, but he used the long walk to try to calm himself. Not that it worked. Following Ryan's directions, he finally reached the post-surgical floor. He paused outside Zach's room, taking a breath. Look, here's texts from Leslie and Pastor Wooten. The whole congregation is praying for you, a woman's voice carried out to the hall. Flattening himself against the wall, Pike peeked in. A curtain blocked Zach from view, but 2 middle-aged adults huddled near the bed. The man held a worn leather book in his hand, and the woman's eyes and cheeks were pink, like she'd been crying. She held out a phone, and a pale but muscular hand covered in tape and IVs reached out for it. Zach. Pike had to shut his eyes against the rush of emotion that swamped him. That was nice of them. Zach's voice was high and thready, and didn't sound like the man Pike knew. Tell them thank you. Leslie's always so sweet. Fuck. I can't go in there. It hit Pike like the wet slap of an ocean wave he wasn't expecting, knocking him flat, making him hang on to the wall for balance, grief threatening to pull him under. He stumbled to a waiting area at the end of the hall. I really can't go in there. He'd thought he could. Thought he could come here, be the casual friend who happened to stop by, not even mention the roommate thing if Zach didn't. But he couldn't. No way could he go in there. His feelings for Zach would be all over his face. He couldn't not reach for him, not touch him. And if Zach was going to continue to play it straight, pretending interest in some girl, well, Pike's heart just wasn't strong enough for that. I love him. The knowledge had been building slowly for weeks, but now seeing Zach laid low like this, being so close and yet so far away, he couldn't deny his feelings. And that love would be transparent if he ran in there like his heart and feet demanded. And he couldn't do that to Zach, Couldn't be the one to out him to people Zack loved and cared about. Pike hunkered down in his seat. All he could do was the one thing he hated more than anything in the world. Wait. Zack hurt. He'd broken his leg in a nasty parachuting accident during jump training, so he knew pain. But this hurt was something different. A deep cellular level ache where even his fingernails hurt, and the drugs they were pumping him full of couldn't touch the pain. He didn't remember much after telling Harper he was sick. A brief vision of Morrison screaming for a chopper, waking up in a strange hospital room, hot and miserable but not able to stay awake. Hurting, being prepped for transport, a nice medic talking to him in a southern accent. Waking up here, still hurting. Doctors talking in hushed tones, more hurting. Then today, waking up, more alert, his parents there, crying over him because apparently he'd almost died a couple of times over. That was hard to wrap his head around, so he just flat out didn't try. Trying to keep up a conversation was hard, so he did a lot of nodding. And through it all, he wanted Pike. He'd had one or both parents in there all day, even when he drifted off for a bit, and it was killing him. Not knowing where Pike was, if he even knew Zack was sick. He needed him there, and he wasn't, and that was its own level of pain. "You should go eat," he urged his parents after one of the nurses left from checking his vitals. His voice still sounded strange to him, hoarse and high at the same time. The nurse had told him he might get food tomorrow, alerting him to the fact that he hadn't seen his folks eat. "Really, I'm tired again." "Tired? Do you feel hot?" His mother hovered over him, her hand cool on his forehead. "No fever. The nurse said my temperature is normal. I'm okay, I promise." Actually, he was dying. Dying to contact Pike, to hear his voice, to know he was okay. "Joe, what do you think?" As always, she deferred to his father. "Are you hungry?" "I could eat." His father stretched in the chair he'd occupied most of the day. "And so should you. It's late back home. We can come back after we eat in the cafeteria." "Yeah, I'll probably sleep." Zack knew he didn't have to work to look exhausted. "But in case I don't, did they give you guys my cell?" "Your phone?" His mother shook her head. "They didn't give us anything of yours. Do you need me to call someone for you?" "Yes." "No, that's okay. Go on. Get food." He waved them out of the room. Wasn't like he had Pike's number memorized, unfortunately. Keep telling yourself that's why you didn't ask for her phone. His neck ached if he moved too fast, and his head swam, but he did a quick view of the room. No phone that he could see. There was a call button for the nurse, but was "I need to contact my boyfriend" really something he should bug them with? His finger hovered over the button. He was just about to press the button when someone came around the curtain. "I need..." His mouth opened and shut with no words coming out, because there, as if he'd conjured him with his sheer force of want, was Pike. A very rumpled, stressed-looking Pike. He was in professor clothes, white shirt, wrinkled khakis, tie askew. "You. I need you." "You're here," he said stupidly. "Yeah." Pike blinked a lot, then scrubbed at his face. "Is that okay?" "More than." Zack's face felt weirdly stretched. Probably his first smile in days. "My parents just left to get food." "I know." Pike lowered himself into the chair Zack's dad had just vacated. He scooted the chair closer. "I've been here hours." "Hours? But why didn't you come in?" Zack trailed off, brain catching up to his words. Of course, Pike hadn't come in. My parents. The same parents who didn't know a thing about Pike, or even that Zack was living off base. Because... Pike cast a glance over his shoulder at the curtain, then gently took Zack's hand. This. I can't not touch you right now. I need to know it's you, that you're here, that you're going to be okay. I am. Zack scooted over against the far side of the bed the best he could. Come here. Don't want to hurt you. Pike gingerly moved to the edge of the bed, still too far away. Mindful of his wires and IVs, Zack tugged him closer. You won't. Simply feeling Pike's warmth kicked Zack's heart rate up, made him smile wider. This. He'd been needing this. God, you scared me so badly. Pike pressed a kiss to the side of Zack's face. Man, I must be rank. It hurt to laugh. How did you find out? Ryan called. Someone called him. Pike's voice was steamroller flat, all his usual animation gone. Oh, thank goodness then. Glad he reached you. Zack? Pike sighed and shook his head. What? Never mind. Pike's eyes were sadder than Zack had ever seen them. Deep liquid pools of emerald. Not right now. Not when you're still so weak and I'm so freaking happy you're not dead. Not what right now? Zack shoved futilely at Pike's shoulder. All it did was jostle his IV. Ow, shit. Don't hurt yourself. You've been sick days, Zack, days and days. Pike swiped at his face. Hell, I can't do this. Should have stayed in the waiting area. Hey now, I'm okay now. It's all good. Pike's answering smile broke Zack's heart. Yeah, you are. What's wrong? Listen, I should probably get going. Ryan's coming tomorrow. Do you want me to come back with him, or... I want you here always. But he couldn't say that because it wasn't happening. My parents, they'll still be here, I'm sure. Yeah, I figured. Pike's eyes were resigned, tired lines replacing his usual crinkles from smiling so much. So I guess I'll let Ryan know when you're getting released, and he can tell me. If you want me to know. Of course I do. Zack thought he was already hurting as much as a body could, but every beat of his heart made ribs ache. Something awful was happening, and he couldn't stop it. Why won't you tell me what's wrong? Pike pinched the bridge of his nose. If someone hadn't called Ryan, I wouldn't know you were here, and you work a dangerous job. This might have been some freak thing, but this isn't the last time there will be a call about you. I'm trying to follow you. Zack's brain had been wrapped in wet wool. When did your parents find out you were sick? When you were at the other hospital, right? No question that someone was going to call them. You want a call? Zack squinted, still trying to process why Pike was so upset. It's because they're listed on my forms. Exactly. Pike's voice cracked. Zack, is that ever going to be me? Is there a future where I'm listed on that form too? Where the people important to you know about me? About us? Zack chewed his lip. He wanted to say yes, like he'd wanted to when he'd gotten sick after diving and Morrison had asked him if there was anyone he could call. He wanted that person to be Pike. But then there was all that shit with Cobb and Harper, and his parents here praying over him and saying how worried they'd been, and everything was all jumbled up in his head. I don't know, he said at last. Someday, Pike echoed, voice a hollow shell of his usual self. I need time. We almost didn't get more time. Pike rubbed his face. I'm trying, I really am, but... Wait. Zack heard voices coming down the hall. Man, even in a hospital setting, his mother's voice carried. Not thinking, he gave Pike a little shove. My parents. Of course. Pike's tone was final as he hopped off the bed, straightened the covers. Bye, Zach. Will you be back? Fuck. Now his voice was the one cracking. Pike's eyes squished shut as he paused by the curtain. I'm not sure that's a good idea, but give Ryan an update for me. I care about you, no matter what. This is it, isn't it? Zach needed to put a name on this thing cleaving his heart in two. We'll talk when you're better. Pike didn't deny Zach's conclusion, and with a final, sad smile, he was gone. Gone. And it felt like the foundation of Zach's life had been wrenched free, like his perfect little house was crumbling around him, unable to support itself without Pike. And the worst thing was that Zach knew he was the one to make it fall. He'd blown it. He was the one who hadn't had the words to hold them together. The curtain swished and his parents were back in the room, Dad taking the chair that had held Zach's whole life moments earlier. Who was that leaving the room? His mother asked. A friend? Yeah. Zach's voice was thicker than wool socks, throat just as scratchy. A friend. He had a healthy fear of falling, an innate knowledge of what a bullet could do, but he hadn't thought a single word could end him. But here he was, dying as his heart walked out of this place with Pike. Chapter 20. Pike's heart was firmly lodged 20 minutes away at the medical center while he was walking around home with a hollow ache in his chest. Professor whom he really should start calling Cynthia, had texted him that she'd taken care of his Friday classes, so he had nowhere to be other than the one place he couldn't be. The professor's partner Joanna had found him last night during his long vigil in the waiting room, brought him a coffee and an update she'd managed to procure that while he had more high-powered antibiotics ahead of him, Zach was out of the woods and expected to make a full recovery. Thank God. Not that it helped make the waiting more bearable. If anything, it made Pike angrier. Zach had almost died for days, and Pike hadn't known. Hell, he wouldn't even know as much as he did if it wasn't for Joanna pulling some strings and Ryan having connections. So it wasn't any wonder that by the time he'd finally gotten to see Zach, he'd been a mess of warring emotions. He hadn't meant to tell Zach everything right then, but he had reached the conclusion over the lonely hours in the waiting room that he couldn't go on like this, couldn't be the barest of footnotes to Zach's life, couldn't wait indefinitely for Zach to tell the people most important to him. Pike needed, deserved more. But after a sleepless night, he still wasn't sure he'd done the right thing, more or less telling Zach that the ball was in his court. What if that was it? The last time they touched? The last time he got to see Zach's whole face light up simply because Pike had entered the room? Was he really ready to let go of that? Fuck. He just didn't know. This was 1,000 times worse than his humiliation after Roger in high school. Instead of having everyone laughing at him and the burn of shame, he had 1,000 pinpricks of doubts assaulting him. Was Zach destined to let him down as surely as Roger had? Had he misplaced his affection yet again? Despite mainly being a soda drinker, he put a pot of coffee on, went through the motions of feeding the cats, checking on Nectarine, who was recovering nicely from her own surgery. Ring, ring. His pulse sped up as he looked at his phone. What if Zach wasn't really on the mend? What if he'd had a setback? What if it was Zach calling to tell him to vacate the house, that things really were well and truly over? Pike almost didn't answer, but he looked at the screen. Hector. Huh. Well, if nothing else, talking to his war elf contacts should distract him from this endless loop of worrying and pacing. Hey, Hector, what's up? Glad I caught you. I've talked to the brass, and we'd like to get you up here for an interview ASAP. Any chance I could get you on a plane today? Or maybe for Monday? Pike tried to buy himself some time to think. My assistant can make the arrangements for you, but the whole team is excited to meet you, hear more about your research. I know you've got your teaching duties. I'm actually off today. The words left Pike's mouth without permission. Fabulous. It's still early enough that Petra should be able to get you on a flight into Palo Alto. And you're from the Bay Area, right? I'll have her get you a room so you can take the weekend if you want. Mom. If there was anyone Pike wanted to see in his misery, it was his mom. Maybe escaping this place with all its memories of Zack in every room would be healthiest. Get away from the temptation to stalk the hospital. Interview with War Elf. Remind himself that he had a future with or without Zack. I'll do it, he found himself saying. Then before he could second-guess himself, he was talking to an efficient woman with a Nordic accent who got him on a flight that left in a few hours, and he was rushing around to pack a fast carry-on and get the cats to the vets for boarding. At the airport, he finally let himself think of Zack again, sending Ryan a text about where he'd be. In an ideal world, he'd be spending the weekend at his boyfriend's side, planning his recuperation, pampering him. But this was the real world, where he had neither a boyfriend, not really, nor a place in his life. But even knowing that, as the plane took off, Pike couldn't help feeling like he'd left a huge chunk of himself behind. Zack got something resembling food for breakfast. Unfortunately, breakfast also brought the return of his parents, each clutching a large coffee and looking ready to spend all day at his side. Goody. His father had exchanged his Bible from yesterday for a political tome celebrating the latest ultra-right-wing presidential candidate. Great upgrade, Dad. Meanwhile, his mother had brought a book of crossword puzzles and kept trying to engage him in helping her, same as she had when he'd had his tonsils out in middle school. An 8-letter word for regret? His mother prompted. Pike. 4 letters that held more regret and remorse than any synonyms Zack could think of. Why couldn't things be different? Why couldn't Pike be more patient? You know why. Zack, any ideas? I think it starts with a C. Contrite, he said automatically, even as his mind continued to drift back to thoughts of Pike, where he was right then, if he was thinking of Zack. Man, Zack was even crazy curious about how the cats were doing. He'd forgotten to ask Pike how Nectarine was faring, and he missed both animals and their owner more than he would have thought possible. Oh, that's right. His mother's tone was as distracted as Zack felt. We're a great pair. I wish your brother could feel some of that. Not a week out of rehab and he's tearing around on that motorcycle again. Does he even have a license anymore? Talking about his brother wasn't exactly an improvement from crossword clues. His mother frowned and rubbed her temples. I thought it was suspended pending his court date, but he says... Mom, you can't trust what he says. His mother turned a wounded eye on him. Of course I can. I'm his mother. He doesn't lie to me. Mom, we all lie to you. All of us. And that right there was the crux of Zack's miserable sibling rivalry with Danny. His mother had never once wanted to believe that her baby might lie to her, might be tormenting Zack. But Zack's bones still ached, and he simply didn't have the energy for this fight. Whatever. Hope he doesn't get pulled over. Me too. We've got that bail money on the line. His father looked up from his book, taking a rare interest in their conversation. He usually left matters with the kids to Zack's mother. He reached out and patted Zack's leg, Another infrequent gesture on his part. When did his hand get so bony? His hair so gray?
Lucky for us, at least one of you turned out right.
Joe, really? Zach's mother made a clucking sound. Mad Mama Duck. Both our sons are good people. Danny just has issues, problems. Good people. Would they still think that if Zach told the truth? He's got more than issues, Zach said, determined to pick that fight after all. Not everyone can be as honorable as you, his mother sighed. I don't know how I went so wrong with him and so right with you. Zach's throat ached with the need to tell her that she had it all mixed up.
Never change.
His father patted Zach again.
You give me something to be proud of. Can't wait to know you're back out there again.
Swallowing hard, Zach nodded. I'm already changed. It's too late, and you can't see it.
Is this the party room?
Ryan poked his head around the curtain. He was in his wheelchair, probably because of the maze of long hallways and the distance from the parking structures at the medical center. Predictably, his parents made quite the unnecessary fuss, moving their chairs out of the way and hovering in a way that made Zach embarrassed for Ryan. His mother kept looking at the doorway like she expected Ryan to have a handler and telling him how brave he was for coming, while his dad was all thanking Ryan for his service and pumping his hand up and down. Ryan, though, handled it all with typical good humor, shaking hands and laughing with them.
So, how are you hanging in there?
He pulled out his phone.
I've got a whole contact list demanding proof of life. Smile.
Gee, thanks. He snapped a quick pic, then motioned to Zach's food.
I see they're letting you eat.
If you call that food.
Hey, I know more bad hospital food than anyone. That doesn't look too bad at all.
Ryan finished typing out whatever text he was sending. Zach needed to know who he was texting. Josiah for sure, but was Pike on that list? Did Pike want an update? But of course, Zach couldn't ask with his parents right there.
Seriously, Josiah is totally wigging out that he couldn't come down with me, but he's got a big meeting today and it was easier for me to take a sick day.
It's really nice of you to come. Was traffic bad? Unable to talk about what he really wanted to, Zach resorted to inane subjects.
Not too bad. I got an early start, though, to avoid the worst of it. Josiah and the dog woke up to see me off, and you know Josiah was feeling bad about not coming if he woke up early. Thought about bringing the dog, but wasn't sure if you'd be up for that or if the hospital would give me a hassle.
Ryan's dog, Gracie, had been trained as a service dog. Josiah? Zach's mother asked in a high voice. That's your roommate? Ryan shot Zach a questioning look, and Zach shrugged. Neither Ryan nor Josiah ever made a secret of what they were to each other, and Zach wasn't going to shove his best friend into the closet. It was crowded enough with just him in there.
Partner,
Ryan corrected her.
Boyfriend right now, but I've been thinking about a ring for Christmas.
Really? Zach felt his eyebrows soar skyward. No shit? That's awesome. Zach. His mother shook her head, and Zach couldn't tell whether she was censuring him for his language or his approval of Ryan's plans. Probably both.
Thought you were in the service.
Zach's father frowned.
Yep, I was a SEAL. Now I run roughshod over unruly government students at a high school in Santa Monica.
But, Dad? Zach cut him off before something offensive could come out of his dad's mouth. It was so nice of you to come. Zach's mother had adopted her church nice voice that only Zach knew was insincere as hell. But I'm sure we're keeping you from your day.
Nope.
Ryan gave a strained smile.
I'm all Zach's today.
Zach's dad made a strangled sound, and he could see the imminent lecture forming in his dad's brain. Mom, don't you need a refill on that coffee? Zach nodded at her empty cup, trying to find a nice way to ask for a minute alone with Ryan.
It's a gorgeous day outside. You could both take a turn around the grounds,
Ryan suggested. clearly picking up on Zach's plan. "I'll keep Zach company, then head out when you get back." Zach's chest clenched. He knew Ryan had only tossed the last bit in as a carrot to Zach's parents, who were being none too subtle in their desire to get rid of Ryan. "I suppose some more coffee would be nice," his mother said slowly. "If you're sure." Her tone suggested that Zach shouldn't want to be alone with Ryan, and was mirrored by Zach's dad's disapproving headshake. "I'm sure." Zach would deal with whatever lecture the two of them needed to give him when they returned. Ryan waited until they were both out of the room to speak again. "Nice people. How long are they in town for?" "Till Sunday," Zach groaned. "And you don't have to pretend. They were pretty rude to you." "Sorry about that. I know you probably wanted me to lie." "Never," Zach cut him off. "That's not what you do. I wouldn't ask you to lie about Josiah. I'll deal with their disapproval later." "You ever get tired of that disapproval?" Ryan's voice was easy, but his words smacked into Zach, hitting him square in the chest. "All the time." Zach's eyes squished shut. "All the time. But they're my folks, you know?" "I know." Ryan's tone was more than a little sad. "They came all this way to see me." "They love you. I get it." Ryan sighed, and Zach had to join him, even though it pulled at his stitches because he knew he had to decide if the price of that love was something he was willing to keep paying. "Did Pike send you to lecture me?" Zach couldn't handle talking about his parents with Ryan, and he had lain awake all night with that question floating through his head and still didn't have an answer. "Pike?" Ryan's eyes went wide. "Nah, not his style. Josiah, however, thinks I should read you the riot act for how you're acting." "But you saw him today, right? Pike, I mean, not Josiah." Zach had an almost palpable need to know how Pike was, hungry for even the smallest detail. "Nope," Ryan shook his head. "He's on his way to the Bay Area for the weekend." "What? Why?" Zach had to struggle to keep his voice down. "To see his mom, most likely," Ryan shrugged. "And that job interview." "Job interview?" Fuck. Why hadn't Zach asked Pike what was new with him last night? Why hadn't Pike told him? Some sort of analyst position with War Elf. He's wanted in with War Elf for years. Guess he couldn't turn that down. Not without a reason to stay here. Ryan's voice continued to be deceptively mild. Not without a reason to stay here. Zach's head throbbed. There it was. The reason why Pike hadn't thought to mention this to Zach. He wasn't giving Pike any reason to. He wanted Pike to put them first when he couldn't do the same. Couldn't even ensure that Pike would be told if something happened to him. Shit. This situation sucked donkey balls. Ryan's phone buzzed, and he glanced down. Crap, I'm about to be all kinds of rude, but do you mind if I send Jose a quick text? Go ahead. Zach watched as a strange little smile came over his friend as he typed, a softness to his chiseled face that he'd never noticed before. The phone buzzed again, and Ryan picked it up. Hey, Jose. He smiled as he said the name, crinkles appearing around his eyes. I was just sending you a text. Take a deep breath. It's in your laptop bag. Yeah, I put it in there myself last night. There was more talking from Jose's side, and Ryan laughed, a warm, deep chuckle. Yeah, that's not gonna work, but he's looking way better than I thought. Love you too. The easy way Ryan closed with the love you pierced Zach just as surely as a scalpel. He hadn't ever said those words to Pike, hadn't been able to give voice to something that implied a future they might not have. I love you meant that you were willing to put the other person first, and Zach hadn't been able to promise that. Zach's eyes burned, and his hands twisted handfuls of the thin hospital blanket. What isn't going to work? He asked Ryan, his voice barely above a croak.
Getting you in a headlock until you see what a dumbass you're being? Letting Pike walk away like this? Ryan rolled his eyes. Jose seems to think I've got superpowers or something because that's not happening, right? Is this the sort of reverse psychology that works on your students? Zach grumbled, even as he appreciated his friend's low-key approach. Part of him, however, wanted Ryan mad at him, wanted him to yell and call him out on his behavior. Ryan's never going to get as mad at you as you are. Zach swallowed hard. It was true. He'd been furious at himself ever since Pike left. Before that, even. Felt like all he knew how to do was make things worse. The anger was eating him up, every bit as surely as that infection had. But he wanted better for himself, better for Pike. He wanted that moment Ryan had just had, being needed and being able to be exactly what the other person needed at that time, being completely secure in their relationship. Hell, Ryan hadn't even wavered in the face of Zach's parents. He knew who he was, and maybe it was about time Zach found out who he really was, too. "Hey, Ryan," he asked, taking a breath to try to steady his voice. "You know how you said you could introduce me to some people? Give me some numbers?" "Yeah, absolutely." Ryan pulled the phone back out, small smile tugging at his mouth. "Just say the word." I think... No, I think. Own this choice." Zach sat up straighter in the bed, even as his muscles protested. And when he spoke next, his voice was firmer. "I'm ready." Chapter 21. Sunlight streamed into the War Elf office space through giant skylights that illuminated the discussion pods of brightly colored chairs and beanbags strewn about on giant green rugs. It was a cheerful scene, but Pike had never been lonelier in his life. The high-exposed ceilings with their networks of ducts and wiring distracted him, made him long for the tighter confines of his little house. Pike didn't do homesick. He really didn't. Growing up, they'd moved fairly often from one fixer-upper to the next as his mother squirreled away cash from each sale into his college fund. He hadn't really had time to get attached to any one house, and then there had been university housing, but no one really got homesick for dorms and off-campus apartments. His West Hollywood digs with Landon had been pretty sweet, but he'd never really missed it when he'd been gone. Strange, then, that in the middle of the War Elf headquarters, he was almost overcome with a visceral sense of loss. It might be the senior chief's house, but he and Zach had been building something there, something special. And now it seemed pulled from beyond his grasp, no way to get it back. And here he was, waiting for Hector and wondering if a fresh start could ease this ache in his chest. Pike had visited War Elf as part of his PhD research, meeting several times with Hector, but interviewing for the senior market research analyst position was a whole new thing, complete with meeting the CEO and several VPs. As a young intern with purple streaks in her blonde hair gave him a complete tour of the facilities, a strange restlessness came over him. Above the snack and coffee area, a large stainless steel clock announced that it was almost 3 o'clock. I should be teaching Intro to Stats right now. Maybe his students were unhappy or stressed. He wasn't sure whether Cynthia had stayed to teach the class, or if she'd simply given the students the weekend off. He hoped the students weren't disappointed that they wouldn't have more time before next week's test. And why the hell was he worrying about them while being shown the array of freebies available to employees? All his favorite sodas and energy drinks, there for the taking. Everyone puts in such long hours. It's nice to have a place to let off steam. The intern gestured at 2 foosball tables and a ping-pong table lining the edge of the break area. She had a way of making everything seem trendy and cutting edge. And in addition to the row of treadmill desks, there's a gym on the lower level. Sure enough,
This place had a sweet setup, but Pike couldn't seem to appreciate it. So, everyone works late? He'd figured as much from Hector and the other executives, but he felt more comfortable asking the intern. Oh yeah, seems like there's an expansion pack update deadline every few months, major marketing pushes monthly, fan events and cons regularly, always something around here. On weekends people tend to be more casual, roll in late or take Sunday off, but there's usually people around most days. Damn. Long hours would make any thought Pike had of regularly jaunting off to San Diego for the weekend. Stop it. A long-distance thing with Zach? No way. They didn't have a thing yet, not a real one, and they lived in the same house. No way were they surviving long distance. Can't rehab a house with those kinds of hours. And when on earth had home started mattering so much to him? As long as he and the cats had a roof over their heads, he shouldn't complain. He tried to get it together for his meetings with others from the marketing and research divisions, including those who would be reporting to him. Now there was a novel thought. He'd spent so many years being the low man on the totem pole that the idea of having underlings was almost comical. Undoubtedly, Hector would be talking to these people after Pike left, and he had a hard time imagining anyone saying, "Yeah, him, that one. Let's make him in charge." Hell, he couldn't even sort out his own life. Who would make him the responsible one? But everyone listened attentively when he talked about his research and the algorithms he'd uncovered to mine more usable data from user habits. "You've got dinner plans?" Hector beamed as he showed Pike back to the main area. "Yeah, my mom's coming down from Berkeley to eat with me." She'd been thrilled at the impromptu visit, happy to battle the traffic over the bridge to come down to Palo Alto. But she was also his mom, and she'd instinctively known that something was wrong, and he knew he'd end up pouring out the whole story to her over noodles at the Thai place they were meeting at. "That's terrific," Hector slapped him on the back. "Moving should be a snap for you with family in the area, but don't worry, I'll make sure HR puts a nice relocation bonus in the contract for you. Expect to hear from us next week, but I don't think I have to tell you that I'm thinking it will be good news." Thanks. The flippy-floppy sensation in Pike's stomach couldn't decide whether that would indeed be good news. Can I really leave Zach behind? He didn't have an answer. Wasn't sure whether Zach would even care, or whether taking the job might actually be the best thing for Zach. Take the pressure off him. Fuck. I don't know anything anymore.
Ryan was right. You're alone.
A dark-haired man in a khaki service uniform that indicated he was both a SEAL and a decorated lieutenant with the last name Floros came around the curtain in Zach's room. He looked vaguely familiar in that Zach was sure he'd seen him around base. "Excuse me?" His parents had recently left for the night, and Zach's head had that almost asleep bleariness that he hated. He blinked himself more alert. "Hell, that's a lieutenant you're talking to. Sir?"
"Oh, none of that. I'm not here in anything resembling an official capacity. Only still in uniform because I came from a meeting on base."
The guy stuck out his hand. He had the way of flattening his vowels that Zach associated with native Californians like Pike.
"Apollo Floros, friend of Ryan's. He asked me to stop by. Said to go easy on you because you looked like crap."
"But you're not going to?" Zach guessed. The guy gave off massive, badass vibes. Zach could have pegged him as a spec ops even without the uniform. But from the tattoos peeking out, along with truly impressive biceps under his uniform shirt, to the ultra-short hair to a nose that had probably been broken at least once, everything about the guy said he wasn't someone to mess with.
"Nope."
Lieutenant Floros gave a downright feral smile, one that didn't reach his cloudy hazel eyes.
"Easy's not my style."
Zach could believe that, but found himself struggling for an appropriate reply. Before Ryan had left yesterday, he told Zach he'd give his name to some friends and had given him a paper with some numbers on it, since Zach still didn't have a phone. But he hadn't expected anyone to actually show up at the hospital. Hell, he and Ryan had barely had time to finish talking before Zach's parents had returned, and Ryan had made himself scarce, promising to be in touch soon. And Zach had been right about the lecture awaiting him. Any cred he'd built up by being sick had evaporated in the fiery tirade from his father about picking appropriate friends. Zach had been on the verge of blurting out everything, but then his mother had busted out the tears, telling his dad to lay off, that Zach was a good kid. The words had died in Zach's throat, caught by a wave of sadness that he wasn't either of those things. He hadn't been a kid for years, and even when he had been one, she'd been the same. Long on the waterworks, short on the real help. And he wasn't particularly good either, not when he was either lying to or alienating everyone he cared for. What he was a coward, letting the moment go, still not ready to detonate that particular grenade. But he was inching closer, as evidenced by the cryptic lieutenant in front of him. He'd given Ryan permission to tell his friends, but somehow he hadn't expected someone so...
"You keep staring at me like I'm here to court-martial you."
The man took a seat in the chair closest to the bed.
"I knew I should have made Maddox come with me. He's less scary."
"I'm not scared," Zach said sharply. "Just trying to figure you out. Are you..." Fuck. He didn't know how to phrase this question. Ryan had simply told him, introducing Josiah shortly after he and Zach met in this very hospital, and all Josiah's friends like Pike made it clear through jokes and innuendo. And this guy was macho. There was a pretty good chance Ryan had sent some straight guy to see him, and here was Zach about to put his foot in it.
"Ryan said you might want to talk to a guy who's out with the teams."
His gaze dropped to the lieutenant's hands. Whoa, he was married. Flat gold band right there on his ring finger. "But you're married."
"Last I checked, that was legal."
His already murky eyes got darker and his mouth tensed.
"My husband died last year. But yeah, married and out. And here to reassure you that there's plenty of us. But clearly I'm not the right person for that."
"I'm really sorry about your husband." A thin spear of fear pierced Zach. Fuck. To have been out, to have loved someone, to have their freaking ring, and then not. He tried to imagine a world without Pike in it, a world without second chances and do-overs, a world without laughter and touch, a world where he was the one left behind.
"It's okay. The last thing you need to hear about right now is some tragedy. Ask me about my team or my friends. A group of us would love to have you come out for breakfast or a beer with us next weekend."
Zach's stomach flopped, bile stinging his throat. The lieutenant was wrong. Hard as it was to think about, this wasn't the last thing he needed to hear. In fact, maybe he needed to hear this. In all his troubles with Cobb, he'd never once thought about how it could affect those around him. "Lieutenant."
"Apollo, please. We're not on duty."
"Fair enough. What if someone was stepping out of line on the teams, hassling and stuff, making it hard to be out?" Zach's heart beat faster, simply asking the question.
"Someone harassing you? Tell me about it."
Apollo's voice was nothing short of a direct order as he leaned forward. "Okay." Zach needed a breath to steady himself. "There's this guy. Known him since buds, and maybe it's not a huge deal."
"It is. Continue."
Apollo's broad shoulders stiffened, and his scowl was truly impressive. "Anyway, he kind of bothers me," Zach continued, careful not to name Cobb. But he told Apollo the gist of the stunts Cobb had pulled, and the more he talked and the more Apollo nodded and made encouraging noises, the more he shared about what had been happening. The jokes, the blackmail, the nasty comments, all of it.
And you haven't reported this.
Apollo's voice was all business as Zack finished his story. No, sir.
You were afraid of outing yourself.
Apollo's tone shifted to a bit more sympathetic.
I've been there. Before DADT was repealed, nothing sucks worse than not being able to talk about the best thing in your life.
Yes. Fuck. That was exactly where Zack had been for months now. But what if Apollo was right, and he was risking his life to stay in the closet? That was what it really boiled down to. Could he trust these guys to have his six when it counted when they were deployed? Could he trust himself to not be distracted by the harassment? He'd almost died once, ignoring the warning signs in his body, because he'd been so distracted by Cobb and Harper. Did he really want to be responsible for making Pike's eyes as haunted as Apollo's?
I can get the forms for you to do a complaint to your commanding officer, but I guess the real question here is whether you're ready. I can tell you until I'm blue in the face that you won't be alone, but you've got to be ready.
Zack looked square at Apollo and asked the only thing that really mattered. Were you happy? The sadness that crossed the lieutenant's face said volumes.
Yeah, we were. Never doubted for a minute that I did the right thing coming out to my team. We were married 3 weeks after the DADT repeal. Best thing I ever did.
Zack's sinuses burned. So much pain and longing in the other man's words. There was only one possible reply. Then yeah, I'm ready. Chapter 22. Now that seems like a good friend for you, Zack's mother remarked on her way into his hospital room Sunday morning, right as Apollo was leaving, Zack's future tucked into his leather bag. His parents had decided to go to a San Diego church of their same denomination, which let Zack have time to work with Apollo, who'd kept his word and returned first thing with the forms for a formal harassment complaint. That your CO? His dad asked, more adept than his mother at spotting military guys. Apollo had been in street clothes, but he carried himself with an officer's bearing, even in jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. Not mine, just a new friend. Zack tiptoed around the truth. Speaking of friends, I've been thinking. His mother's voice was distracted as she sat down in the chair, searching through her large purse for the ever-present book of puzzles. Her thinking was never a good thing, and Zack's spine stiffened up. Yeah? It's getting close to the holidays. I heard them say you're likely to be on medical leave for a while. Why don't you see if you can arrange to come home, even if only for a day or two? Zack squished his eyes shut. He did not want to go home. There was only one person he wanted to spend the holidays with, and he wasn't even sure Pike felt the same way. But no way did he want to deal with Danny and his family drama. I probably can't get leave. I'll be ready for duty soon enough. You could try. I'm thinking we could have Leslie and her parents over. I told you how upset she was to hear you were sick. Mom, Leslie and I are never going to be a thing. Zack managed to get that much of the truth out. Stop meddling, Edith, Zack's father said to her. Man probably doesn't want something long distance. Young guy like Zack, he needs to meet some of the young women we saw at church today. We picked up a brochure for you and put you on their mailing list. You did what? Zack blinked. I don't want to be on some church's mailing list. Now, honey, it's past time you found a church family close to base, his mother soothed. And your father's right. There were so many nice girls your age there. If Zack ever found the inside of a church again, it certainly wouldn't be the sort his parents would approve of. I'm never going back to your denomination. Never going to listen to another hate-filled sermon. The words were right there in Zack's mouth, but his father spoke first. Maybe the friend who just left knows some suitable girls he can introduce you to.
his dad said gruffly. Looks like the sort of man who's never short female company. Zack had to laugh at that. I doubt that. He's a widower.
Oh, that poor man. His mother's eyes went liquid and soft. What happened to his wife?
Zack took a deep breath. He was done lying about his friends. Husband died.
Husband?
His mother made a face like she'd gotten a mouthful of soap. Another queer. His father's face turned mottled red. Son, what are you doing, associating with degenerates? Zack had to laugh at that.
Lieutenant Floros has a whole lot of medals that would disagree with that. Ryan, too. They've both commanded SEAL teams in combat zones.
I don't care if the liberal-loving president himself gave them medals. I don't want them around my son. Husband, that's unnatural.
Sweat beaded up along his father's thinning hairline. Zack, come home for the holidays. Let Pastor Wooten talk to you. His mother reached for his hand. I don't need to talk. Son, don't you get it? You keep associating with those homosexuals. People are going to make assumptions. They'd be right. Zack's voice was little more than air warming his suddenly frozen lips. What did you say? His mother clutched her neck. Oh, Zack, don't joke. I said they'd be right. About me. He'd expected to feel nauseated, but now that he'd finally gotten the words out, relief flooded his senses.
No son of mine is a goddamned homosexual.
His father's face had gone from red to purple as he let loose a rare curse. This one is. Relief was funny stuff, made his voice steadier, his muscles firmer. We're going to get you help. Tears streamed down his mother's face. I've heard of places that can make you right again. I'm going to call Pastor Wooten right now and... She dug around in her purse for her phone. Stop! I don't need help. Zack's own eyes burned. Of course you do. We got Danny help for his afflictions, and we'll do the same for you. She wiped her eyes, voice more determined now. I only wish you would have told us sooner. Mom, Danny's an addict. It's not the same thing at all. I was born this way. Don't you understand how hard life will be for you? That lifestyle isn't for you. You need a wife, a helpmate, someone like Leslie who gets what a military man needs. A home, a family, children. His mother's voice broke on the word children. Part of Zack broke along with her. Plenty of gay people have kids. They make happy homes.
Don't you talk like that.
His father grabbed for his hand.
You're a good person. You were born into the church. You've been saved. God wants you to make the right choice, and we're going to help you do that.
There are plenty of people in the world who think God loves me exactly like this. Zack pulled his hand away, unable to stomach the tremor in his father's grip.
And they're wrong. This is not the path of a righteous man or a SEAL. I don't care about those other men. My son isn't choosing that path.
His father's eyes narrowed. He pulled out his Bible.
God says,
I think you should leave now. All of a sudden, Zack was tired. Bone-crushingly, soul-numbingly tired. He couldn't deal with this anymore. Couldn't cope with prayers and help and pleas that were going nowhere. Leave. His mother's voice cracked. We can't leave you like this. You need help.
You need to see God's wisdom, his father added. We'll pray together.
I want you to go. Zack managed to sound firm this time, resolute. I'm not praying for change. I like me a lot."
"You don't mean that."
His father took his mother's elbow, shouldering her bag for her.
"You'll see the error."
"I won't." Zach met his father's eyes, trying to match his depth of conviction. "I'll pray for you. Every day." His mother pressed a damp kiss to his forehead before following his father out of the room. Fuck. He'd done it. He'd really done it. He squished his eyes shut. He was not going to cry over this. He lay there, heart pounding, eyes shut, mind racing, for what felt like hours.
"You asleep?"
For the briefest of seconds, Zach thought it might be his father, come back with a change of heart. But he cracked open an eye to find the senior chief standing before him. He tried to ignore the fresh burn in his throat. "No, sir. I'm awake."
"Good."
The senior chief held up a reusable grocery bag.
"Heard you're getting sprung tomorrow. Thought I'd bring you by some fresh clothes and your phone."
His phone. Pike. Stupid how happy a little hunk of plastic and silicon made him. "Thank you, sir."
"It's dead as a doornail, but I grabbed one of Dorell's chargers for you. Want me to plug it in?"
"Yes, please." The senior chief got the phone charging next to Zach's bed, then settled himself in one of the visitors' chairs.
"You put me in a damn hard position, Nelson."
"Sorry?" Fuck. Last thing Zach needed was one more person mad at him.
"LT called me on my way over here. Said we're going to meet with you Thursday morning. I assume you know what that's over?"
"Yes, sir." Damn. Apollo and the paperwork gods worked fast.
"Zach."
It was the first time the older man had used his first name.
"Why couldn't you just tell me? You think this is really some kind of surprise to me?"
"No, sir." Zach could tell by the other man's stony expression that it wasn't. And if he was honest with himself, he could admit that the senior chief had probably suspected since he'd met Pike, and the senior chief hadn't really batted an eye at Pike.
"My job is to keep my enlisted men alive. You understand me? And I can't do that if you don't talk to me. Don't trust me with the truth."
"I'm sorry, sir."
"You've got to trust your command leadership. And if you can't, we've failed you some fundamental way."
"I should have talked to you sooner," Zach admitted. "You've been nothing but good to me this whole time, letting me stay." He stopped short as a thought popped into his head. "You suspected something was going on even then, didn't you?"
"I'm not a stupid man. I knew there was a reason you wanted off base, and it's on me that I didn't pin you down, make you tell me everything. Nelson, you could have died out there, and that would be on my shoulders."
"It was a freak thing, not anyone's fault." The senior chief snorted.
"And you know what the worst of it was?"
Zach almost didn't want to guess. "What?"
"I wanted to call that roommate of yours. You were dying, and I needed to do something. But he wasn't listed anywhere on your paperwork. And because you hadn't trusted me, I wasn't sure whether I'd be leading him into a hornet's nest of a family situation, or even if you'd want him notified. That's a hell of a position to leave me and him in."
"I know," Zach said, grinding his teeth. "Believe me, I know. I messed up, and he's mad at me too."
"That's hardly reassuring."
The senior chief's laugh was a harsh bark.
"You messing up what might be the best thing in your life isn't exactly what I want to hear. I like that man."
"Me too." Zach had to whisper to keep his voice steady. "And I'm trying to make this all right for him. For me. For us. For the team."
"That's a lot of right."
He sighed and nodded as if he were coming to some conclusion.
And I suppose this meeting with the LT is a good step along that process. I've got your back.
Thank you, sir. That means a lot. He barely managed to keep his voice from breaking.
Now, tomorrow, I'm going to pick you up where they discharge you.
You don't have to do that.
Nelson, we're done arguing.
He hit Zach with a hard stare.
Only question is, whether I'm taking you to my house so Charisse can fuss over you, or taking you to your place.
His place. His and Pike's. Home. My place.
You sure you can make things okay with Pike? I don't want you alone when you're still recovering.
I'm going to fix things. And for the first time, Zach let himself really believe that. Of all the steps he'd taken in the past 48 hours, walking into that house was going to be the hardest, but no way was he letting Pike go without a fight. Pike slammed back his third soda of the day as he booted up the classroom's computer and projector, trying to find some energy before his last Monday class. He checked his phone for the 100th time. Nothing from Zach. He'd had updates from Ryan all weekend that Zach was improving. He was due to be released today or tomorrow, and most notably, his parents had left yesterday. But Zach hadn't sent him a message through Ryan or any other means requesting his presence. Maybe they really were well and truly over. That thought made him choke on his soda. Yesterday he kept expecting a message that it was safe to visit. But you're the one who told him to make a decision. And Zach was the one who'd pushed him away when he heard his parents. Fuck. This was all such a mess. The house seemed so large and empty when he got back from Palo Alto, without Zach there to fill it. A different loss than when he was away on training. Professor Reynolds, where were you Friday? Suzanne was 5 minutes early as usual, but to his surprise, when he looked up from messing with the computer, Rosemary and Jose were also there. Oh crap. He hadn't prepped for this question. A friend was sick and I dealt with my hurt over not being able to see him by fleeing to the Bay Area for the weekend and interviewing for a job that I'm still not sure whether or not I want. Yeah, I'm a beacon of maturity over here. It's okay. Rosemary, bless her, bailed him out. We missed you, that's all. Oh, thanks. Professor Who said she took attendance and then gave you bonus worksheets? Yeah, but I'm still confused about correlation and R value, Jose tossed in. And the homework wasn't any help. Stupid book. Pike turned to the section about correlation and groaned. He had a whole lecture outlined, and he kind of hated it already. My whole dissertation was on finding significant correlations, and even I'm confused by the book, he admitted. Hey, yeah, Professor Who said that you really did research on War Elf? Asked Tommy, the kid who always gamed in class. The rest of the class had filtered in, and it was time for class to start, but Pike would rather talk his research than the text. Yep, he turned to the board. Want to see what I mean about finding correlation? We can consider user habits as a data set. He came up with several examples for the class on the fly, trying to discuss the concept of R value in real-world scenarios. For once, the class was full of questions, and they had a spirited discussion about the difference between causation and correlation, and how even an R value of +1 didn't mean causation. He was in the midst of laying out another problem for the class when he noticed Professor Crabtree in the back corner. The older woman had been at Professor Who's party and mainly taught upper-level college math classes. Oh, heck, his peer evaluation. That was all his day needed. But he was already far off plan. The only thing to do was to continue his example and try to get back on track after this problem. But the class had a lot of questions, and the next thing he knew, stopwatch kid Dwayne was saying it was 4:30. Time to wrap up and remind them they had a quiz on Wednesday. Pike watched the class file out, several students giving Professor Crabtree curious glances. She waited until the room was empty to approach Pike at the podium. Now, that was different. Cringing, he rubbed his jaw. We usually follow the book more, No, you misunderstand me. That was lovely, spirited, engaging, and your class clearly adores you. They do? Pike blinked. Oh, yes. Cynthia says students are already asking about what you'll be teaching next term, jockeying to get into your sections. Now he cringed for a different reason. If he took the war elf job, there wouldn't be any next term for him. The students would have someone new, and why that made his stomach ache, he couldn't say. I can't wait to see where your research takes you. If you get the full-time position, you'll be in line for some funding in that direction. That's nice. Pike didn't really know this woman, but maybe that was a good thing. He needed a shot of honesty right then. You really think I've got a shot at that? Absolutely. You've got a gift for teaching. Thanks. Pike tried to keep the surprise out of his voice. Your students know you care, and that makes them want to try, makes them want to come to class. That's the hardest thing in the world to accomplish, to be able to care and motivate. That's special. Special. Professor Crabtree was talking about students, but an image of Zack sprang up in Pike's brain. Did Zack know that he cared? He'd made it clear that he needed Zack to make some hard choices, but had he done enough to let him know that he cared? Could he have done a better job giving Zack a reason to come out? He'd been so wary of getting his heart broken that he hadn't really shared that heart with Zack. If he wanted Zack motivated to change, maybe he needed to step up as well. Take a risk. Thanks, he said absently to the professor. They talked a bit more, but even a stack of cash couldn't get Pike to recall what was said. His thoughts were all jumbled up. The war elf job versus teaching. The idea that maybe he didn't suck at teaching as much as he'd thought. And the realization that maybe he hadn't done enough to convince Zack to fight for them. That last one burned. He'd been so busy running away from what Zack hadn't done that he'd let fear keep him from saying the only words that really mattered. Still in a fog, he gathered up his stuff, checked his phone out of habit, and almost dropped it when he saw that he had a message. Zack. And typical for him, the message was short and to the point. I'm coming home. Home. Pike's pulse found some new turbo gear and his hand shook. Maybe the universe did hand out second chances after all. On my way, he replied, resisting the temptation to type the words that were clogging his senses. Not yet, but soon. Chapter 23. Zack wasn't used to being helpless, but days on end of being in a hospital bed had left him wobbly as a toddler learning to walk. The hospital insisted on wheeling him out to the senior chief's truck, and while he'd protested stridently, secretly he was glad to skip the long walk through the hospital. Last thing he needed was face-planting in front of everyone. Other than his upcoming meeting with his commander, he was on medical leave for the next 2 weeks or so until he was cleared by the doctors to return to duty. He had appointments with physical therapy to work on getting his strength back up before he got that clearance. And he couldn't help thinking about Apollo's husband and everything the lieutenant had lost. Not going to happen to us. He couldn't lose Pike. Not going to happen. Ever. He'd agonized over what to text Pike. He'd written and deleted 24 texts all Sunday, finally making himself send something when the doctors finally cleared him to leave late in the day Monday. Charisse made soup for you. the senior chief said as they pulled into the driveway at Pike and Zach's place.
"You're sure about this? You're still pretty weak. I'd be happy for you to stay with us."
I'm fine. Zach sat up straighter, tried to exude more energy than he actually felt. I'll be back on duty in no time.
I'm more concerned with you landing on your ass tonight.
The senior chief's voice was dry, but not without humor as he helped Zach into the house. Fuck. His tired bones felt as if he were 80. He pulled away from the senior chief's steadying arm and forced himself to walk straight, unlock the door, and head straight for the sofa. Tiny victories and all that.
I'm going to put the soup in the fridge and bring you a big water.
The senior chief headed to the kitchen.
Thanks,
Zach called after him.
If that guy of yours doesn't show up or doesn't stick around, I want you to call me.
The older man came back into the living room, frown on his face.
No way should you be alone tonight.
He's on his way. Zach's hand tightened around his phone, as if that could make Pike appear faster. He wasn't sure he could handle it if Pike said he was too late, if it wasn't enough to keep him. That stupid fear had kept him from texting yesterday because the only thing worse than missing Pike would be learning he wasn't coming back ever again.
All right then, call if you need anything, and I mean anything.
The senior chief headed to the door. I will. His throat tightened up. He had no clue what Thursday would bring, but the senior chief's support made Zach's shoulder muscles unkink a bit. He'd deal. Whatever was coming, he'd deal. The senior chief shut the door softly behind him, and Zach leaned back against the couch, giving in to his exhaustion. Hell, just taking his shoes off and putting his legs up made him sleepy. He let himself drift off, a dreamless nap. Hey. A soft touch on his shoulder roused him from the cobwebs of his mind, and he had to blink, make sure it was really Pike there kneeling next to the sofa, really his hand on Zach. You came home, Zach said stupidly. Always. Pike gave him a lopsided smile. And hey, someone has to feed the demons. He gestured at the end of the sofa, where both of the cats lay on Zach's feet. Think I could still operate a can opener? Zach stretched and gently freed his feet. I should have come by the hospital yesterday, Pike said, after your parents left. I mean, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to. I wanted you to. Kept trying to think of the perfect text. Oh, babe, you don't have to be perfect for me, never. Just say come and I'm there. But I shouldn't have put you in the position of doubting that I'd be there. You were right to walk away. The words scraped against his throat, truth burning. He could still feel the recoil in his muscles from shoving Pike when he'd heard his parents. I was being a coward, and I was wrong to push you away. I'm falling in love with you. That's what I should have said before I left. Pike kept stroking Zach's face. I was a coward too. I needed you to know that, but I was scared of it not being enough. It is. Summoning his strength, Zach tugged Pike up next to him, half on him, which as far as Zach was concerned was about perfect. I know I've done a piss-poor job of showing it, but I think I love you too. I'll wait. Pike's green eyes were as serious as Zach had ever seen them. I'm not saying patience is easy, but you shouldn't have to. Zach pulled him down for a fast kiss, needing that contact. I told my parents. And my command. Think the senior chief already knew, but I told. And this lieutenant named Apollo, and that's a ton of telling. Pike's eyes went wide as he stared into Zach's eyes, like he was trying to judge Zach's sanity. Which, hey, was probably a reasonable question. But, and I should have said this better, I don't want you telling for me. Maybe I was at first, Zach admitted. I need us to be okay, be solid, need you to know that you come first. But it kind of snowballed until I realized that telling was what I needed for myself, too. It was a relief, almost. Carrying that around was eating at me, worse than this infection, even. I'm proud of you. Pike snuggled in against Zach's good side. I still feel like maybe I should have been there, given you more moral support. I think I have to do this on my own. Zach chewed on the inside of his cheek. No offense, but my parents were pretty awful, as I expected, so I'm glad you weren't there for them to lash out at. And the stuff about my team? I needed that kick to stand up and do something about it. I really did. I'm sorry they were terrible to you, Pike sighed. I hoped they'd come around. This isn't some movie. Zach breathed in Pike's scent. Citrus shampoo, hair gel, the same Mountain Breeze detergent they both shared. Pike. God, he'd missed him so much. But maybe we still get a good ending? Pike grinned at him. That would be nice. Doesn't have to be perfect. It won't be. Zach knew that much at least. There was still too much unsettled. Pike's job, his status with his team, his harassment complaint, for this to be a fairy tale. But whatever the future was throwing at them, he wanted Pike by his side. But I want you. Want this. Me too. Pike kissed him for real then. Lips and tongue and teeth, letting Zach know how much he'd been missed. How much Pike had meant his pretty words about love and standing by him. He growled, deepening the kiss, pulling Pike closer into him. In an ideal world, Zach's dick would have been all about chasing that kiss with some clothing hitting the floor. But in their imperfect but still wonderful world, his side pulled when he tried to tug Pike more firmly on top of him. Ow, fuck. Your incision. I wasn't thinking. Pike leaped away. I didn't mean to start something. I did. Zach laughed through the pain. But I think all I've got in me tonight is being close to you. Sorry. Don't be sorry. Being close to you is all I want too. Pike's laugh was more welcome than a pain pill. Well, almost. How about you move to your bed and I'll hunt us some food and we can watch a movie in there without me squashing you or something. The senior chief's wife sent some soup. Sounds great. You go rest. I'll be there. Thanks. The word wasn't enough for the warmth in his chest, the certainty that Pike would indeed be there for him. Now just to show Pike that the reverse would be true too. Do you need me to iron for you? Pike asked, trying not to hover as Zach came out of the shower. He trailed after Zach to his room. Instead of the fatigues he usually wore to base, Zach was putting on his service uniform, khaki shirt, black pants, shined shoes, for his meeting with his commander. I've got it. Zach gave him a small smile as he pulled on a white undershirt, grimacing as he eased the fabric over his side. His incision still stood out against his pale skin. They'd removed the drain at the hospital, but it was still a garish pink line of healing skin, a reminder of how close Pike had come to losing him forever. Really, this isn't that huge of a deal. Zach sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as Pike. Yeah. Pike wished he knew what Zach would be walking into, so that he could reassure him more. He was so proud of Zach for standing up and reporting the harassment at last. But Zach hadn't really wanted to talk specifics the past few nights. These things typically take a lot of time to resolve, I'd think. Zach frowned. I know. Still think I did the right thing, though. Of course you did. Pike brushed off his shoulders, straightened his collar. Anything to be close to him for another few seconds. You'll call me after, right? Of course. Zach gave him a quick kiss. Things were different since they'd made up. There was still so much up in the air, but at the same time, it felt like they'd never been apart, sinking back into a routine of sleeping next to each other and playing games and eating together. Pike was trying to roll with it, not require a blueprint for their future, but it was hard. His hands fisted tightly against Zach's uniform. A honk sounded from the driveway. Zach pulled away from Pike with one last kiss. "That's the senior chief." Zach probably could have driven himself, but Pike liked that the senior chief wasn't letting him. It was a nice, silent message that he, at least, supported Zach, even if he wasn't ultimately responsible for what the outcome would be. "Text me," Pike called after him as Zach hurried to the truck, trying hard not to feel like his heart had suddenly grown legs, left with Zach. Hell, his heart was Zach, and if his command let him down, Pike really wasn't sure what he'd do. "I will bodily harm his command if they don't help him. I don't care if they're SEALs. He's my guy, and I'm not going to let them hurt him further." Resolved, Pike turned his attention toward getting ready for work. Buzz. His phone went off. Hector. Hell, he still hadn't brought up the job stuff with Zach. "Hey, Hector, what's up?" He grabbed his bag and headed to the living room for his shoes. "Glad I caught you. I was hoping you'd have a minute before your first class." "I do." Pike's heart sped up. "I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The job is yours. Everyone was super impressed by you, and we'd like to get you up here as soon as possible so we can discuss a transition plan for after you teach your last class." Last class. That sounded so final. And he should be giddy, right? Especially when Hector named a starting salary that would have made his eyeballs fall out if he wasn't well aware of the cost of housing in the Bay Area. And hell, even with housing, it was quite the pay raise. He should be spinning in circles. But he wasn't. "Do you need an answer right now?" he said at last, once Hector had finished laying out the benefits package. "What? You mean you're having cold feet?" Hector sounded genuinely baffled. "You leaned on me hard for over a year now for a shot. You need time now?" Pike drew a deep breath. "Yeah, I guess I do. I need to talk to my boyfriend and think about my options. First of next week, maybe?" Hector made a noise like he was grinding his teeth. "I can't keep this job open indefinitely. Monday. I need an answer Monday morning." "I can do that. I hope." He ended the call, hoping he was right and that the next few days brought clarity about what he wanted for his future. Namely, what sort of a future he had with Zach. The senior chief was quiet on the drive to the base, other than asking how Zach was feeling. Like Zach, he was wearing his service uniform for the meeting, another sign that this wasn't a typical day for the team. As they walked to the SEAL team offices, he noticed the men out on the grinder obstacle course. Despite everything, he couldn't wait to get back out there. He hoped he got the chance, hoped that he hadn't ruined everything for himself. Instead of the lieutenant commander's small office, the senior chief ushered Zach to one of the conference rooms, where the commander and a stern-looking female lieutenant Zach had never seen before waited. "Nelson," the commander stuck out his hand. "Great to see you up and around." "Thank you, sir." "This is Lieutenant Hernandez from the Command-Managed Equal Opportunity Office." The commander gestured at the woman, who had dark, slicked black hair and a wide mouth. Equal Opportunity Office. Shit just got real. Zach tried to keep his face neutral as he shook hands, and they all took a seat at the oak table. The room's decor had probably last been touched before Zach was born, but there was something almost comforting about the orange carpet and thick, rust-colored curtains. "Nelson, I want to assure you that we take complaints such as yours very seriously." Lieutenant Hernandez opened a slim laptop. And everything we discuss today will be held in the utmost confidence.
Thanks.
Zach's pulse leaped like a ski jumper attempting new tricks. And while I can't tell you any specifics, I can tell you that yours is not the first complaint we've received against this particular seal. Your report aligns with others.
Whoa.
Zach hadn't been expecting that.
You mean he's done this before?
I can't divulge details, but suffice it to say your report was timely.
I wasn't alone.
Sweat gathered on Zach's back. Someone else had been suffering, probably scared to come forward too. And Zach's report was helping this other person. No matter what happened from this point forward, he'd done the right thing. No one should have to suffer Cobb in silence, including me.
Full disciplinary action will be pursued, his commander said. I assume you'll cooperate with Lieutenant Hernandez's investigation and provide her with whatever she needs.
Of course. Zach's voice wasn't working right. It sounded too high and far away.
But what we need to discuss today is keeping you safe on the team going forward. That's priority number 1.
The senior chief spoke up for the first time.
I need to tell you that prior to your complaint, we were discussing a transfer, the commander continued.
A transfer? Zach's stomach fluttered.
There's a team out of Little Creek that's down a few men. Our team's cohesion isn't what we'd hoped. And since you had seemed so restless, there were discussions about having you transferred to that team.
I'm not unhappy, Zach protested. Booted. This was his biggest fear, being pushed out of the team. Or restless. Other than this stuff with Cobb, I love being on the team.
This is your chance to have a fresh start on a new team. You say the word and we'll get a quiet transfer together for you.
The commander stared him down, forehead creased, but eyes more concerned than angry. Zach took a deep breath, let the commander's words sink in. He could take the transfer, maybe even manage to get distance from Cobb's rumors, not have to come out to his team if he didn't want to. But Pike. Pike's whole life was on the West Coast, and Zach couldn't imagine a fresh start that didn't include him. He looked over at the senior chief. He couldn't envision being on a team that didn't have him. I want to stay. Zach worked hard to keep his voice level and strong. Whatever the consequences may end up being, I want to be a part of this team.
Oh, there's not going to be any consequences, the senior chief drawled. Like I said, Nelson, we're going to keep you safe and make sure you don't have a hostile work environment.
The commander looked over at Lieutenant Hernandez, who nodded. And while your command and mine will need to meet separately to determine a course of action, we will work closely with you to ensure there's no retaliation, Lieutenant Hernandez said. That's a priority in every harassment case. Every harassment case. Zach was still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he wasn't alone, that other people suffered this. I'm not, he took a deep breath. I'm not the first gay sailor to have a complaint like this. There, he'd said it aloud, proud and firm, and the world didn't end. If anything, the same relief that he'd felt telling his parents danced in his veins. Like I said, I can't get into specifics of other cases, but you're not alone. Lieutenant Hernandez had a kind smile. There are some informal support networks here that you could take advantage of as well. Are you planning to be out to your team?
Cobb's not going to leave me much choice, Zach mumbled,
because really he hadn't thought much beyond that. Reporting Cobb equaled coming out in his mind. Commander knew. Senior Chief knew. Wouldn't be much longer before everyone knew, right? He hadn't thought much about a middle ground where some people, but not everyone, knew.
You always have a choice, the commander said firmly. If you don't want your private life to be the concern of your teammates, I'll back you on that. But I have to tell you, I had a long talk with Lieutenant Floros, and I think that way may be harder on everyone, especially you." "Agreed," the senior chief nodded. "We're a family. We want to be happy for each other. You have something positive in your life, your buddies should know. Things suck, well, we should know that too."
Pike. He didn't say the words, but he knew that was what the senior chief was referring to, and no way could he keep that part of his life hidden any longer. "Not everyone will like it," Zach said instead.
"The gay jokes are done with. We should have put the clamps down on that a long time ago, and that's on me," the commander said. "Anyone has a problem serving alongside you, they can report directly to me." "And I'll have your back on this too," the senior chief added. "We're damn lucky to have you on our team. Not many have your navigational and surveillance skills."
The commander nodded.
"I'm glad you're choosing to stay with us. Do you know how you'd like to tell the team? Casually, like one-on-one? Or more formally, like you'd like me or the senior chief to help you to share it at a meeting?"
God, the idea of a planned announcement with him standing in front of everyone gave Zach feverish shivers. He needed a drink. Right there in the middle of the day, he needed a drink. Wait, a drink? Maybe there was some middle ground. Casually, but I think I might have a plan there.
"Glad to hear it."
The commander had a smile a lot like Apollo, feral and dangerous, something they must teach in officer training. "If there's any retaliation or pushback when you tell, you can call my office," Lieutenant Hernandez said. "And that's an order." They wrapped up the meeting with a lot more from Lieutenant Hernandez about how the disciplinary process would work. Once they were walking back to the senior chief's truck, he said to Zach,
"You work things out with Pike. Be a damned shame if all this tore you two apart."
"I'm working on it," Zach smiled, because for the first time, he really believed deep down that things would work out for him. I might have a plan in that regard, too. Chapter 24. "Can you eat real food yet?" Pike pulled off his tie as he came into the house. Predictably, Zach was playing a game on the TV. His color was even better today, and he'd had physical therapy in the morning to help him start working his way back into shape. Knowing Zach, he'd probably pushed the therapist to let him run. "We're out of the stuff from the senior chief's wife, and I'm in the mood for pizza or the sandwich place that delivers." "Actually," Zach's voice was unsteady, but his grin disarmed Pike. "Would you like to go out?" "Out?" "Out. It's a Friday night. I believe you're familiar with the concept. Couple of beers, maybe late dinner after grabbing drinks." "Out like you and me? Together?" Pike peered down at Zach, looking to see if someone had swapped him out for a robot. In all their months living here, they'd never once gone out, and certainly not as a couple. And even if things had changed in the past week, Zach had seemed perfectly content to stay holed up here at home. "Yeah, I think it's time." Zach pulled Pike down next to him on the couch. "Stop looking at me like I'm proposing public fucking. Just some drinks. I'm about to go nuts, almost a week of nothing but these walls." "Okay." Pike pulled out his phone and called up his entertainment recommendation app. No way did he want Zach's first time out as a couple to come with a hassle. "Let me look up some gay-friendly bars, or better yet, text Ryan." Zach stilled him with a hand over his phone. "I've kind of got a place in mind. We can go someplace else after if you want." Okay, this was just spooky. Pike wrapped a hand around Zach's neck, looking for that robot switch. Zach had plans? And if he wasn't a robot dupe, the real Zach with a plan was a dangerous man. "Should I change clothes?" "You're fine like that, but jeans and a t-shirt would be okay too." "No club wear?" Pike guessed, mainly to watch Zack blush. Whatever you want, but, it's okay. Pike gave him a fast kiss before standing. Not going to torture you. You going to tell me where this place is? Pike stripped off his dress shirt on his way to his room, Zack following behind him. Lately, all his room was good for was the closet and as a place to do his grading. Zack's bed had the better mattress, and Zack. Pike could sleep on gravel if it meant Zack was next to him. God, I hope they give me tenure here eventually so I can start teaching in jeans like half the permanent faculty. You applied for the permanent faculty job? Zack's tone was wary. Yeah. Pike found a plain black t-shirt in his drawer. He still hadn't talked to Zack about the job offer, hadn't wanted to disturb their little pod of happiness, hadn't wanted to dump one more thing in Zack's lap as he worked with the officer on the harassment case. He'd planned to just quietly call Hector on Monday. You weren't going to tell me, were you? Zack's voice had gone from teasing about the mystery outing to deadly serious. About the faculty job? These things take months to resolve. I'll be lucky to hear by January. Pike could play dumb with the best of them. No. Zack swiveled Pike to face him. Uh-oh. Somebody had his strength back and was inexplicably pissed. About Palo Alto and the war elf job. Ryan told me you went for an interview. I did. I've decided not to take it. Without talking to me? Zack's tone was a stone wall masking a deeper hurt that Pike could almost feel. What the hell, Pike? I thought we were a couple now. We are. Pike pulled him close, not wanting to risk Zack walking away. So you just go giving up your dream job? The job that you spent all those years getting the PhD for, and you don't tell me? Sometimes dreams change, Pike said. Zack's eyes flickered as if he didn't believe him, so Pike spoke faster. Yeah, I wanted War Elf when I was in school, but my priorities have shifted. I want a home, a life with you, and I want to teach, not just as a stopgap or a way to make a buck, but because I'm damn good at it, and my students need me. Over the past few days, he'd finally let himself believe that he could be good at teaching. Professor Reynolds didn't sound quite as incredulous as it had the first few weeks. Turned out, Pike kinda liked who his professor self was turning out to be. I'm still due to get deployed next year sometime. You're going to regret this when you're alone for months. No, I won't. I'll have my research. There are other games I'd like to study too, and I'll have my classes and my friends. I want this life, Zack, the one I have with you, and I'm sorry I made you doubt that. I want a life with you too, and I want you happy. Whether that's teaching or war elf or whatever, we could make the distance work. Yeah, but I don't want to try. Pike tried to kiss the frown off Zack's face, resulting in them both laughing and falling onto Pike's bed. Pike pulled Zack closer for a deeper kiss, tongue reacquainting itself with Zack's. Zack groaned and took over, holding Pike's face between his hands, body hard against Pike's. Hard. Oh, yeah. They hadn't done anything sexual all week. Pike wanting to give Zack space to recover, but Zack certainly was seeming fully functional right then. Hey, whoa. Zack pulled away as Pike tried to go for his zipper. None of that. Your body says otherwise. Pike rocked up against the ridge of Zack's cock. Didn't the doctor say it was okay if you let pain be your guide? It's not that. Zack's ears went pink. We need to go out. Still not going to tell me where we're going. Pike reluctantly left the bed and finished switching clothes. Nope. Zack's smile looked a bit pasted on, but Pike didn't call him on it, instead following him to the truck. Guess I shouldn't ask if you feel up to driving. I feel up to nailing you to the mattress as soon as we get back, Zack retorted. Pike was pretty sure that whatever actually transpired would be far less athletic than that, so he merely snorted. Bring it on. To his surprise, they headed in the direction of the base, not toward downtown. Are we going to a sports bar or something? Sort of. Neither of us watches sports, Pike pointed out. And I'm a bit too gay for any of the bars along this road. They're probably all filled with people from the base and... Whoa. Wait. Zach, are you taking me to a seal bar? Zach pulled into a place called Big Ted's, parked the truck near a dumpster that had seen better centuries. Kind of. As in the bar your team usually hangs out at? Pike's stomach jumped like it was full of crickets. Yeah. Zach's face was a mottled pink in the parking lot lights. And you're sure about this? Pike pulled Zach closer so he could look into his eyes. You do not have to do this for me. No, I have to do it for me. Come on. And with that, Zach hopped from the truck, leaving Pike to collect his jaw from the floorboard. Zach had been in Big Ted's before. Not often, but when he'd first joined the team, he'd tried to fit in and had followed Harper here a time or two. It was a generic sports bar, long U-shaped bar in the center of the space, lots of tables around the edges and TV screens all over. It smelled heavily of beer and fries, and shouldn't have been intimidating in the least. But as Zach walked in, his breath came in huffs like he was climbing Everest. Typical Friday night. The place was crowded with clumps of seals playing pool on the tables behind the bar, and groups of young women in tight clothing vying for their attention. The tables were mainly taken up by mixed groups of men and women, some clearly couples, others doing that first date dance of awkwardness. We should get drinks, he said to Pike, trying to convey a decisiveness he didn't quite feel. You can barely tolerate more than soup. I'd stick to soda if I were you. Pike leaned in to be heard, not as much as he would have at home, but enough that Zach felt as if an invisible spotlight was heading their way. I might need a shot, he muttered. Remember what happened last time, Pike warned, but there was a softness to his voice. Yeah, that night hadn't turned out so bad after all, starting them on the road that led straight to here, and here was a pretty darn fabulous place, no matter what happened tonight. And he didn't care what Pike said. Passing on what he'd thought of as his dream job was a big deal, one Zach wasn't going to ignore. If he could do that for them, then Zach could do this. He headed toward the bar, Pike following closely behind him. Nelson! Someone called out behind him, and he swiveled to find Morrison next to him. Hey man, great to see you among the living, and Pike, right? He gave Zach a back-pounding hug and extended a hand to Pike. Yeah, I hear I owe you a thank you for saving Zach's life. Oh, it wasn't me. Morrison waved off the praise. He's a stubborn bastard. He wasn't going down without a fight. But man, don't ever do that to us again. Word, Pike said. So what are you guys drinking? First round's on me. Morrison led them to the bar, where Zach got a soda, deciding that maybe Pike was right about his stomach, and Pike got a beer. Come on, Sheila and the gang's over here. Moment of truth. Zach followed behind as Morrison wove his way to a cluster of tables in the corner. Hey guys, look who's back, Morrison announced to the group, causing heads to swivel his way. There were several guys from the team along with assorted women. No Harper or Cobb. These were mainly the older SEALs Zach didn't know as well, but that didn't make his stomach settle down any. You remember Sheila, right? Morrison indicated his girlfriend, the same woman he'd been with at the vet's office. Let me introduce you to her friends. Morrison rattled off a bunch of names that no way in heck was Zach remembering. And this is Petty Officer Zach Nelson and... Morrison shot Zach a questioning look, clearly tossing the ball into his court with a nice, soft lob. Pike, my boyfriend. He's a professor here in town. Wow. He managed to get all that out without his voice shaking.
Go me.
The whole table went silent for a long moment, during which Zach's stomach staged an all-out revolt. "Hey, Pike!" Reyes, a chief who specialized in explosives, extended a hand across the table. "Pleased to meet you." "Likewise." Emmett lifted his beer in their direction. "Thanks for not dying on us, Nelson." And that was that. Reyes and Morrison were enough of talkers that anyone not at the table would know soon enough. But really, it was kind of anticlimactic. He'd built it up into this huge milestone, and in the end, the guys at the table simply followed Morrison and Reyes's lead, ribbing Zach about almost dying on them, then letting their girlfriends pepper Pike with questions about what he taught, and going back to watching the game on the TV closest to them. He didn't delude himself into thinking that it would all be this easy. There would probably be some rumors and whispers over the next few weeks, and not everyone was going to be thrilled. But right then, Zach finally felt like one of the team. They knew. No one had stalked off or called him names. He'd count that as a victory. He slugged back his soda, letting it cool him down. They ended up with seats between Morrison and Sheila and Reyes and his wife, a diminutive woman with very red lips and very pink hair. Sheila and Reyes's wife apparently knew some people who worked at Pike's college and kept up a running conversation with him. Reyes kept a proprietary arm around his wife while they chatted. Someday soon that was going to be Zach here, casually touching his guy. He could see that future now, and he wanted it, no matter the cost. "Hey, Nelson," Reyes said, pitching his voice low. "I, didn't know." "No one did," Zach said carefully. I may have said some things, jokes, you know, and I can do better." "Thanks," Zach said, warmth spreading out from his chest. "I appreciate that. Anyone gives you shit, you point them at me or Morrison, okay?" A waitress brought huge orders of fries, wings, and onion rings right then, setting them in the center of the table. Morrison pushed some fries Pike's direction, and Zach's heart grew painfully tight. Eventually, he had to use the restroom, but he felt okay leaving Pike with Reyes and Morrison. This was all going to work. "Nelson!" Harper stepped in front of his path as Zach made his way past the pool tables toward the restrooms at the back of the bar. "You need something?" Zach might be feeling better about the rest of the team, but he wasn't going to forget how Harper sneered at him in the jungle. "Yeah." Harper's handsome face was unreadable as he fiddled with his pool cue. "Heard you're here with your boyfriend." "I am." Zach met him stare for stare. "Got a problem with that?" "Listen," Harper chewed the corner of his mouth. "I know you probably think I was going to let you die out there. You sure as hell seemed like it." Anger Zach hadn't realized he'd had bubbled over. He'd been helpless, dependent on whether Harper overcame homophobia in time to call for help or not. I wasn't at my best, okay? I heard you and Cobb and I kind of freaked, but..." Harper looked away. "You've always had my back. Right from the first day of Buds, always. And I wasn't going to let you die. Not on my watch." "Thanks." Zach rubbed his neck, like that could ease the scratchiness of his throat. "I might not understand that." Harper made a vague gesture in the direction of the table with Pike. "But I'm going to have your back when we're out there, okay?" "Okay." Zach had to force the word out. They probably weren't ever going to be as close as they once were, but this was a start. A good start. He and Pike stayed a little longer, but the heavy, greasy food wasn't what Zach needed. He'd made his point. "Want to get some real food?" he asked Pike. "Absolutely." Pike grinned at him, enjoyment radiating from him. He fit in far better than Zach had hoped. Hell, he probably fit in better than Zach. That thought carried him through the goodbyes and well wishes for seeing him back on duty and out into the parking lot. He did what he'd wanted to do the past 2 hours and grabbed Pike's hand. "Thank you for coming with me. It meant a lot." Pike turned towards him. You don't have to thank me. You were really damn brave there, and—
Nelson!
A drunken voice roared, and Cobb stepped from behind a large, souped-up truck.
What do you want, Cobb?
I want to know why in the hell I've got transfer orders to Little Creek and some chick breathing down my neck about a fucking inquiry. Not my business to educate you. Zach's hand tightened around Pike's. He wasn't dropping it. Not this time. Suppose this is your fucking boyfriend. Cobb's lips curled upward like a pit bull. It is. And you can show some goddamned respect. Whoa, you finally did it, huh? Outed your pansy ass? Without thinking, Zach's free hand fisted, drew back, finally ready to give Cobb what he'd had coming, and met an immovable wall of granite. Don't do it, Apollo ordered, coming seemingly out of nowhere, capturing Zach's fist. Do not get into a fight here. Who the hell are you? Cobb demanded. Let me at him. I can take his queer ass.
Lieutenant Apollo Floros, and you Petty Officer Cobb are way out of line. Are you supposed to be talking to Nelson right now? At all?
Cobb rubbed his head. No, sir.
You want me to haul you in to answer to Lieutenant Hernandez?
No, sir, but Nelson started it. The fuck I did? He came on to me. Cobb played the one trump card he had, the one Zach had been expecting him to plunk down all along. Apollo's laugh echoed through the parking lot.
In front of his boyfriend, right here.
Not exactly.
You can tell whatever story you want to Lieutenant Hernandez, but right now you are going to roll your drunk ass into a cab and head home.
I can drive.
That's an order, not an option.
You just wait, Cobb spat at Zach. No one's going to want anything to do with you, not when I'm through. You don't have any power over me anymore. Zach said the words, surprised how much he meant them. This was done. Cobb would face the disciplinary process, and whatever would come of that would come, out of Zach's control. But this he could control. I'm not afraid of you.
You can be afraid of me.
Apollo got right in Cobb's face.
You come around Nelson again. Your CO and Lieutenant Hernandez are going on my speed dial. Understand?
Cobb gulped. Got it.
Got it, sir.
Apollo corrected him. Yes, sir. Cobb teetered off, in the direction of the sidewalk where some cabs idled. What are you doing here? Zach asked Apollo as soon as Cobb was gone.
Having a beer, same as you.
Apollo winked at him. He'd been looking out for Zach. Morrison and Reyes said they'd do the same. Hell, even Harper said he wouldn't let him die. He'd been afraid of no one having his back, but now he felt bolstered by the promises he'd gotten that night. He wasn't alone anymore.
But I better get home to the kids now.
Kids? This badass warrior had kids?
Yep, 2. And a sitter waiting to be paid.
Apollo turned toward Pike.
I'd been intending to meet you under better circumstances. You and Zach want to come to breakfast on Sunday? Bunch of us will be there, and I think Ryan might even be coming down.
We'll be there, Pike promised. Thank God you didn't throw that punch. Pike waited to speak until Apollo had headed off to a very sedate-looking SUV. A family vehicle. Zach shook his head, still trying to piece together who in the heck that guy was. I wanted to, Zach admitted. I really did. I know. Pike pulled him closer. But you've got to let the disciplinary process play out. It's hard when he's being a dipshit right in my face, Zach grumbled. I'm proud of you, Pike said, beaming up at Zach. "You did a lot tonight."
"It was worth it."
Zach closed the last few inches between them.
"You're worth it."
"No, you're worth it," Pike corrected him.
"We both are."
And then, there in the parking lot of Big Ted's, where anyone from the teams could see, Zach kissed his boyfriend, long and hard, heart full of hope.
Chapter 25. 6 months later.
"I'm home," Zach's voice rang out, and Pike launched himself off the sofa, sending papers flying everywhere. God, he'd missed that voice. Finally. Not even letting Zach get his boots off, Pike wrapped himself around Zach's dusty fatigues, pulling him down for a kiss. It might have only been 2 weeks, but he kissed Zach like it had been years. "Hello to you too," Zach laughed as he untangled himself. He'd been gone for a training exercise somewhere he wasn't allowed to tell Pike about, ramping up to that summer's deployment, something Pike tried not to think too hard about.
"Is there food? Please tell me there's food."
"Didn't they feed you?" Pike waited for Zach to unlace his boots and hang up his jacket before heading to the tiny kitchen. "Don't freak, okay?"
"Where are the cabinet doors?"
Zach's forehead creased.
"And why is Gizmo sleeping next to the pots?"
"I couldn't sleep the other night. I had this great idea."
"Is your great idea red?"
"Fuchsia's a shade of red, right?" Pike grinned at him as he dished up a giant portion of noodles and meat sauce for Zach. He'd eaten a few hours earlier, but he was happy to sit at the table with his guy, watch him eat. Zach groaned.
"You know when I said you could do what you wanted to the kitchen? I wasn't picturing needing sunglasses to enter it."
"Hey, this is our place, right? We can always paint over it if you really hate it," Pike reminded him.
"Yeah, I guess it is."
Zach offered a wide smile before digging into the food. The house was still a pretty new thing. The senior chief had helped them to find a tiny former rental needing a lot of work at a great price, and thanks to Pike's shiny new contract as a full-time professor, he was the proud owner of his first mortgage and a line of credit at the big box home store. Me, a responsible homeowner. It still kind of boggled his mind, but both he and Zach had wanted a place of their own. Doing the work for the senior chief had been great, but now they got to make their little 2-bedroom house a real home. And Pike kind of liked surprising Zach with projects when he came back from being gone. He had big plans for the bedroom while Zach was gone next time, and someday, in the not-too-distant future, Pike was going to bring up the idea of putting Zach on the mortgage, making this thing even more permanent.
"Is your mom still coming down next weekend to help with the tiling?"
Zach asked around a mouthful of pasta. "Yeah, knowing her, she's bringing her favorite trowel," Pike laughed. She'd visited once already, right after they signed the mortgage, helping them with some exterior work. She loved Zach, and although he didn't say much, Pike thought the feeling was mutual. Zach's own parents were still being dicks. His mother had sent a tear-stained Easter card, but that was about all the contact he'd had the past few months. It was just as well, in Pike's opinion, as several tense phone conversations early on hadn't exactly made progress on that front. But they'd spent the holidays with his mom in Berkeley and their friends in L.A. And while nothing was ever going to replace Zach's family, Pike was doing his damnedest to minimize the collateral damage.
"Think you can talk your mom into making that spinach lasagna thing again?"
Zach asked hopefully.
"And I want to get a better light for the guest room."
"Already on it. I needed one for grading in there." They had a friendly disagreement over whether to call the spare room an office or a guest room. Pike guessed it was both, housing the bed he hadn't slept in over 6 months, and all their books combined now. Zach's atlases rubbing up against his differential equation texts. In the bedroom, Pike's video game posters shared wall space with an old map of the world Zach had found at Pike's favorite thrift store. Oh man, I was hungry. Zack scraped up the last bit of sauce. I'll say. Pike took the plate from him, stuck it in the ancient dishwasher that was slated for replacement soon. Shower? Zack asked as he stooped to pet Gizmo. You're lucky I let you eat first, Pike groused as he tugged Zack down the hall to the bathroom. He flipped the shower on. It had taken more than a little convincing, but Pike had finally gotten Zack to help install the dual shower heads he'd been dreaming of. Wanted you naked about 15 seconds after you came in the door. Well, don't let me stop you now. Zack laughed and raised his arms so that Pike could pull off his t-shirt. Pike took care of his own clothes as Zack pushed his camo pants off, and then they were naked at last and in each other's arms, hot water streaming around them. Missed you, he said, lips against Zack's ear. Missed you more, Zack said, pulling him in for a kiss. They made out like they had all the time in the world, and maybe they did. Eventually, hands went roaming, and they were moaning in each other's mouth as they stroked each other off, slow and languid, still kissing, even as they came in rapid succession, always kissing, always together. Couldn't wait to come home, Zack said with a laugh as the water went cooler. Home. This was home. This house. This man. Home. This is Tyler Stevens. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Off Base by Annabeth Albert. This program was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer Suzanne Mitchell. Text copyright 2017 by Annabeth Albert. Production copyright 2017 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.